Douluo, invincible since being forced to marry by a goddess. Chapter 1 beginning to be proposed by Guyuina. The new book asks for everything. Douluo continent, deep in the core of the Star Do Great Forest. At the end of the Star Lake, there is an ice spring that gathers the spirit of heaven and earth, and the hazy mist circulates and dances, slowly rising. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Sub-A was drunk and dim, watching the fairy mist in front of him, and the pond full of ice lotus sent out classic 3 consecutive questions. An hour ago, he took the courage to take advantage of the wine, and took his girlfriend to play the horror version of the secret room plot with the cows and horses brothers. When the plot reached its climax point, everyone was in awe, and the birds were overwhelmed. Under the urgency of his girlfriend, he subconsciously rushed to the arms of his brother. Instead of yourself. At that moment, it was like falling snow in a bleak scene. I was alone, and I added background music to cut plums. Recognized. This pair of dogs and men. Finally, he opened the door of all beings, ready to drink a hangover after the end of the game, and completely end the evil fate. Or plan a seamless revenge plan to complete the gorgeous transformation of Black Belly. Who knows, the next moment, he appeared here. The door, where is the door? Sub-A murmured, looking back, there were no traces of lights or man-made buildings at all. Can a plot-killing scene with a human head for 98 yuan be so realistic? Sub-A rubbed his eyes and said, could it be that I am dreaming? Sub-A squeezed his face, soft and smooth, hard, and his whole body trembled, pain. This nerve-stimulating pain and skin touch that shouldn't belong to him made Sub-A's blurred and erratic consciousness begin to gather. Looking for the recent clear cold current, a beautiful and slightly immature face was reflected in the water. Sub-A touched his face, showing unbelievable eyes, and murmured, this face, it? I really deserve to be my unbelievably natural and worldless genius, it's so good looking. He turned out to be a super beautiful child of 6 or 7 years old. With this look, Sub-A himself wanted to wait for him to become a woman and marry him when he became an adult. Pearl lips, sword eyebrows, bright eyes, and white teeth, like a boy in poetry and painting, there is no such appearance in the world. What happened? Northern Jiangsu is blurred. He couldn't tell if it was a reality or a dream. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in Sub-A's mind. I'll go, shouldn't it? My choice has come true. Sub-A remembered that in the plot kill, he played the role of, upside down all sentient beings, a peerless beauty. Isn't this appearance just confirming his identity card? At this time, a voice sounded in the fog, who? Intruded into the forbidden land without permission. The icy sound was surging, and the bone-chilled chill was full of agility. But after listening carefully, it seemed like a dragon yin again. A silver dragon with purple eyes lifted the surface of the water, its body resembling a mountain, with hideous teeth, and the power it carried was enough to make everyone shudder. Dragon! Dragon, dragon, dragon! Sub-A Junyi's face trembled lightly, staring at each other blankly. For a while, he couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality. Don't dragons exist only in legends? He has only seen dragons in mythological TV series and science fiction movies. The real scales in front of me, the breath of the dragon that can be felt, the smart eyes as big as tires, are impacting the world view of Northern Jiangsu. Dragon! Dragon! Can I touch you? Sub-A's hands are shaking. Can you touch the real dragon with your hands? Can't it blow for a lifetime? Yinlong's body moved slightly, causing Bing Chuansheng to make ripples during his debut. This tiny boy, so handsome. Especially his curious baby-like gaze made her feel a little shy. Yinlong's indifferent dragon's face gradually appeared a stringent red. I am a dragon. How do you think humans look good? Ah, so annoying. Chapter 2. Yinlong began to question his racial aesthetics. She originally planned to swallow the intruder in one bite. But the more you look at Sub-A, the softer her heart becomes. There was speechless. Yinlong's figure escaped into the fairy fog again, but a sweet voice came from, "Humans, the meeting ceremony just now is not counted, let's do it again." 3 big question marks popped up in Subei's mind. This dragon seems a little different. This trademark, is the superb dragon. Dizzy. It's just a touch, what's the big deal, just like a cat, a dragon, isn't it? Alcohol was a little too high, and Subei took a bag and found that Zhang Xiaobai, who had not finished drinking, was still there, feeling heavy. "Forget it, it's numb, even the dragon looks down on me." Subei sat down on the wet stone and shouted towards the water where the silver dragon had disappeared, "But can you tell me where this is? Am I standing out among the billions of people? Is it selected by the space-time manager, or did it fall into the wormhole?" Subei stretched his feet into the white gas spring water, and immediately gave the child a cold. "I wipe it, this water is so cold." Northern Jiangsu looked around and found that there was no way out of the stone walls all around, only the bright white light emitting from the top. "No way? Want to go out only by flying?" When thousands of thoughts flashed through Subei's mind. A girl with silver hair and purple eyes, with a fresh and refined temperament, a graceful figure, 2 exquisite silver wings on her back, and a girl in a white sand brocade and red robe walks through the water. She came to Subei, her delicate face was flushed with pride. "I am Guyuina, how about you?" Subei. Subei was dumbfounded. The name Guyuina is so familiar. It looks like a heroine in a novel. "Where is this place?" Subei said blankly. "So cute." The silly expression of Northern Jiangsu penetrated into Guyuina's heart, but as the CEO owner of the soul beast, Guyuina didn't want to show too much attitude of a little woman, so she coughed. "Humph, here is the fierce land in the depths of the Stardo Great Forest. What, human, you broke into my territory and pretended not to know. You know I'm terrible." Guyuina bared her small tiger teeth, looking fierce, but a bit defensive. Stardo Great Forest. Guyuina. Douluo continent. Suddenly, Subei came up. Almost unable to breathe out. "Where, crossed?" In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Subei's mind. Such as, Tang sect, Tang San, Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong, Qianrongxiu, Hulina, Huo Yu Hao, Tang Wu Tong. Just don't know what the current timeline is. Has Tang San become a god? Did Huo Yu Hao really match the heavenly dream? Only sure. This is definitely not the era after Tang Wulin. What do you want to do?" Subei suddenly didn't know whether to be happy or worried. "Hi, it's dying to travel to the fantasy world at any time. Worry, got another chance for a new life. Oh my god, where's Goldfinger?" Guyuina hummed, "Well, Subei, I forgive you for trespassing in my place of residence, come and hold hands." Guyuina's palm was very cold, and Subei's palm was very hot. When they were in contact, the two of them were shocked. So wild. Subei has no time to resist, and can't resist. "What's your opinion?" Guyuina asked, tilting her head. "This dragon has put down his body to be with you as a human being, so you dare to think about it?" "No." Subei's face froze. "So fierce. Hey, what are you doing?" Subei felt his body fly. Dragon, as the super ancient soul beast in the world of Douluo, possesses terrifying talents and abilities. Anything that touches the word dragon, that is the start of the 10,000-year soul beast. Chapter 3. What's more, pulling this end of Subei, regardless of the exquisite and sweet life, but she is the ancestor of the dragon. The ancient dragon split into two, one for creation and one for destruction. And Guyuina was the owner of the godhead of creation. Guyuina is a cold-faced beauty. At this time, she smiled and grinned at Subei, "Marry me, I will support you." Guyuina didn't know where she learned the vocabulary. As soon as she spoke the words, another voice rang in Subei's mind. Baihudoru Raiders system is being bound. The Douluo strategy system is successfully bound. Yuan dividing line. New book asks for recommendation tickets, asks for collections, asks for attention. Chapter 2 Douluo, Goddess, Strategy System. New book seeks everything. Get up and take off. Guyuina embraced Subei and walked on the clear lake to the central land. It was the first time I experienced the feeling of flying. Subei felt very strange, so I couldn't help but mute. Moreover, Guyuina's soft body was close to herself, and Subei was a little suffocated. Very material. Regardless of her appearance or her figure, Guyuina is exceptional. But she is a dragon. It was also a huge silver dragon with a fierce and mighty body. She inherited Dragon God's ability to control various elements, and can freely control fire, water, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, and other elements. Dragon God, the first generation of soul and beast CO lords who ruled the line of sacred beasts. The strongest person at the beginning of the God realm controls the two great gods. But what does it mean to let yourself marry her? I wiped it out. Guyuina was obviously interested in seeing herself. My first time, was it so sloppy? Besides, I'm still a child who can't react physically. We will fight 300 rounds in another 10 years, okay? At this time, there was another voice in Subei's mind. Congratulations to the host for being proposed by the Dragon King Goddess Guyuina to get a super martial arts reward, Dragon God's Gate. Goddess and bosses who attack the world of Douluo, you can get rewards related to those you have attacked. Guyuina's high energy early warning can be used to obtain super rewards such as Dragon God Bloodline, Dragon God Protector, Dragon Summon, Dragon's Top Soul Bones, Soul Skills, to protect the life safety of those who pass through. Help Raiders Reward Early Warning, Global Song Library, Chinese Poetry Library, Top Martial Arts. Gift Companion Gift Package, Congenital full of Soul Power. Currently Guyuina Raiders Value, 30. Amenity Strategy, Full. Kiss, Hug and Hold High, Not Finished. Talent Strategy, Not Completed. As the voice of the system fell, Subei remembered the sentence. Gold finger may sooner or later, but it will never be absent. As the golden finger arrived, Subei gradually walked out of the shadow of being betrayed by his girlfriend. God doesn't give birth to me, Subei, Goddess Douluo has no one to save. Goddess of Raiders, be a scumbag, go to Douluo Star. Kill indiscriminately. Subei's eyes were red. Dogdio's life is finally over, thank you for your care from the fathers of the plane managers. After understanding the usefulness of the system, Subei immediately became excited. With such a handsome face, it would be impossible not to do things with the goddesses in the world and the world. This dry, is it serious? But having said that, I'm so handsome, if it's a smooth strategy, wouldn't it be cleared by looking at myself? Directly invincible? There is no sense of game experience. That's why there are talent tasks and physical contact tasks. _ Forget it, the previous life was green. In this life, the game world is not a needle. This matter of entering the Dragon King. I have to let myself think about it carefully. So, system, now Guyuina wants to marry herself, if I agree, I can get unlimited rewards from the Dragon God, and start the Douluo heaven-defying life, right? Subei asked. System, it will directly transition to the wedding process, and the progress rewards for love will be cleared. Chapter 4. What if I decline? System, forced to marry by Guyuina, the task reward is sublimated. WC. Got it. Is there any reason not to refuse to marry me? Forcibly suppress the inner restlessness. After all, holding her own Guyuina, she is not an ordinary goddess in Douluo continent. If she swallowed the golden dragon king's shattered godhead, she would be the invincible dragon god, a feared existence in the entire Douluo god realm. To be honest, if Bibi Dong is the chief rich woman of Douluo continent, that Guyuina was the top rich woman in Douluo world. Therefore, the method of rejection must be exquisite. You can't be rushed, and you can't get in place. After landing on the land in the Spring Heart, Guyuina's face became even more crimson. She has never been so close to a man, even a little boy. Moreover, Subei's body was warm, and the breath that she exhaled made her a little intoxicated, and her head was dizzy. Guyuina picked Subei's nose. "You wait for me here, I will announce our wedding to the spirit beasts," etc. Subei righteously grabbed Guyuina's clothes, and then smirked, "I'm still a child. Isn't it a bit abrupt to get married so soon?" "Child?" Guyuina stroked her hair and smiled, "It's okay, I am willing to wait for you to grow up and play in the command room in 10 years. Age is not a problem. I can afford to wait." Guyuina, as a dragon king with a godhead, has an endless lifespan, and the growth years needed by human beings are indeed just a blink of an eye to her. Hiss! Subei took a breath. At this time, he really realized, as long as the beauty is in place, you can't imagine how active the girl is. Tears. When a fart-licking dog, this money is used for plastic surgery to change a handsome face. Doesn't it smell good? Such a beautiful girl confessed to herself, and to be honest, Subei almost fell into ruin. But after looking back, Subei coughed twice and released a fatal move, "But I can't do that, you can't experience the fun. Injure the enemy 800, self-defeating 1,000 unique skills. Most people dare not learn. However, the effect is not great." Guyuina widened her eyes, a little dazed. "That aspect, what aspect?" Obviously, Guyuina didn't understand what Subei was talking about. She is too innocent, knowing nothing about the insinuations of Subei. But also, Guyuina has always hated humans, and has been dormant for many years, focusing on counterattacking the gods. Naturally it is difficult for men and women to obey. Today, she is fascinated by the beauty of Subei, which can surpass the racial aesthetics, and she has an inexplicable affection in her heart. She wants to be with the boy in front of her forever. Only then did I think of a ritual combining men and women, weddings. Guyuina thought that there was something unspeakable in Subei, so she hugged him and touched her head. "Well, don't worry, I will never despise you." Hey! It was like a knife stabbed twice in the heart of Subei, pulling out the cold. When I heard this from Subei, I was saying, "No, it doesn't matter, I will cooperate with you to perform as much as you like." Call. Subei pushed Guyuina aside, his head became hot. "Hey, our progress is too fast, can we go a little bit more step by step? Get married so soon, I can't accept it." I wiped it. What's the matter with the cute voice of this locomotive? Hey! Guyuina's face suddenly became a little cold, arrogantly humming. A ruthless hand knife stunned Subei. "Hey, this can't be done by you, I will marry you. Be my child foster husband obediently." Forced marriage. As soon as Subei's legs were soft, he was paralyzed in Guyuina's suspicion. 2. It hurts. Subei felt a warm and soft embrace, and 2 tender cotton wrapped his face. When he fell asleep, a thought flashed in Subei's mind. He was indeed a goddess with a double-faced personality. His face became so fast. 1 change a day for the time being, 2 changes after changing the contract status. Chapter 3-7 Big beasts are ordered, this king wants to get married. The new book asks for everything. When he woke up, Subei's head was dizzy, and an icy chill swept through his body. The butt, which was not soft, was particularly stiff at the moment. Chapter 5. There seemed to be an ice all chiseling in the back. The cerebral cortex is frozen like ice, without the consciousness of action. But with this special chill, Subei felt a warm, liquid-like thing surging in his abdomen. It seems that soul power is growing. No way, no way. Guyuina wouldn't be the one who sealed herself up and wanted to play strong against herself, right? I'm really still a kid. Please, let go of the baby. Sub-A tried to get up to get rid of the continuous icing, but was unable to control his limbs to complete the movement. He turned his head and found that there were slightly wise plants growing around him. But Guyuina was nowhere to be seen. It is estimated that the wedding is busy. I was forced to marry for the first time, and I was forced to marry by the goddess. Sub-A was a little dazed, feeling uncomfortable in his mood. Forced to get married by Guyuina, get the sublimation reward the blood of the bright Dragon King. An extreme white light appeared on Sub-A's body, and this light turned into a wave of power to purify his body, dispelling the icebound effect brought by the profound ice bed. Adapted. With the help of blood, Sub-A's limbs are no longer stiff, and they will soon be able to move freely. On the contrary, as the chill from the bed of Xianbing hit his bone marrow, it was no longer a tingling, but a tingling sensation from above. Moreover, it made Sub-A feel an obvious spiritual transformation. This thing can actually improve a person's physique. This huge ice bed reminds Sub-A of the ice bed of the little dragon girl in the sculpture Heroine Girl, very similar. Sub-A touched Xianbing, with some surprises. Guyuina is kind to herself. The boss has decided, and I will take you first before looking for other beautiful girls. At this moment, there was a huge noise in the air. Yuan 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 yuan. Here is a mountain that resembles a volcano. It is an island located in the center of Xinggu Lake. The island also has a nickname, the Terrible Land. What lives on this island is not a soul beast of 10,000 years or more. There are also 7 super soul beasts over 100,000 years old. They are listed as the top 10 fierce beasts. They are 1 golden-eyed black dragon king Dishan, 2 emerald swan Bridget, 3 Demoni demon tree 10,000 demon king, 4 Dark claw bear king, 5 three-headed red demon mastiff red king, 6 hell demon dragon king Zig, 7 nether ghost bat demon spirit. They are gradually decreasing in 100,000 years. Among them, the golden-eyed black dragon king is a super strong for more than 800,000 years. The weakest ghost bat has also passed the second calamity and successfully set foot in 200,000 years. At this time, these 7 heads were enough to make the Soul Master crazy, and even the Soul Beast powerhouse who subverted the human world, received a special emergency call from the Lord. They awakened one after another and rushed to the Bingchuan Pass. The graceful Bingqing girl stood in the air, and countless soul beasts that gave birth to wisdom rushed towards her position. The 7 fierce beasts arrived first. They all surrendered to the girl in front of them. See the Lord. This girl is Guyuina. She is the CO master of the soul beasts, and the world soul beasts respect her. If it were in the world of cultivating immortals, it would not be an exaggeration to call her a demon emperor. The 7 fierce beasts saw the Lord showing up in human form, and they turned into a human form, and they did not dare to be disrespectful. The serious-looking middle-aged man is Dishan. Dityen took a step forward and said with his hands, "The Lord has summoned us to come, can you tell me something important?" Guyuina nodded and said lightly, "Not bad." "What's the matter?" "No matter what the Lord said, this bear will do his best." Xiangjun patted his chest to make sure. Being held the moon by the 7 stars of the top 10 fierce beasts, there is no one but Guyuina. Oh no! There is also a treasure held by Guyuina in her hand. Sub-A. Guyuina pointed to the core island and said, "The 7 fierce beasts will arrange the most luxurious and romantic wedding for me in one day. I want to get married." Chapter 6. Wedding. O Delto. Hearing that, the 7 fierce beasts were all shocked, and they were all taken aback by Guyuina. The soul beast CO master, who has always been indifferent and ruthless, wants to attack the gods and kick mankind off the altar, unexpectedly wants to get married. Could it be that even if you are a supreme beast, you can't get rid of the physiological limitations of the estrus period. Master, we didn't understand, can you say it again? Dityen and other fierce beasts thought they had heard hallucinations. It is ridiculous. In this world, who can be worthy of the noble Lord? Why, are you deaf? Guyuina showed the majesty of the superior, like a female emperor. Only then did the 7 fierce beasts understand that the Lord seemed to really want to get married, so he couldn't help but get nervous. The identity of the Lord is different from that of Chong Beast. Once the trail is locked by those guys in the God realm, his life will be in danger. Lord, think twice before you act. Among them, Dityen was the most emotional. As a superhero of the Silver Dragon King, he definitely considers issues in the interests of Guyuina. Master, your cultivation level has not been fully recovered, so it shouldn't hurt your body anymore. Besides, among these thousands of soul beasts, which one can be worthy of you? Which soul beast seduce the master, pull it out to shoot. Roar! Dityen screamed in anger, and the dragon shook the sky. Slap! A cool breeze blew, and a loud slap was printed on Dityen's face. The other fierce beasts who originally wanted to support Dityen and discourage Guyuina from getting married, all consciously shut up and dared not speak out again. Are you teaching me to do things? Guyuina snorted, a sullen expression appeared on her face. Don't dare! Hearing that, all the fierce beasts surrendered, and dare not say much. Only Dishan, his face full of grievances. This dragon is really good for Lord. Why did the Lord hit me again? QWQ. That's not going to happen. Guyuina's firm eyes made it difficult for the fierce beasts to produce rebuttals. Lord, do you really stop thinking about it? Dishan muttered pitifully. Guyuina glared at him. Death staring. Let Dityen shut up instantly. The atmosphere of the scene reached a very embarrassing point. Bridget pulled La Dishan and smiled softly. The Lord is married. Of course we are happy. I don't know who the honored soul beast is. Bridget is the strongest healing spirit beast, with a cultivation base of more than 500,000 years. She cherishes life very much. Because it can heal the wounds of the soul beast, it is followed by many soul beasts, and eventually becomes the overlord of one party. During Guyuina's deep sleep, she opposed Dishan's initiation of the beast tide, saving many soul beasts' lives, and her relationship with Dishan was both an enemy and a friend. Bridget spoke very softly, in stark contrast to Dityen's ruggedness. Guyuina received support, her expression was slightly relieved, and she said lightly, he is not a soul beast, he is a human, a long and beautiful human. At this moment, Guyuina seemed to have stars twinkling in her eyes. Chapter 4 Wait for him 10 years. New book asks for everything. Human. Master, you are confused. Dishan couldn't hold back anymore. Even if the master wants to marry a soul beast, he doesn't agree, let alone a human. Human beings are cunning, they steal their homes directly. Dityen sighed in his heart. A metaphor. Guyuina is the crystal tower of their soul beast. Isn't it just stealing a home to hook up with Guyuina? Roar Benlong definitely disagrees. Chapter 7. The Dragon Roars. Dityen Gang exports. The protest is invalid. Snapped. Guyuina slapped again, this time the strength was even stronger, and Dityen directly drew a brilliant arc in the sky like Halley's comet flashing. The rest of the fierce beasts are all eyelids twitching. Dishan boss, you can have a snack, be beaten so many times and hit the muzzle of the gun. How powerful is this slap that can slap the Emperor Tien with an 800,000 year cultivation base? Guyuina's purple eyes faintly fell on the other 6 fierce beasts. Any one of you has any comments, just ask them. No. Jun Xiang's fat head shook like a rattle. Okay. No, yes, of course there is. Still the demon spirit judged the situation, and solemnly said, the Lord's marriage is a celebration of the spirit and beasts. I will tell the majority of the spirit beasts that the Lord is about to get married." The 10,000 Demon King understood. He said, "This king will also arrange the soul power scenes for thousands of plant-based soul beasts, which is bound to show off. No, the sea of flowers must be joyous, beautiful, and romantic." Chi Wang nodded. "I can be responsible for the atmosphere rendering." Roar! The three-headed red demon mastiff, the Red King, spewed a mouthful of fire into the sky, blooming with the effect of fireworks. "I am I." After realizing it, Jun Xiang pounded his chest and snorted, arguing, "This Jun is infinitely powerful, and he is responsible for the protection of the wedding. There is absolutely no soul beast who dares to disturb it presumptuously." He still didn't forget to stab Ditian on his back, except for that stupid black dragon. Seeing everyone supporting herself, Guyuina felt happy. Guyuina waved her hand and said, "Biggie stays, and the rest will be divided by themselves. I want to see a grand wedding." "Yes." The other fierce beasts saluted, and then flew to the core area of the Stardo Great Forest, and they all set out to prepare for the wedding. Bridget thoughtfully, judging to Guyuina, that human being must be very good to capture the Lord's heart. "Yes, he looks good, but unfortunately he is too young." Guyuina was a little sad. Too young? Bridget was puzzled. To be able to quietly enter the great sorrow with his own strength, at least he would have to be in the Super Douluo realm, and he also had very high requirements for body skills and breath concealment. At this level, can it be too small? The kind of being too young should not refer to age. What does that mean? Too small? Bridget murmured, and suddenly covered her mouth and said in shock, "Master, don't you already, that? It's that again, what on earth is that?" Guyuina frowned. "Phew." Seeing Guyuina's ignorant expression, Bridget realized that the Lord was still in perfect condition, and she was relieved immediately. It didn't mean that the other party was too young. Northern Jiangsu indicated that it has been connoted. Bridget explained, "That is the most intimate behavior between a man and a woman, and it can produce offspring." Guyuina scratched her head, "Reproduce offspring?" Guyuina's eyes lit up. "It turns out that is split." "Split?" "There is nothing wrong with this understanding. Children are all cut from their mothers. However, the split in Guyuina's mouth may be the splitting force shaping the clone, just like the dragon god splitting the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King." But Bridget did not understand. "But, Lord, what do you mean by too small?" Guyuina pressed her lips lightly. "He seems to be only 6 years old." "Only 6 years old?" Rao is so calm that Bridget's temper is hard to calm down. "At 6 years old, your development is not complete, right? He must be special, right?" Bridget really couldn't figure out that a 6-year-old child could attract the high cold and powerful Lord. The reason why Guyuina left Bridget alone was because Bridget was like the gentle eldest sister in the minds of the soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest, with delicate and thoughtful feelings. "Yes." Guyuina put down her posture for the first time to ask, "Biggie, you know better about relationships. If you want to get married, what should I pay attention to?" "Attention, don't rush. The other party is just a 6-year-old child, what can you pay attention to? Be careful not to hurt his tender body." Bridget said, "The years of mankind are fleeting, why not wait for him to grow up for another 10 years before marrying him?" Guyuina's eyes flickered, and she asked, "Then I will marry him first and wait for him for 10 years, wouldn't it be great?" WC, at first glance, it makes sense. Chapter 8. Bridget smiled softly. It turns out that the master wants to raise a child husband, then Bridget understands. "Bridget, by then, I will pay attention to Dishan not to let him make trouble." Guyuina nodded. There is a trace of affection between Ditian and Bridget. Apart from Guyuina, there is probably only Bridget who can hold the wild dragon. Immediately, Guyuina Mioman's body fell into Bing Mei's mouth, looking for her little husband to play. Yuan. Sub-A noticed that Guyuina came in, and quickly lay down on the bed of Xian Bing. The board is upright, just like dead. In my mind, I was thinking, I have to think of a routine to do the strategy task. The face of northern Jiangsu's incomparable beauty caught the eye, and Guyuina's heart raised her throat. The sleeping prince. Guyuina touched Sub-A's immature face, and said to her heart, could it be that she used too much force and hurt Sub-A? Hearing this, Sub-A opened his eyes with a slight slit, and said lightly, the sleeping prince wants to wake up and needs a kiss from the princess. Sub-A's lips pressed lightly, waiting for Guyuina's deep kiss. No. Guyuina said in surprise, are you awake? You have adapted to the Xianbing bed so quickly, your talent is good. Sub-A opened his eyes, this little Nana really didn't understand the underlying meaning. Definitely need to be trained. But the current situation seems to be the weak one. Oh, I didn't get used to it. Sub-A uttered a painful sound of teeth, the body is stiff and can't move at all. Hold it up and get it. Sub-A looked at Guyuina expectantly. Hey? How to hold? Come and hug the princess. Who doesn't have a girlish heart yet? Will not. There was a blush on Guyuina's cheeks, her white arms wrapped around Sub-A's neck, but she looked awkward. Guyuina doesn't know how to hold a princess at all, she needs to be taught. Guyuina's entire body was crawling on Sub-A's body, and Sub-A moved up slightly, and the two clung to each other tightly. If other males come into contact with her in this way, they must be directly annihilated. Guyuina trembled, she felt a little shy. I don't know why, the 6-year-old child feels as if the other party is a full-blooded adult man. It's weird. Chapter 5 Caught a royal tailor to make wedding dresses. By the achievement of close hug is naturally achieved, and the host can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Chic Body Method, Lingba Weiabu. 2. Channeling Heavenly Body Method, Tianzong. 3 Songs, 3 folk songs. It's comfortable. Suobuo felt very refreshed in Guyuina's arms. How can my green girlfriend of my previous life have this fragrance? The 3 options of the system emerged in Sub-A's mind. The first 2 are survival skills rewards, and the last one is the sissy skill. If singing is good, coupled with this peerless look, should it make any woman crazy, right? However, after careful consideration, Sub-A chose Lingba Weiabu. This is Jin Yang's top-level physical skills, a must for his life. The most important thing is that the high-end atmosphere is high-grade, worthy of your own temperament. Moreover, he now has almost nothing except an incomparable face, and he always needs to show his whole cards. Nti Yunzong is 1 grade lower than Lingba Weiabu. As the name implies, the ladder cloud can make people soar on the spot, fly straight like a ladder, and jump into the sky, but they cannot fly horizontally. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lingbo's micro-stepping technique, and has been successfully empowered. The rating is a level. Suddenly, Sub-A felt his body became lighter. Lifting Lingbo's micro-steps, it was as if an I Ching 8864 hexagrams had formed under his feet. He had full control of these hexagrams, and it seemed to be clear at a glance which direction can best avoid which attack. At this time, Guyuina hugged Sub-A from the bed of Xianbing to a large rock. Released, Guyuina squeezed Sub-A's face, and a smile appeared on her cold face. Little Sub-A, soon, you will become my well-known child husband. Sub-A returned to his senses, his neck raised. Hey, you are forced to marry, don't you understand? Don't you like me? Guyuina blinked Kazilan's purple eyes, humming at Sub-A. Chapter 9. As if Sub-A dared to say that she didn't like it, she just went up with dragon claws. Sub-A said seriously, I like it or I like it, but for a reserved and conservative man like me, it feels a bit impatient to be forced into marriage at the beginning, but if you can kiss me, maybe I will accept it. It's best to stick out my tongue. Kind. Northern Jiangsu looks serious. Gu Yuina blushed after brushing her face. Just accept it with a kiss, and stick out your tongue. Is this what a 6-year-old child can say? Gu Yuina hung Subei's nose. This won't work, you can only do it when you grow up. What Bridget said, you can't do things that are too intimate with children. If Subei knew that Bridget taught Gu Yuina this way, Subei would complain, fuck, Bridget, the stumbling block to the beginning of my sister-in-law. Yuan. One day later. The tiptoes of northern Jiangsu tapped the ice spring water surface, and kept jumping, making people unpredictable. He was already basically familiar with the laws of Lingbo's microsteps. It was worthy of a systematic exercise, and it was basically done after a single injection. Why not be invincible in the world? Waiting for me to retreat for 2 years, I will blast Gu Yuina, become the dragon god Invincible Supreme, and then go out of the mountain to fight Loxing. Ugh! But it's so difficult. The task of tongue kiss has never been achieved. Northern Jiangsu scratched his head and pondered, could it be that his appearance has not reached the level of subverting the world, the sun and the moon? Although he is handsome and miserable. But it's still not enough. He didn't make the order of Douluo world handsome, which one is the most handsome? The real invincible handsome should collapse this world as soon as he crosses over. It seems that I am not the first handsome Douluo. At best, it counts as second. Subei sighed. However, I learned from Gu Yuina that this place is actually inside the iceberg mouth of the land of great treacherousness. This cold lake central land is equivalent to Gu Yuina's boudoir. Even the 7 fierce beasts dare not step in. And the innermost part of the ice lake is a large piece of ice, which is the sleeping place where Gu Yuina turned into a dragon-shaped state. Look, the smooth and clean ice surface and the crippled ice wall. Isn't it the result of the Silver Dragon King's cute little being drawn out by constant friction and sharp claws? Just when Subei was considering whether to use his light work, Lingbo's microsteps to leave the iceberg pass, and go to the outside world to get a glimpse of the prosperity. Gu Yuina flew in from the sky. Take a closer look. Behind her there was a middle-aged man with a gentle appearance. Wearing a brocade dress and a silver crown, he has the temperament of a wealthy elder. In an instant, the whole person in Subei was in a bad mood. Nana, are you going to empathize? Bring the man home. Will the next plot drive me out of the house? Or is it just eaten? Roar. Sure enough, love at first sight cannot be trusted. As if the haze of bad luck is accumulating on the top of the head, the unparalleled temperament of northern Jiangsu has been attenuated by 2 points. As it approached, Gu Yuina noticed that Subei's face was not so good, and asked concerned, "What's the matter with you? No pet name?" Even the tone of speech has changed. "I'm not in love anymore, are you? Okay, let me go." Subei Qianjun smiled and said, "No, I'm fine." Gu Yuina smiled warmly, "It's okay, come and measure the size." "Hey, measure the size." Subei's face froze. What size should be measured? Measure my size and compare with him? I rub. Such a big scale? So passionate? Moreover, I am so young now, how can I be better than him? The insult of the red humiliation. Chapter 10. God, let me wear it back. I would rather endure the humiliation of the Tauren once than face such a cruel scene. Who knows? Gu Yuina rubbed his head, of course the wedding gown for marriage. Although it's just an oath about your right to belong, you don't understand so many rules of human beings, but you always need some sense of ritual. My group of useless subordinates secretly searched the inventory of the 2 empires, but none of them found a wedding dress that suits you. There is no way, so I asked them to capture the royal tailor of the Heaven Do Empire, personally measure it, and customize it on site. This is normal. Where there is a wedding dress in the size of a 6-year-old child, there are ghosts that can be found. But it's really no one to catch the royal staff so easily. After hearing this, Sub-A understood that this size is not the other size. Cannot help but secretly scold himself as vulgar and shameless. How could a simple dragon like Nana do that kind of obscene hookup? However, it always feels weird. After the middle-aged tailor measured himself tremblingly, it suddenly dawned on Sub-A. Shouldn't I resist and let Guyuina force her marriage? How can I take it while walking, and make the road crooked? Fuck, an indulgence, how terrible. The most humble is actually the royal tailor. Originally, he was appreciating the finest works and tasting tea in the Tiendu Royal Outskirts textile factory. As a result, a black whirlwind blew him into the depths of the Stardo forest. With a concentrated look, good fellow, there are a few soul beasts towering into the mountain in front of them, their souls are all flying, and they are almost not scared to death. As a result, this group of soul beasts turned out to make their own wedding dresses. This is really a big surprise in the world. Unheard of, unseen. When I saw Sub-A at this time, although I sighed that the child looked exquisite, I couldn't help but regret it. Such a good baby will be ruined by a group of soul beasts. Although the human form of this soul beast is extremely beautiful, it can't stand the soul beast's metamorphosis. Want to marry a human child, isn't it a pervert? However, from Guyuina's words, Sub-A learned another important message. Heaven Do Empire. This shows that this is Douluo Yi's world. Because in Douluo 2, the Heaven Do Empire had split into the Heaven Soul Empire and the Douling Empire. Grasping this point, Sub-A tentatively asked the royal tailor a few more questions, and locked the current timeline as the early stage of Douluo I. In this way, it would be embarrassing. The names of many beautiful women flashed in the eyes of Sub-A. Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, Hu Lina, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Huo Wu, Bai Chen Xiang, Ye Lingling, Shui Binger, Dugagoose, Tang Yuehua, Bo Sixi. I am not the sea, I just want to give the goddesses a little love, by the way, just rewards in order to become invincible. Chapter 6 He will be your king from now on. This day, the sun is in the sky. The warm sunlight casts on the emerald green and dense trees, forming a mottled light and shadow on the ground. It was supposed that the beasts came out of their nests, and the weather for a soul beast could be found in 100 steps. But there was a very strange scene. The soul masters who went to hunt in the Stardo Great Forest all looked confused, especially those high-level soul masters who were about to be promoted to the Soul Emperor Soul Saint, or even the Soul Master. They walked in the mixed circle of the Stardo Great Forest, their cautious hearts began to relax, and finally reluctantly leaned on the tree trunk. Damn it, are all the soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest dead? It is not unusual for the area that would be attacked by the 10,000 years soul beast if you are not paying attention, and it is difficult to find a qualified one now. Slap! He slapped a 1,000-year-old wind-tailed coxcomb snake into the air, and hummed, the Stardo forest is really declining, and the snakes with 1,000-year cultivation base dare to come here. Forget it, go inside, I'm afraid you will be in the core zone. If you encounter 100,000-year soul beast, it will be troublesome. Let's go to the lunar forest and take a look. A soul master sprouts to retreat. The entire Stardo forest is ranked according to the degree of danger, the terrible land, the core area, the mixed circle, and the outer circle. The marginal area of the outer circle is basically active for 10-year spirit beasts and 100-year spirit beasts, so it is the place of enlightenment for mainland spirit masters, and most spirit masters hunt spirit rings in the outer circle in the early stage. The mixed circle is the place where the traces of the 1,000-year soul beast and the 10,000-year soul beast are common, and it is the transition zone between the real world of humans and the soul beast. Even a titled Douluo didn't dare to trespass without authorization. Because in the core circle, there are all 10,000-year soul beasts, and there are even 100,000-year soul beasts. The one that everyone knows and fears most is the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. As for the sky blue bull python and the 7 fierce beasts, they are not feared by humans, because they are not often active in the sight of humans, so they have no sense of existence. Speaking of this, the prestige of the Titan Great Ape is actually that this product has ADHD and hates evil. Often rushing to and fro in the Douluo Great Forest, and nosy in the mixed circle, there are not few humans who encounter hunting spirit rings. It would be okay if the soul beasts that were killed were ugly, but if the soul beasts were to be destroyed, the Titan Great Ape would have to slap them into flying colors. In this way, who would dare to be presumptuous? Therefore, the name of the Titan Great Ape is very famous in the human world. Chapter 11. But they didn't know that this pretty boy was the weakest 100,000-year-old soul beast in the inner circle. Some of these soul masters do not believe in evil, and go deep into the mixed circle. When I arrived at Xingu, I looked from a distance, but I still didn't see a suitable 10,000 years soul beast. They couldn't help but slumped on the grass, complaining, "I'm afraid that it was not a seizure super Douluo who carried out a massacre in the Douluo Great Forest. This is empty. I am afraid that the Spirit Master world will also decline. Every time a Spirit Master reaches 9 levels, he will reach a bottleneck period, and he needs to draw the strength of the Spirit Beast to break through the limit, which is the so-called Spirit Ring." Wrong. A Soul Master with good eyesight looked around, only to see a dense cluster of soul beasts in the distance. Swim in the lake, fly in the sky, build a long vine bridge and climb slowly. Okay, many 10,000-year soul beasts. Shocked. All stunned. Then came back to his senses. Run, run quickly. Hey, don't hunt for the spirit ring anymore. Hunt for a fur. If so many soul beasts are discovered, we will undoubtedly die. Beast Tide, this is the Beast Tide. It was not just a group of soul masters who saw this magnificent scene. The human beings who went to the Douluo Great Forest today saw a more or less vision. But no one knows. Today is the wedding day of the soul and beast CO owner. In the great fierce land, headed by 7 fierce beasts, behind them thousands of 10,000-year soul beasts lined up in an orderly manner. Most of the 10,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo Great Forest gathered, and those with a low cultivation base or those who arrived late could only be soaked in water. The whole place of the big evil has been decorated very beautifully. The flowers are flying all over the sky, and there is a corridor of ancient trees with ivy and vines. Lanzhou Xingu chants cannons, and vanilla is in full bloom to welcome newcomers. Ditian was full of sadness. Damn it, the goddess-like figure in the Lord is going to marry a human. And still a kid. The Lord wants to raise him as a child husband. Even if you are an 800,000-year-old super soul beast, you dare not develop a trace of covetousness towards the Lord. What's more tragic is that there are only 2 dragons in the entire horrible land except for the Lord. Self and Zig. That Long Xiao came as the burden of the salute effect, and it fell on him like this. Dishan felt very humiliated. The dignified beast has fallen to this point. I want to see who it is that can actually fascinate the Lord. Ditian hummed in his heart. Immediately Bridget gave him a look, indicating that the Lord is about to appear on the stage, and quickly greeted him with a long xiao. Roar, roar. Ditian was extremely helpless. I saw Guyuina wearing a red wedding gown, wearing a phoenix crown and golden hairpin, with a different style and very beautiful. If there are literati this year, it is not a poem. Want to be the bride's heart itch, beautiful and white skin. The red dress is pitiful and soft, and the pears are tender and fragrant. Half happy, half angry, unable to breathe out, I fell into a dream. Tian Gong rewarded the beloved, forced marriage and good call to raise Tong Jun. Sub-A clasped Guyuina's catkins tightly, and the beasts in front of him resonated, surrendering to them, and uttered awe. It is really spectacular. She really deserves to be Douluo's richest woman, her appeal is so powerful. Meet the Lord. Those soul beasts who gave birth to wisdom and knew a little bit of human language said one after another. However, those who have not achieved the spiritual wisdom and have a shallower cultivation base are whispering and bowing their heads. Guyuina snorted, "Today, summoning 10,000 beasts to the court is nothing major, just to announce one thing." The 7 fierce beasts looked at each other. Marriage is not a major event, so what is a major event? Guyuina looked down upon the beasts and shook Subei's hand. "This child, from today onwards, will be my child's foster husband. When he is an adult, he will be my husband, and he will act as a husband and wife. Any soul beast must not be disrespectful to him. From today, he will be your king." The 7 fierce beasts listened to the order. Guyuina said coldly. The 7 fierce beasts all bow forward. "Yes." Guyuina said, "Seeing him in the future is the same as seeing me. Whoever dares to disrespect him, I will cut him off, and whoever dares to harm him, I shall cut him off." Chapter 12. You all have to protect him, understand? Guyuina glanced at Bridget secretly, and said to her heart, "I should be right?" It's exactly the same as Bridget taught. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Bridget's cheeks, and she said in her heart, "My lord, I am letting your majesty bloom, not this sturdy, so tough. Yes. We will do our best to protect the king. Meet the king." The soul beasts paid homage to Subei one after another. Hearing this, Subei's entire body seemed to be misty and vague. The combination of these soul beasts in front of them is the most powerful force in this world. My starting point is really high. One word, cool. But why is the expression in Dityan secretly turning his eyes weird? Nzig. Damn, she kept Chen King secretly, she doesn't like herself too? Bridget. Bridget's eyes are so gentle. Why are these sturdy soul beasts showing soft light one by one, so weird? Yuan. Ask for recommendation tickets for collection. Chapter 7 Getting the Dragon's Favorite Kiss. Successful forced marriage, officially became Guyuina's adorable husband, and received a reward, the first soul skill of the Dragon God's Gate. Summon the dragon pet chick to kiss and fight. The age of the soul ring can be increased, up to the limit of the host's body. The current limit is 500 years, yellow. Guyuina total strategy value, 50. In the terrible place, the voice of the system resounded in Subei's mind. The color of the spirit ring changes according to the age, usually, 10 years of white, 100 years of yellow, 1,000 years of purple, 10,000 years of black, 100,000 years of red, and millions of years of gold. Chi Kiss, the 9th son of the dragon, has the image of a dragon head and a fish body. The sayings "carp jumps over the dragon gate" and "the person who climbs into the dragon" all originated here. The most important thing is that Chi Kiss belongs to a divine beast. It's awesome. The first spirit ability is to summon the beast Chi Kiss. Can you still get it behind? Because Subei has the blood of the bright dragon king, his physical strength is remarkable. It has almost reached the limit of the first spirit ring of an ordinary spirit master, but there is room for improvement. But it is worth noting that the phrase that the age of the spirit ring can be increased, which means that as the spirit power level of northern Jiangsu increases, the spirit ring has the opportunity to increase simultaneously, and the power brought by each spirit ring can be maximized. Being able to play with girls happily, and gaining powerful strength and protection, compared with the modern social animal life, northern Jiangsu feels like a dog in the previous life. Guyuina was satisfied with the cooperation of the spirit beasts. Those who are dissatisfied are all taught a lesson. If you don't cooperate, you have to cooperate. Turning to look at Subei, Guyuina's eyes softened. From now on, you will be my husband. I am determined to wander around and be unrestrained in the world. How can I just get married like this? How can the weddings held by the soul beasts be counted? There has been no soul beast etiquette since ancient times. Every soul beast combination comes in the spring season. High-level spirit beasts are mostly abstinents, let alone take it seriously. Immediately after the declaration of the ownership of Sube, Guyuina asked Dityen and other fierce beasts something, and then took Sube back to the ice bed. To be honest, northern Jiangsu is a little nervous. Although this is an ice bed, it is not the kind of bed that is soft and comfortable to roll up, but it is also a bed. Sitting on it with a girl is still a bit embarrassing. Guyuina said, I will fall into a deep sleep soon to quickly restore my strength. During this period, if you have any difficulties, you can ask Dishan and Bridget for help. You are now the king of the beasts. That power. Sleeping. Sube was overjoyed, and suddenly remembered that Guyuina had suffered a lot from escaping from the god realm, and she was seriously injured, so she naturally needed to rest and recuperate. It's just that when Guyuina fell asleep, she definitely couldn't get the relevant system rewards for the time being. But the point was that after Guyuina fell asleep, she had the opportunity to sneak out and take a look at this huge Douluo world. Get free body. Otherwise, with the cold and domineering style of Guyuina, she would never have the opportunity to take care of the other goddesses in Douluo continent, so what's the use of the system? Thinking of this, Sube suddenly nodded, Nana, rest assured, I will definitely help you manage this gang of gangsters, no, gangsters. Guyuina smiled faintly. Immediately, slender fingers gathered around Sube's handsome face, and his delicate lips were printed on Sube's face. Don't worry, I will regain my strength as soon as possible, try to wake up as soon as possible, be with you forever, protect you well, no one will dare to bully you. Well, I'll wait for you. Northern Jiangsu made a promise, but couldn't help but scream inwardly. Being a scumbag is really ignorant, but it's so exciting. This drop of blood, with my noble dragon essence, can deter 10,000 soul beasts whenever necessary. Guyuina condensed a drop of blood and escaped into Sube's eyebrows. At this moment, Guyuina stepped into the huge ice cave, her beautiful figure gradually getting bigger, becoming a fearful silver dragon, entrenched in the depths of the ice. The cold eyes slowly closed and fell into a deep sleep. Oh yes! Chapter 13. In an instant, Sube danced and writhed crazily on the ice, as if a fairy boy was dancing in a disco, which was quite weird. Chong chong, the world is big and I am free to go. Chong chong chong, I am the biggest one of the 7 fierce beasts. Chong chong chong, go back to the human world to find a girl to play with. Confirming that Guyuina had fallen into a deep sleep, Sube used Lingbo to step on the rock wall with slight steps, swiftly walking like flying away from the wall. Soon he rushed out of the ice mouth and embraced the spring breeze. Beautiful Douluo world, I'm here in Sube. A smear of oil on the soles of Sube's feet, a chic figure flying in the air. Wow, the king's body is so good. The demon spirit hid in the shade of the 10,000 demon king, and heard the wind change. Then Sube stepped on gossip and was hitting the body of the mad Dityen. Ouch! The scales of the Emperor Tian were extremely hard, and as soon as Sube's forehead hit it, it suddenly turned red and purple, and a bag appeared. Poor Sube District 11th level Spirit Master, if Dityen's current cultivation is all converted into the combat power of the Spirit Master, it would be a 98th level Super Douluo, at least, no matter how Sube can handle the roughness. In the world of Douluo, starting at level 0, every 10 levels thereafter and absorbing spirit rings are a big realm, which are as follows. Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Venerable, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Soul Contra, titled Douluo, God. Among them, after the titled Douluo, level 95 to level 98 can be called Super Douluo, and level 99 is Ultimate Douluo. Kings. Bridget turned into a green light and came over to catch the gold star. He couldn't tell the north, south, east, and north of Sube, and asked with concern, My lord, are you okay? At the same time, Bridget looked at Sube's face and couldn't help but sigh. This human child is really cute. No wonder the Lord can't hold it back. If I find out first, I'm afraid I want to wait for him to grow up and spend a spring night with him. However, if I can have such a good-looking child, it would be very happy, right? From Subé's eyes, Bridget's soft gaze was really like a mother's care. This reassuring and gentle look makes people want to curl up in their mother's arms like a lamb. So safe. Subé touched his forehead. It hurts. Shook his head and said, I'm fine. Damn, I almost forgot that the group of spirit beasts were still guarding outside. I saw that Dishan didn't realize that he had knocked Subé down, and he was still twisting wildly in the air, roaring, like a love-lost licking dog and roaring up to the sky. A long enchanting woman with a fiery figure twisted her buttocks and walked over. The king is so good-looking, it's no wonder that the master who hates humans is uncharacteristically. My sister is very excited when she sees it. Zig bowed her waist and teased Subé Deo. Subé glanced at him, and his nosebleed almost came out. It's so big, it's too big. I saw a gap leaping forward, and the faintness was more than its depth and its end. Bridget covered Zig's exposed position and blamed, the king is still young, and humans are still ignorant at this age. Don't instill these bad things into the king. Immediately, she hugged Subé and pressed it into her arms. Okay. Zig hummed in her nose and picked Subé's chin. The Lord is sleeping in the icy spring, and I will go back too. If the king misses my sister, he will come to see me in Heilong Yuan over there. My sister has fun. Oh. Zig shook her chest, and immediately turned into a regional dragon and flew away. Junxiang followed closely, violently leaping, shaking the ground, leaving only one sentence, the king has something to order, this bear is naturally obliged. The Scarlet King stepped on the fire in the area, seemingly respectful and said, I have been ordered to guard important positions, and I will leave first. Soon, the 7 fierce beasts all left, leaving only Bridget and Dityen present. Those 10,000-year soul beasts summoned by Guyuina also returned to their nests and returned to their respective territories. Bridget smiled faintly, and condensed a drop of green liquid on Subé's forehead, spreading a warm healing power. After a while, the bloodshot wound in northern Jiangsu healed quickly, as if nothing had happened. Subé touched and gave Bridget a thumbs up, thank you. Bridget smiled and looked at Emperor Tian, you tiger? Are you not here to apologize to the king? Yuan. Ask for recommendation tickets for collection. Chapter 8 starting with Sky Blue Bovine Python. The dragon and the human doll apologized for the tens of thousands of years I lived. How can it be repaired? Dityen murmured, very aggrieved. As the number 1 king under the Silver Dragon King, as the number 1 soul beast under the gods, why should he bow to humans so much? Hey, Lord, are you okay? Blame the deity's thick skin, I'm afraid it hurts. The emperor is standing there, it is imposing, it is the image of the emperor of 9 heavens. If he is serious, it is like this. It's okay, no problem. Subé smiled softly and didn't care about it. He was not an old man to touch porcelain. It's just that my brain twitched, and I went into a seizure. Does it feel like Dishan speaks yin and yang strangely? Chapter 14. Is he a little jealous of how handsome he is? Dityen's thick eyebrows wrinkled together, only to realize that the other fierce beasts had run away, and said angrily. Thousands of years of friendship are in vain, and the Lord's retreat will return to their nests. If you unite a little, the soul beasts of the Star Do Great Forest are still being slaughtered by humans? Come and eat one. Well, the king is still there. Bridget glanced at Dityen faintly, feeling that it shouldn't say this in front of Subé. Subé scratched his head and smiled and said, what he said is correct. What? Both Bridget and Dityen looked at Subé in surprise. Only then did North Jiangsu realize, hey? It seems that I am also a human, so I should stand on the side of humans and think about it. Subconsciously, Northern Jiangsu viewed the situation of humans and spirit beasts in Douluo from the perspective of an outsider, so he didn't react at all. I mean, the soul beast is indeed very powerful, very powerful. Sub-A gave Dishan a thumbs up. Dishan, you are really good. You have a bright future with Nana, come on. Suddenly, Dityen was stunned, nodded stupidly, and immediately realized that it was wrong. Dityen stared at Sub-A Road. It is said that human beings can awaken the spirit of martial arts when they are 6 years old. I just seem to feel the aura of the dragon race in you, the king. I wonder if you can show me the spirit of the king? It can be said that it is possible, but I let you see, you have to promise me a request. Sub-A thought for a while, and agreed. Dishan also agreed very readily, as long as there is no harm to the Lord, that's fine. Good. Sub-A's feet were tight, and a pure white halo appeared behind him, with many exquisite reliefs hanging on it, forming a mighty dragon. Dityen looked at this dragon pattern deeply, and was in awe. It is even more amazing. He is the #1 dragon under the gods today, and there is a dragon that makes him fearful? Sure enough, it is a very peculiar martial soul, no wonder the Lord is in love with you, but it is far from enough to get my Dishan's recognition. Dityen slapped his tongue. Although the Lord had instructed that they could not hurt Sub-A and also protect him, it did not mean that they would believe in Sub-A wholeheartedly. To put it bluntly, where is such a kid qualified? Northern Jiangsu is a bit speechless. Said that I care about the same, you are not a goddess. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Sub-A Road. Say your wish, I will definitely satisfy you. This deity is the strongest person in this Star-Do Great Forest except for the Lord. Dityen raised his head proudly. I want you to help me call the Sky Blue Cattle Python and the Titan Great Ape. Northern Jiangsu said lightly. In fact, he was searching for these two goods when the 10,000 beasts gathered. But there are too many soul beasts, and the terrain here is rugged, making it hard to find. So Sub-A can only find the Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape by living in the hands of Emperor Tian. As for what they were looking for, of course it was not only for the two soul beasts, but for one of Douluo's goddesses. Xiao Wu. As one of the hottest cartoons in modern times, Douluo has certainly been involved in North Jiangsu. But to determine the specific time point, it would be better to start with Xiao Wu. First, as the heroine of the original novel, Xiao Wu has a clear timeline, which can be judged from her age of transformation. Second, Xiao Wu is also a soul beast, and Sub-A Hailabula is also Guyuina's titular little husband. Isn't it easy to find a rabbit? We have a relationship. Guyuina fell asleep, she couldn't touch her in a short time, she always needed an object, didn't she? If Xiao Wu is still in the Star-Do Great Forest, then… Tang San, I'm sorry, your wife, I'm going to cut her hair. Azure Bull Python and Titan Great Ape. Dityen obviously hesitated for a while, and couldn't remember these two characters for a while, but Bridget reminded, the Sky Blue Bull Python is the guardian of the Star Lake, and the Titan Giant Ape is the patrol of the core area. Dityen suddenly realized, it's the two of them. The Sky Green Cow Python guards the Star Lake, protecting the soul beasts and humans from outside from entering the Star Lake, thus setting foot in the land of great evil. The Titan Great Ape is to maintain the order of the forest. The two cannot leave without authorization. It's strange, how did the king know the existence of the two of them? Dityen was puzzled and hummed, what are you looking for? Sub-A said indifferently, you can't control it anymore. Dityen's face sank, this little kid couldn't help it. Okay, I'll call it for you. Dityen didn't believe it. His 800,000 year cultivation base, and after 8 calamities, his charm was no better than 2 soul beasts that were about 100,000 years old? So that's great. Dityen summoned a turtle in the sea-bottom lake, and went to the edge of the Star Lake to look for the Sky Blue Cow Python and the Giant Ape. Yuan. An hour later. More than 100 meters long, like a giant dragon, it swims quickly in the Star Lake. Chapter 15. Sitting on its backpack is a pretty dark boy. Liang's huge body was pressed against the sky blue bull python, almost letting its body sink several meters underwater, trembling. Snorted. I'm afraid the potential meaning is, Erming, you should lose weight, this python will not move you anymore. Wow! Boom! The body of the sky green bull python, which covered the sky and covered the sun, emerged from the Star Lake, and then the giant ape leaped and landed on the island. The azure bull python was the first to speak, leader Dishan, senior Bridget. Dishan was raised by the dragon clan since he was a child, travelled all over the Douluo continent, and was the spokesperson of the soul beast. And Bridget and Dityen are almost contemporaries, and they are naturally the predecessors of the sky blue bull pythons. Dityen and Bridget nodded and introduced, you know the matter of the Lord getting married. He is the king, and he is looking for you. The sky green cow python looked at Sube with white light eyes, and he whispered, I felt the Lord's dragon power in him. Guyuina's dragon blood must have played a role in suppressing it. Sube performed light work, reached the top of the sky green cow python's head, and touched its two big horns. When I watched anime before, I thought that if these two horns were broken off to make soup and drink, it would be very smooth now. The sky green cow python is full of embarrassment. King, please respect yourself, these two horns are private parts. The king, the king. The corners of Dishan's mouth twitched, you called it, maybe it's just to touch its horns, right? I also have horns, or dragon horns. Why don't you touch me? Do you look down on me? Of course not. It's more important to find Xiaowu in northern Jiangsu to converge. Yuan. Ask for recommendation tickets for collection. Chapter 9 Yu Xiaowu. Stardo Great Forest Mixed Circle. A boy with an extremely delicate appearance was walking in the jungle. Behind him was a soul beast that looked like a hill, and was completely dark, with magma-like patterns flowing between the black skins. In order to protect the safety of northern Jiangsu, the Titan Great Ape was ordered to personally him to the place where Xiaowu lived. Dishan felt that it was a burden to Sube, but because of the Lord's order, he dared not disrespect him. At this time, he sensed that the independence consciousness of northern Jiangsu was strong, and Emperor Tian wished to keep his eyes off his eyes. This fits Sube's thinking very well. In this pile of soul beasts, one's own beauty is not the most perfect expression. A group of old beasts who have no aesthetics, do not know how to appreciate. I was also trying to sneak into the province of Fanos next door. In the province of Fanos, the border is close to the Stardo Great Forest, where Tang San's original development point is. The Titan Great Ape is not obscure, but the long one is really safe. From the mouth of the sky green cow python, Xiaowu has transformed and is still living in the Stardo forest. In other words, according to the description of the sky green bull python, Xiaowu has not yet reached 7 years of human age, about the same age as herself. Hey! The Titan Great Ape hummed hot gas from his huge nostrils and squatted in front of Sube, motioning him to climb onto his shoulders. Sube grabbed the rough skin of the Titan Great Ape, jumped up, and successfully climbed to its back. One thing to say is that the skin of the azure bull python is much smoother than that of the Titan Great Ape. Worthy of being a loach spirit. Boom! The body of the Titan Great Ape is more than 10 meters, plus his strong limbs. He made a light leap and flew out dozens of meters away. Sube tightly grasped the skin groove on the Titan Great Ape, and would be shaken out by the violent bumps if he didn't pay attention. See how handsome the people who fought with the prehistoric behemoths in the movie. In fact, northern Jiangsu was not feeling well at this time. The forest was lush and leafy, and the Titan Great Ape was a macho, who rushed in regardless of the terrain, and a pitiful young man in northern Jiangsu was made quite embarrassed. Finally, I stopped at a quiet location in the mixed area. There was a green radish field in front of me, and blue-silver grasses growing in full bloom. Northern Jiangsu looked for a clear stream, washed his face, and thought, if I take a bottle of modern herbicide, can Tang San be killed? It is estimated to be difficult. After all, the blue-silver emperor has the name of the undead plant king. As the saying goes, wildfires are endless, spring breeze blows and regenerates. Ming, stay there first and don't walk around. I see there is a hot spring here, so take a bath first. The Titan Great Ape snorted in response. Sub-A grabbed his own clothes, and they were all messed up, nothing more than green leaves. Although the appearance does not decrease but increases, it is in harmony with nature. But thinking back to now, it has been a few days since I stepped into the Douluo continent. Except for the day when Guyuina declared his sovereignty in front of the beasts, she didn't seem to have bathed. Perhaps it is that the body always exudes natural charm, not smelly at all, so Sub-A didn't care either. When I think about it at this moment, I feel a little uncomfortable. The body is elegant, and Sub-A steps on a few slippery rocks, but it does not affect the balance of the body. Who is it? Chapter 16. Just as Sub-A was about to take off his clothes and dive into the warm water pool to have fun, a crisp sound came along with the sound of splashing water. There was a bit of doubt, a bit of anger, and a bit of defensiveness in this voice. I saw a pretty young girl leaping out of the spring, holding her simple clothes to cover her key parts. Her long wet black hair was scattered like a waterfall, her pretty little face was flushed with jewel-like dew, and her watery eyes were filled with sullen anger. The look was a little flustered. This place is her residence. There has never been a human being, but suddenly a boy appears, and she is still half-hearted. Can we not panic? But he didn't want to, so Sub-A's eyes lit up. The girl's appearance was very familiar, and then the system's voice sounded. Check in the goddess Xiao Wu, get a C-level reward and choose one of 3. 1. Permanent increase in strength by 10%. 2. 10% permanent increase in speed. 3. Permanent increase in defense power by 10%. Sub-A can be regarded as a clear recognition, the more intimate, the more special behavior in order to get better rewards. For example, when you are forced to marry by Guyuina, you get the Gate of the Dragon that can summon ancient dragons, the bloodline of the Bright Dragon King, and you also get the first soul skill of summoning Pet Chi Kiss. Of course, these 3 check-in rewards are also very good. You can double your strength exponentially with more check-ins. It's just slightly low-grade in comparison. After thinking about it, Northern Jiangsu chose the speed increase, and the effect is better when used with Lingbo microstep. Immediately, Sub-A returned to his senses, followed the jade feet, climbed across the white plain, and reached a looming secluded forest. His face turned red, and he immediately turned his back and said in a trembled voice, Xiao Wu, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were taking a shower here, you should put on your clothes first. North Jiangsu's heart is lofty, starting in 3 years, the highest death penalty. Why need Sub-A to remind? Xiao Wu naturally put on her clothes quickly, and before she could get her hair, she saw her Xiaoman twisted her waist and jumped out of a graceful arc in the air. Xiao Wu was annoyed by the boy's rudeness in her heart, but seeing that he had sincerely admitted his mistake just now, it was strange to look good, not like a bad person. The kick was turned into a tangled kick, and the legs were clamped to lock Sub-A's neck. The huge inertia caught Sub-A off guard. With a muffled hum, the two rolled several times on the grass by the spring. This posture is very weird. Xiao Wu's white and tender calf was wrapped around Sub-A's neck, and he only had to twist it slightly to make Sub-A painful, and if he was killed, he would be able to break Sub-A's neck. Xiao Wu hummed, "Who are you? Why are you peeping at me? Why you know my name, say." Xiao Wu tightened her legs, making Sub-A feel that her cavity was being strongly squeezed, and a sense of suffocation emerged. Sure enough to be the eldest sister of Notting College, how can ordinary people resist this force and spirit? Subconsciously, he used his hands to pull Xiao Wu's legs so that he could breathe better. But before she could speak, Xiao Wu's face turned even redder. The hot palm covered her cold and smooth skin, which made the beast ashamed. Indecent! Xiao Wu released a waist bow, rolled 2 somersaults in the air, and tweeted. Su Bei was stunned and said hello all over his face. What am I doing to be indecent? This opening with Xiao Wu made it hard for me to tease myself. Have you ever seen such a good-looking naughty child? It really is. Su Bei touched his neck. Xiao Wu's fragrant scent still remained on his body. Seeing the package that Xiao Wu had placed next to him, Su Bei asked helplessly, Are you planning to leave the Star Do Great Forest and go to the human world? Xiao Wu's little heart raised it, and said in surprise, You, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What does this boy mean? He knows he is like a soul beast. Don't panic, I'm not malicious. Su Bei smiled, My name is Su Bei. Ming brought me to find you. Ming. So, are you really peeping? Xiao Wu said with arms akimbo. Of course. Su Bei smiled bitterly. This. Xiao Wu looked around Su Bei for a few times, squeezing her chin and said, I think you are so good looking, you shouldn't be a bad person. No wonder Ming didn't slap you down and brought you to me. Needless to say, the beauty of northern Jiangsu is naturally. If you look at it from human aesthetics, 9 out of 10 girls will be amazed, and one of them will just poke their hearts and feel dizzy with excitement. However, from the perspective of the soul beast, Su Bei is at best long, very pleasing and lovely, and very friendly. If there is any strong attraction of the opposite sex, it is obviously nonsense. Of course, except for high-wisdom soul beasts, such as Guyuina, 10 fierce beasts, and transforming soul beasts. Su Bei scratched Xiao Wu's nose, Ming doesn't dare to hurt me. Although I am a human, I was born from the land of great evil, and I have been recognized by the most powerful soul beast. Then you must be very good. Xiao Wu leaned in front of Su Bei, Kaya Shengshen's face matched with Junyi's face. She knew the existence of the Great Sorrow, but she had never been to it. The Great Ferocious Land can only be entered with the permission of a soul beast of the ferocious beast rank. Even the Azure Bull Python and Titan Great Ape did not dare to overstep without authorization. If you disturb the rest of the big beasts, the consequences will be disastrous. Chapter 17. Ask for recommendation tickets for collection. Chapter 10 Punishment and Reward. Then we should try, if you can beat me, I will reluctantly forgive you. At this age, Su Bei stood up almost as tall as Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu was already swinging and attacking. A pair of big eyes stared at Su Bei with piercing eyes. This is really interesting. She didn't bother Su Bei looking at her body and wanted to kill or cut her, nor did she chase herself to be responsible, but wanted to discuss with him. In fact, as a soul beast, Xiao Wu was originally ignorant of these proprieties, justice and shame, and the only teaching was from her mother. And her mother had been hunted by Bibi Dong and absorbed as a spirit ring. This resulted in Xiao Wu lacking a human leader after her transformation was successful, and it was Ming Erming who acted as a daddy and a nanny that brought her to grow up. Xiao Wu didn't understand human civilization until he entered the human world, and a huge change took place. It is precisely because of this natural ignorance and lack of teaching that it does not obscure the physical boundaries of men and women. So in the original novel, Xiao Wu entered Notting College without any scruples, and he was willing to sleep with Tang San in the same bed. At most it was just an extra 38th line. But with Xiao Wu's temperament, these 38th lines are different from none. It's not bad to be a normal girl and enter school for the first time. It's not bad if you don't want to cry at home at night and think about your parents. Where is the boldness to sleep in a bed with a stranger boy? One more point is worth noting. Tang San wasn't handsome when he was a child, so why didn't Xiao Wu find someone else to sleep with Tang San instead? Wouldn't it be fragrant to find a handsome kid? Whether it is a soul beast or a human, there should be a heart for beauty, right? The reason was that Xiaowu was in the form of a soul beast and didn't adapt to human aesthetics at first. When she gradually saw more and the aesthetic line was aligned with the baseline of humans, Tang San began to become handsome again. And the spirit beast world follows the mechanism of the weak and the strong. The standard for choosing a mate is naturally the stronger the better, and the children of Notting College. It's hard to explain in a word. They are all mediocrities, and even the king of the King's Hall beasts, the king of war tigers, can't resist beating. Only Tang San could fight himself. The big baby in the garbage is certainly more outstanding. Xiaowu didn't have a choice, so she could only play with Tang San, and finally gave birth to true feelings. As a result, this servant turned out to be the son of the plain, an infinite wizard. Thinking of this, Subei's eyes gradually became clear from the dimness. This explains why Xiaowu still bears the heart to beat him when he is so handsome. Okay, but since it's a competition, why don't you set a penalty reward, how about it? Subei said. Xiaowu stood slender legs side by side, scratching her head and asking, what punishment and reward? If you lose, then you have to kiss me. Humph, I won't lose, what if I win? Xiaowu hummed arrogantly. Now, I am the most fair and just person. If you win, then I will feel wronged and kiss you. North Jiangsu is serious nonsense. Xiaowu was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, does it make any difference? It makes no difference. Well then, look at the trick. Xiaowu didn't even refute, but her face showed a bit of excitement. This boy made her feel very friendly. It was an indescribable feeling. If the strength was also strong, it would be a treasure. Before North Jiangsu could react, Xiaowu knelt up, her toes popped out swiftly, and hit Subei's chin. If this is kicked, his face will be crooked. Subei's heart trembled and dodged to the side in a hurry. This little Nazai is good everywhere. The person is beautiful and has a pair of beautiful long legs. He is affectionate and dedicated, willing to die for his lover. It's just a little bit violent. But it's harmless. Whether you lose or lose, it doesn't seem to be a loss. But Subei did not want to be beaten. Therefore, there was wind at the feet of Subei, and Lingbo unfolded slightly to let Xiaowu chase him, but he couldn't touch Subei's body. In fact, Subei was also panicked, Xiaowu's speed was faster than he believed. If she didn't pay attention, she would really be locked in by her. Because Xiaowu was born with the characteristics of a soft-bone rabbit. 10 minutes later. Subei, Xiaowu, if you are tired, just comment. You will only hide. Xiaowu stomped straight on the spot. Then you still can't beat me, if you lose, give me a kiss. Subei shook his body and patted Xiaowu on the shoulder. When she turned her head, Subei's figure appeared in front again. Kind of fun. Chapter 18. However, Subei's expression was restrained, and the straight man behavior was on the line again, and he quickly suppressed it. But you didn't win either. Xiaowu muttered. Then bring your face together. Xiaowu's sly eyes rolled, and he waved to northern Jiangsu. Hearing this, the northern part of Jiangsu heard that there was no wariness. What he thought was that if Xiaowu kissed him, he would get a reward. When he got closer to the strong, he could also experience the fragrance of the goddess. As a result, when Xiaowu's lips touched Subei's handsome face, he bit down, and the painful Subei screamed. When Xiaowu let go, 2 rabbit teeth marks appeared on that face. Xiaowu realized that her strategy had succeeded, and immediately her whole body drooped on Subei's body. Now let's see how you run. Subei rubs his face. Generally speaking, a dog's mouth bites a person. This rabbit's mouth is not weak. Subei said helplessly, then I lose, I can kiss you. Humph. Xiaowu tilted her head and moved her face to Subei, but you can't bite me. After a few minutes of fierce chasing, the water on Xiaowu's body was replaced by sweat, and the strands of her hair stuck to her skin, and her cheeks were red and alluring. Loli is indeed very beautiful. Do you think I am you? Yuyudao in northern Jiangsu, he doesn't have the tendency of violent love, but leaves a gentle kiss on Xiaowu's face, leaving a beautiful first experience for each other. Xiaowu felt a strange flow of heat surging in her body, and her heart thumped wildly, like a little deer was bumping wildly. Xin said, "Is this the emotion that Mom said only humans have?" In Sub-A's mind, the option to check in again appeared. Sub-A still chose speed. In this way, even if the spirit master of the agile attack system was in front of him, he might not be able to touch his clothes. When fighting, he only needs to summon Qi to kiss the enemy in front of him, and protect himself wisely. Yuan. An hour later, Sub-A succeeded in cutting Hu, and Xiaowu recognized herself as her brother. He exhausted his entire life, using all the skills of his sisters that he had seen on the internet before on Xiaowu. Like what? 3 words, warm her all day, smashed. Sorry, I took the wrong script. In short, the positive image of the opening in Xiaowu's eyes was settled. Sub-A took a look and noticed that although the Titan Great Ape could not bear loneliness and restlessness, he still stayed where he was. The subconscious arm pushed back, as if holding on to something. I picked it up and found it was a red sandalwood comb. Before North Jiangsu took a closer look, Xiaowu snatched it away. My comb. This is the one left by Xiaowu's mother, right? Sub-A touched Xiaowu's head and was almost done. Sub-A faintly smiled and said, Xiaowu, shall I comb your hair? Xiaowu blinked, as if he had heard something incredible, and asked, Brother Bei, do you love Xiaowu? This is really asking North Jiangsu. A scumbag can only talk about love, not worthy of love. Xiaowu shook her head and said, Xiaowu still doesn't understand what love is, so she can't let people comb her hair yet. If you insist, you must comb Xiaowu's hair, but it will take a lifetime to comb. Xiaowu muttered her little mouth, which was really cute, but also a little sad. Xiaowu held the comb and recalled what her mother had said to her. Love is a catastrophe. For you, you will be willing to give everything, even if the catastrophe is over. At that time Xiaowu replied stupidly, It's terrible, I will hide far away. My mother said, Silly boy, the shower won't wet the swan's wings. When it comes, you can't avoid it. So far, Xiaowu especially doesn't understand the meaning of this passage. I just remember clearly what my mother said. A woman can only have one man comb her hair in her life. Mom blesses you, and hope that one day, you can find the man who truly loves each other and is willing to comb your hair. Yuan. Brothers and sisters, the contract has been sent out. It is estimated that the status of the contract will be changed in 2 or 3 days, and it will be added and changed at that time. Go. The recommended tickets are here, and a wave of collections. I looked at Xiaowu who was naked. Xiaowu, if you become my wife, I will return your clothes. Xiaowu blushed, looking at my loyal and handsome face, nodded and agreed, I don't need any clothes, too. Take it off. Me. Rogue Rabbit, tap it. Chapter-1-1 Strategies Iao. Because of Guyuina's forced marriage at the beginning, Sub-A felt the pleasure of being chased by the goddess. It's the kind of, and it's stimulated very passively. Chapter 19. At this time, Xiaowu didn't lose her mind because of her appearance. Instead, she showed herself the knack for asking for the promise of true love. Sub-A felt the deep malice of the raiders. Suddenly feel that Guyuina is so beautiful. Powerful and beautiful, they might be able to split into 2 big beauties with very different personalities, Guyu and Gu-Na, and together they will become Guyuina. Marrying a Guyuina is worth 3 goddesses. How about going back and sleeping with her by myself, and beautifying her face? My dear Xiaolonglong made a forced marriage plan with you, sworn sovereignty, and then fell into a deep sleep, which is really irresponsible. Otherwise, Sub-A would be aggrieved outside, and he would have to run back to the place where he was fierce and pounce into Guyuina's chest for comfort. However, Xiao Wu's reaction was also normal. After all, in terms of spiritual wisdom, Guyuina, as a god, possessed high wisdom and godhead, and was well developed. And Xiao Wu can only be regarded as a fledgling, not yet in love. Love. Sub-A murmured in his heart, love comes too fast like a tornado, it cannot escape without the storm. Sub-A bit his teeth, put his arms around Xiao Wu's body, pointed his fingers towards the soft cat, and said lightly. Of course, my mother also told me that combing a girl's hair must be done for a lifetime. In our human world, this is called responsibility. Responsible. Xiao Wu arched into Sub-A's arms. It turns out that the boy's body is so comfortable and warm. No wonder her mother said that love cannot be avoided. Yes, I will help you comb your hair, and you will be my sister. I worked hard and created a relationship between the sexes. From now on, we will be a family that loves each other. This is responsibility. Sub-A stated in a serious manner, of course, the relationship between the sexes is equal, so I will take care of you in the future, so you have to be responsible to me. Xiao Wu was so dizzy by Sub-A that she always felt that the boy was weird. But what he said makes sense. How to be responsible? Xiao Wu blushed, I can protect you too. If anyone dares to bully you, I will help you teach him. No, no, no. Sub-A squeezed Xiao Wu's face and said lightly, as a younger sister, you have to be loyal to your elder brother. You can't get close to other boys, especially the kind of martial arts that is plantain, blue silver grass, horsetail, etc., and a very gifted boy. Xiao Wu looked at the exquisite face of Sub-A, and said in surprise, why? Is Wuhan bad about grass? Xiao Wu grew up eating grass before. Sub-A shook his hand and said, Xiao Wu, you have to know that in the eyes of human beings, these weeds are useless martial arts, and it is difficult for them to become strong. But if this boy's martial arts spirit is grass, and it's still very powerful, what does it mean? Explanation, that he is special. Xiao Wu said tentatively, scratching her head. No. Sub-A resolutely denied, it shows that he is a liar, hiding his strength and concealing his real martial arts soul. Such a person is very terrifying. They have deep intentions and they must never have a close friendship. Xiao Wu suddenly realized after hearing this. Sub-A secretly touched his sweat, if it weren't for his own eloquence, it would be really hard to bluff this 100,000-year-old rabbit. Xiao Wu nodded angrily, then Xiao Wu understands, Wuhan is a grassy person, not a good person. Yes, that's right. Sub-A praised, Xiao Wu, you are so smart. If you encounter such a liar, you must avoid it. Okay. Xiao Wu nodded obediently. Really good. Xiao Wu smiled, with two dimples on her face, unspeakably sweet. To be honest, there is a sense of guilt in Sub-A's heart. What should I do if such a cute little bunny fools her like this and exposes it in the future? Regardless of it, anyway, you can't let Tang San seduce your sister, and a man should be a diamond bachelor. That. Xiao Wu asked, Wuhan is a carrot person, is it always a good person? Xiao Wu really likes to eat carrots. Radish. Sub-A's eyelids twitched, and he remembered a great power known as the father of the king of reprimand and the king of stormhammer Grandpa Jack, the head of the Holy Soul village. The radish is okay, but you should pay attention to the other person's age and don't break their health. Sub-A couldn't help but recall the scene where the head of Shengun village Jack met Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year-old rabbit. It was really interesting. As he said, Sub-A's palm stroked Xiao Wu's palm, and his 5 fingers slowly inserted. Fingers interlocked. Xiao Wu's total strategy value, 20. Complete the lying and hug task and complete the interlocking fingers. Reward Spirit Power Level 1. Please choose 2 from the following 3 awards. 1. With the host's offensive, Xiaowu was essentially disgusted with blue silver grass and rewarded blue silver grass with aversion to sugar. 2. Accelerate the speed of the goddess strategy, let Xiaowu develop attachment and affection between men and women to the host, and reward the primary love agent *1. 3. The host has a great ride on the progress of the man's mouth deceptive ghost batch, and rewards a star for the charm of language. At this time, these 3 options appeared in Sub-A's mind. Chapter 20. What is the charm of language rendering? One of the protagonist's auras, the protagonist speaks, is he moved, crying, and changing his mind? Judging from the current situation of Xiaowu, it is indeed the best time to attack. So Sub-A decisively chose 12. At this moment, Xiaowu and Sub-A's 10 fingers were tightly clasped, and her soul was shocked. The human body is so wonderful. 10 fingers intertwined tightly, plus half leaning against Sub-A's arms, an inexplicable sense of security emerged spontaneously. Xiaowu lacks love. In the original work, she lacked father's love, and Tang San lacked female love. Perhaps because of this, the 2 of them became the hero and heroine. But Tang San is not worthy, and I am worthy. Sub-A quietly took out a candy, and a thunderstorm was playing in his mind. Finally, the scumbag began to make up a story. Xiaowu, since we are both willing to take responsibility for each other, then I won't hide it from you. In fact, there is a fierce beast coveting my beauty in the fierce land. She wants to marry me, which means the union of the man and the woman. Fortunately, I have light work, and there are other kind soul beasts helping me, so I escaped to find you. This candy was left to me by my mother before she died. She said that she hopes that my life will be sweet in the future. Let me give this candy to my favorite soul beast. The most important thing is that it contains the true meaning of life. This is a soft candy. Xiaowu held it in her mouth, and a drum of sweetness suddenly appeared. It just so happened that there were a few blue-silver grasses under Xiaowu's feet, and Xiaowu frowned, pulling Sub-A to change his position. I don't know why, I now think that Brother Bei, what you just said is right, blue-silver grass is really not tasty, I am willing to taste it at all, it is really annoying. Sub-A took out the love agent again and handed it directly to Xiaowu. If I told you, you would like me more if I drink this, would you? Xiaowu's fascinating eyes turned, and he took 2 steps, then I have to think about it. Are you suspicious of Xiaowu's feelings? Of course not, this is immoral. Xiaowu's slender finger nodded Sub-A's nose, you know so much, aren't you also a soul beast? I am not a soul beast, but I am an angel sent by the gods to save you. Northern Jiangsu adjusted its state and looked at Xiaowu affectionately. Xiaowu's blushing face instantly turned pink. Brother Sub-A, how nice to speak, right? Humph, then I just drank it reluctantly. Xiaowu pursed her mouth. Chapter 1 To comb Xiaowu's hair. Wordy wordy. Guru guru. Ha 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 ha. Brother, it's delicious and sweet. Xiaowu still wants brother's sweet juice. A hot spring sighed in the mixed circle of the Star-Do Great Forest. Xiaowu's black hair was scattered, falling like a waterfall on the wet stones. I can't even imagine that Xiaowu's show is so smooth and beautiful, and it's long and straight. Even Sub-A couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it's really long hair that has been growing for 100,000 years. It can be said that Xiaowu's long hair can almost satisfy all the long hair control. So beautiful. Sub-A gently stroked Xiaowu's soft hair and combed the red sandalwood across it slowly. The arm's range of motion needs to be large, and it even requires Sub-A to move the body to complete a complete combing movement. Hi, brother, it hurts. Xiaowu suddenly pressed Sub-A's finger and snorted softly. Sub-A knew that it was combing to the knotted place, so he found the position and gently untied it. I'll be lighter and slower. It doesn't hurt anymore, right? Then I started to move. While helping Xiao Wu comb her hair, Sub-A said indifferently, in fact, in our human world, when a woman gets married, parents will comb her hair and give her best wishes. 1 comb to the end, 2 white hair and eyebrows, and 3 grandsons. Then I will comb Xiao Wu's hair. Xiao Wu will be my family from now on. Sub-A's words immediately touched Xiao Wu's weak heart. Suddenly, Xiao Wu burst into tears in her eyes, and tears appeared on her lovely face. Well! Sub-A squeezed the red sandalwood comb in his hand and let out a muffled snort. Xiao Wu turned around and plunged into his arms, her hair flying in the air. But Xiao Wu has no parents anymore. Tears wetted her chest through the skirt of her clothes, and Xiao Wu cried aggrievedly. Sub-A's palm touched Xiao Wu's head. I'm sorry. Mom said, Dad wanted to enter the inner circle of Stardo Great Forest a long time ago, but he never came back. Xiao Wu and her mother depended on each other and met Daming and Ming as friends, but one day, a group of very powerful humans found us, and Ming was not there at that time, we simply couldn't beat them. In the end, my mother was killed by those bad guys in order to protect Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu cried into tears in Sub-A's arms. Chapter 21. So much so that Sub-A was at a loss. The appearance of the goddess is really distressing. Sub-A can't wait to smoke his own 2 big mouths, which pot is really not open and which pot. I just sent it out of feelings, and I really didn't want to be like this. That heart in northern Jiangsu suddenly softened. I don't see girls cry most in my life, especially this kind of weak crying. Sub-A also knew the person who killed Xiao Wu's mother. No one else, it was Bibi Dong, the richest woman in the mainland of Douluo. With this rich woman, you can get the vast territory of the Heaven Do Empire at your fingertips, with Wan Soul Master as his subordinate, and a woman and a saint as a dowry, which can be described as great goodness. Sub-A shook his head. What did he think? Now is the time to comfort Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu raising her head, her bright pupils became hazy and bloodshot. So, Xiao Wu is going to the human world to find the one who killed her mother and avenge her mother. Sub-A rubbed Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu, you said yourself, they are very powerful soul masters, so you must become strong enough not to expose yourself. The identity of the soul beast is very sensitive, and they will be discovered by them if it is accidentally. Sub-A sighed in his heart. Bibi Dong had an extraordinary talent and a godlike posture. If it weren't for Tang San's aura of the protagonist, coupled with Bibi Dong's willingness to cherish talent, his heart would be softened, otherwise, Tang San would not even have a chance to develop. The grievance between Xiao Wu and Bibi Dong is the vengeance of killing his mother, and he will never die. Why mediation is a problem? Xiao Wu wiped her tears and nodded suddenly. Xiao Wu understands. Then, brother, will you accompany me? Immediately, Xiao Wushu took up her hair, quickly braided a scorpion braid and hung behind her, skillfully, and did not practice less at first glance. Of course. Sub-A touched the remaining tears on Xiao Wu's cheeks. I have a good knowledge of prophecy. I just know Xiao Wu you are going to the human world, so I came to find you. Hearing this, Xiao Wu chuckles and laughs. No, it must be because Erming saw that you were bullied by those evil spirit beasts, so I brought you here to find me. This is the safest place in the Stardo Forest. Really, I don't believe it to be honest. When the northern Jiangsu murmured, the system prompt arrived. Hugging with Xiao Wu, being dependent on Xiao Wu, and other sea-level tasks have been completed. Detection completes the deep mind strategy and achieves the A-level strategy task, combing Xiao Wu's hair. Reward Zion Pin Herb, Acacia Heartbroken Red, a bottle of top paraquat and paraquat, double the increase once. Note, the amplification effect can be used for percentage rewards, the host's actual combat attack, defense, speed, etc. increase. Xiao Wu Raiders value reached, 40. Sub-A's eyes are bright, and the reward is impartial, it's just time. Let's not talk about the role of paraquat. This lovesick heartbroken red is an exquisite fairy flower, and its effect is tremendous. There is also a legend, which Tang San personally said in the original work, but where he heard it from, or if he had a good understanding of Acacia Broken Heart, then it is not known. Original. A long time ago, there was a young man with a calm nature. I usually chant poems to flowers and toast to invite the moon. Whenever the flowers fall and become red, they will be infinitely sad. They will sweep the flowers, dig the ground and bury them, and weep again and again. As the saying goes, he loves the world. His love for flowers touches the flower fairy in the sky. He married him in private, and the joy of fish and water is easy to talk about. Who knows that good times are not constant? The gods learned of the matter, and were so furious that they were unmatched by immortals. The edict transferred Huaxian back to the realm of the gods. Since losing his lover, the young man sighed and sighed all day long, depressed and unhappy, and abandoned flower affairs, so walls collapsed and fences collapsed, flowers and trees waned, and the garden was desolate. One day, a white-haired old man came and told him that the white peony flower in his garden was the incarnation of his beloved wife. Just destroy the flower and the flower fairy would lose the fairy body and be banished to him. Reunite the couple, but don't destroy the fancy affairs. The words turned into a breeze and left. The young man suddenly woke up, deeply regretted that he had treated the flowers and took care of the flowers carefully. Although he loved his wife, he couldn't bear to burn the peony flowers. He loved the flowers even more. Broken, Acacia died with a heartbroken heart. When he was dying, he drained his blood on the petals and turned into the red core of Acacia heartbroken. The way of picking this lovesick heartbroken red is also very unique. When picking, you must think of the lover in your heart, sincere, and sprinkle a drop of blood on the petals. This is a system reward, and naturally there is no such strict restriction. Sub A remembered this in the original book. The lovesick heartbroken red was meant to be given to the kitten Zhu Zuqing, but Daimyo Bai couldn't absorb it because he was unworthy. The same goes for Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong, causing them to spit blood in the first place. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu picked it off easily. This is enough to show that Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuqing are far from true love. Well, it needs to be rescued. Sub A said these words to Xiao Wu, which aroused Xiao Wu's strong interest, and then stated the effect of Acacia heartbroken red. If it is eaten, it can increase all the attributes of the soul master, and the soul power will increase by at least 10 levels. Now that Xiao Wu is not a soul master, the effect is even greater. If you don't eat it, take it with you, and no one can detect the identity of your soul beast. I saw Xiao Wu hugged Acacia heartbroken, and nodded, "This flower is so beautiful, it's the first time you gave Xiao Wu the flower, how can you be willing to eat it? Xiao Wu should take it with you." Sub A also warned, "Then Xiao Wu, you must protect it, especially in battle, don't let it leave your body." Xiao Wu was originally the lord of lively dancing. In the Soul Master competition, he threw out the Acacia broken heart in front of Bibi Dong, which led to tragedy. Northern Jiangsu doesn't want this kind of thing to happen in his own hands. Good. Xiao Wu's jade hand gently stroked the petals of Acacia heartbroken red. "Brother, that legend must be true, right?" Yuan. Seeking recommendation and collection so sluggish, QWQ, my is up and ready to take off, brothers kick me. Chapter 13 Elder Ghost, that boy is so beautiful. Chapter 22. Hey! Outside the Stardo Great Forest, the style of the forest is cool outside, blowing the luxuriant branches and leaves of the giant trees swaying. The trembling of the earth came one after another, alarming the birds in the forest. The little girl with orange hair noticed the abnormal movement in the forest, pointing to the depths and wondering, "Ghost Elder, what is the situation in the Stardo Great Forest now?" The ghost in black armor frowned and said, "In the past 2 days, I went to the mixed circle to carefully explore it. It was empty, as if the soul beast in the Stardo Great Forest disappeared overnight. I realized that this matter is not easy. When I was about to report to the Pope Phidion, the 10,000-year soul beasts suddenly popped out and emerged from the core circle. I have never seen such a weird thing. The girl's pale yellow eyes turned, and she looked attentively. Even the ghost elders can't figure out the situation. Okay. The black-clad man's expression is very serious. When we return to the spirit hall, we will naturally report this to the Pope, but the most urgent thing is to help you hunt the first spirit ring. Usually, the hunting range of the first spirit ring is within 500 years. Many are not good. I am afraid that they will explode and die. The ghost took a deep look at the little girl in front of her. This is a child with extraordinary talents personally selected by the Pope from thousands of soul masters, but is innately full of soul power. I respected myself as the elder of the Wuhan Hall, but was arranged to hunt for the first spirit ring for him, and I could see how much she weighed in the eyes of the Pope. The two empires looked across the border, and there was a big forest of stars running through the two countries. The Wuhan Temple excavated civilian soul masters, went deep into the grassroots, and gradually became the #1 organization in Heaven Do. Had it not been for the former Pope to fight the Haoshanzong evil barrier Tang Hao, severely wounded and died, the power of the Wuhan Hall at this time would be even broader and bigger. Although the periphery of the Star Do Great Forest has the highest security level, it also has the highest flow of people. Soul Masters have a lofty status on the Douluo continent, but there are only 4 places where soul beasts are hunted: Star Do Great Forest, Evil Spirit Forest, Soul Hunting Forest, and Sunset Forest. Among them, the Star Do Great Forest soul beast has the most complete variety, and naturally many soul masters come to hunt for the soul ring every day. I saw the ghost walking through the jungle with the orange-haired girl, not cowering like other soul masters, and daring to move forward rashly. This ghost is the elder of the Spirit Hall. He is a titled Douluo. He is very powerful. Even a 1,000-year spirit beast is just a slap. Naturally, these 100-year-old 10-year spirit beasts in the outer circle are not in the eyes at all. However, at this moment, the ground cracked, and the soul masters in the forest fled in a panic. Run, run away! Anyone who wanted to move forward when they saw it was dissuaded. Boom! A huge sound penetrated along the ground, and the soles of the feet felt the ground vibrate. Someone said, "Don't hunt soul beasts in the Star Do forest in the near future." Just now, a soul master saw a huge black ape in it. At least 50,000 years of cultivation, I'm afraid it will be a slap, even the Soul King level. Your lord can't resist. Hearing that, the ghostly figure showed strange traces, leaped into the air, and looked into the depths of the forest. There really is a giant swiftly moving. The orange-haired girl asked, "Elder Ghost, how come there are 10,000-year soul beasts in the outer circle of the Star Do Great Forest?" There was a trace of fear in the ghost eyes. 10,000 years soul beast? That is the legendary king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. How could it appear on the edge of the Star Do Great Forest? The orange-haired girl was surprised. Is this world really crazy? The ghost asked herself. Even with the power of her title Douluo, it would be difficult to fight the arrogant Titan Great Ape, and she didn't want to put the orange-haired girl in danger. The Titan Great Ape seemed to be watching something, as if he was waving his hand goodbye to others, and didn't stay longer, so he went back to the depths of the Star Do forest. The ghost breathed a sigh of relief, but why the Titan Great Ape appeared here is especially a mystery. If the Pope were here at this time, my spirit hall would be able to increase the production of 100,000 year soul beasts and soul bones. But that will happen sooner or later. Go back and report to the Pope, come back and slaughter the Titan Great Ape, to see how rampant it is. With the towering hill-like body of the Titan Great Ape disappeared from everyone's sight. 2 more figures sprang from the forest, leaving more than 10 meters away from the orange-haired girl. The orange-haired girl gave a startled glance, and only sighed that the young man was very fast and his body was elegant. Then the face at the first glance appeared in his mind, and after several recollections, he felt that the boy's appearance was astonishing and aroused the girl's heart. When she recovered and looked back, the boy and girl had disappeared in the human trace. The orange-haired girl raised her heart. "Elder, you just saw a beautiful boy drifting by." The ghostly thoughts were all placed on the weird titan great ape, so I didn't take a close look at where I cared about these little things. The ghost said with a faint smile, "Nana, the king of the forest must be crazy recently, or there is some physiological barrier. Now it has gone far, let's help you hunt the first spirit ring." Hulina looked around and wanted to find the young man, but under the urging of the ghost, she could only follow into the Stardo Great Forest. It is important to absorb the first spirit ring. Hulina glanced at the place where the boy finally disappeared, and said to her heart, "I just hope I can meet him again in the future." Yuan. Sub-A took Xiaowu's hand and walked along the small path, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaowu bounced around and asked, "Brother, why does Ming listen to you so much?" "If Xiaowu comes out alone, Ming will definitely stop him." Sub-A smiled and said, "Because Ming is worried that you will be bullied when you come to the human world. It cares about you." Xiaowu nodded. "Well, Daming and Ming are Xiaowu's best friends. But, brother, where should we go now? Xiaowu has no life experience in the human world at all." Sub-A was stunned, and immediately began to think in his mind. Joining the Hall of Souls, the Hall of Souls is very welcome to their talented children, and the Hall of Souls has a great career, and you can find their Soul Master institution by just asking about it. Chapter 23. And Xiaowu, who has the shelter of lovesick heartbroken red, naturally doesn't have to worry about revealing her identity. Then, isn't this bottle of paraquat left over by yourself wasted? Immediately, Sub-A's eyes were firm and said, "Let's go to Notting College first. Then we will make plans. I have long heard of the master who said the martial soul without waste, but the soul master with waste. I deeply admire him. This way, without disturbing him, how can he be worthy of his reputation as a destroyer of the plane?" Who would have thought, just as the northern Jiangsu had just decided on the place of the trip, a beautiful lady with a cyan outfit stared at him on the avenue. Yuan. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 1 For Lu Erlong forcibly taken away as a son. The beautiful woman is actually less than 30 years old, but she lifted the blue silk on her head with a cloth. On her slightly white face, her facial features are delicate and moving, and her eyebrows are poetic. A pair of black eyes were full of sorrow, knowing that when she saw Sub-A walking with Xiaowu on the grass, the two of them looked like flowers on a snowy night, giving her eyes full of vitality. The beautiful woman sighed secretly, "This child is so cute and beautiful. If there is such a child in this life, he will be willing to die. Pity." A middle-aged man appeared in the beautiful woman's mind, but then she shook her head and smiled bitterly, and waved away the idea. Murmured, "I am destined to not be with him in my entire life, or I will never have children. Now that I have a child who is satisfied with me, it is better to go and learn about his family background. It is also very good to consider him as a godson." To let me end my thoughts. This beautiful woman was originally straightforward and jealous, her body was already moving when the thought flashed. "Child, please stay." The appearance of a beautiful woman reflected in the eyes of North Jiangsu is full of charm, but a big question inevitably pops up in his heart. Who is this beauty? Immediately afterwards, the system punched in, and Sub-A suddenly realized. Goddess of Clocking In, Lu Erlong. Initial strategy value, 20. Purpose information, the other party wants to recognize you as a godson. Please choose one of the following C-level awards. 1. Soul power is increased by 1 level. 2. One of the attack power, speed, and defense power gets a 10% permanent bonus. 3. Add 15% of Yu Xiaogong's awakening value to Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong. Don't look at the name that is rough and straightforward, but she is truly a beautiful woman, and she has a hot body. Yu Xiaogang, the scumbag man, began to seduce her after he abandoned Bibi Dong, the richest woman in the Wuhan Hall. This was enough to imagine her charm. However, on the eve of the wedding, news broke that Lu Erlong was Yu Xiaogang's cousin. Yu Xiaogang collapsed immediately and fled again, which also plunged Lu Erlong into the tragedy that affected her life. Sub-A glanced at Xiao Wu, Mei Fu's sister. You have admitted the wrong person, the little rabbit girl next to you is the righteous daughter in your original book. Sub-A thought for a while, since he wants to attack the goddess, he must rescue the goddess from the root. The other men are big trotters, I am not, my arms are born to warm the goddess. Although this chest is not wide enough now, even the body of a goddess cannot be accepted, but one day, it can emit a strong and charming holy light to shine on everyone. Choose reward 3. And, use the double amplification effect. Executing. Execution succeed. An unpredictable light flashed in Lu Erlong's eyes. At this moment, her heart suddenly felt a little sick. Yu Xiaogang appeared in his mind again, and he was bored. A double increase means 30% awareness. In addition, Lu Erlong was disappointed with Yu Xiaogang before, and combined with this 30% disgust value, it has exceeded the 50% warning line. Once it exceeds 60%, it is basically kicked out of the love list. If it reaches 80%, it basically means seeing a brutal beating once. Further up, it is an endless situation. After getting the response of the system, Sub-A knew that the effect had been achieved, and found it a bit interesting. At this time, Xiao Wu was on guard against Lu Erlong, who was suddenly stopped in front of them. Excuse me, what's the matter with you? Lu Erlong squatted in front of Sub-A and Xiao Wu, and said in his heart, this little girl is also really cute. If you have such a pair of children, you will have no regrets in this life. So he said, my name is Lu Erlong, and you two children are alone in the suburbs. Are you afraid of encountering bad people or fierce soul beasts? What's your name? Xiao Wu felt that this beautiful woman looked at Sub-A with strange eyes, and seemed to be possessive. Xiao Wu snorted, don't worry about it, how do we know that you are not that bad person? Lu Erlong giggled. The character of this girl with a scorpion tail on her back was so similar to her when she was a child. Lu Erlong touched Xiao Wu's head, but Xiao Wu frowned and flung away, of course I am not a bad person. If I am a bad person, would I just take you away? Xiao Wu whispered, if you say you want to be taken captive, it's the same. Brother and I are not jealous. All right, Xiao Wu. Sub-A touched Xiao Wu's head, knowing what Lu Erlong said was true. She possessed the first beast spirit in the mainland, the blue sky Tyrannosaurus spirit, and she was also very talented. The realm at this time is estimated to be above the Soul Emperor. If Lu Erlong played strong, they really couldn't resist. Chapter 24. But why did she kidnap us? Just because I look good? Is it guilty to look good? I can't decide this again. Sub-A replied, my name is Sub-A, and she is my sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu Jiao said, it's the kind of close brothers and sisters who can hug and sleep together. Lu Erlong scratched Xiao Wu's nose, children sleeping together can promote feelings, but they can't sleep together when they grow up. Xiao Wu snorted, when I grow up, I have to sleep together. That's not good. Lu Erlong stretched out his hands to Sub-A, can I hug you? Yes. Sub-A couldn't ask for it. Xiao Wu stood between the two and said, no. You have to obey the natural alertness of women. Xiao Wu pouted to Sub-A, why are you so innocent? How can you hug everyone? It's not good. Xiao Wu glanced at Lu Erlong's crisp secretly. Holding it at this angle, my head is all sunk in, what should I do if I am suffocated? Hey, well. Sub-A scratched her head helplessly. Xiao Wu's possessiveness was still quite strong, and it seemed that she could only hold her secretly in the future. Xiao Wu looked at Lu Erlong with full alertness, what can you do with us? Don't stand in our way if there is nothing wrong, we are leaving now. Lu Erlong smiled, the nearest city here is Notting City. Are you children from Notting City or live in a nearby village? Innocent Xiaowu blinked, hey, brother, you just said that we are going to Notting City, right? Well, we are going to Notting City, we want to go shopping at Notting College, and pay tribute to the spirit of Master Soul Master. Where are your parents? We don't have parents, they all passed away. Pitiful. Lu Erlong was born with compassion, and under the tacit cooperation of Sube, Shunpo Xiaodong put forward her idea. In this case, I will be your mother from now on and let me take care of you, okay? Lu Erlong took out his badge, I am the vice president of Blue Bull College, and the principal of Notting College is also selling my face. Since you want to visit Notting College, then I will take you on a tour. Then you follow me back to the Blue Bull Academy, okay? At this time Lu Erlong was still kind, perhaps he was too fond of these two children, so he showed great patience. But Xiaowu's repeated refusal made Lu Erlong irritable. 7 spirit rings were revealed directly, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black. Awesomely a soul saint who just broke through. Maybe it happened to be the hunting spirit ring in the Stardow forest, and I ran into this handsome boy by chance. It was really pity from above to make up for her regret. I saw her holding one in each of her left and right hands, and said irritably, my old lady is your mother today, listen to me, I have the final say. Just do what I said. Yuan. Changed the signing status. Changed the signing status. Rush up, ask for a referral ticket. Thank you Chiu, Han Douluo, and Zhou Yawang who wants to be you for your reward. Chapter 15 Yu Xiao Gang, I see you clearly. Notting City. Lu Erlong led Xiaowu and Sube on the bustling streets. The eyes of the pedestrians gathered one after another, and they pointed to Sube and said, what a beautiful boy! If my daughter can marry him in the future, I can be so excited. The little guy is really good looking. A passerby talked to Lu Erlong and said, your child must have inherited your look. He is very cute and handsome. When he grows up, he will be a dragon and a phoenix. Lu Erlong's maternal love was greatly satisfied. Thank you. Lu Erlong responded politely. Xiaowu held 2 candied haws and stretched out her pink tongue and licked it lightly. She whispered over and over, I haven't promised to be her daughter yet, It's so sweet. The brown sugar on the surface of the candied haws is smooth and translucent by Xiaowu, and sodium cyclamate fills my heart. It turns out that the human world is so fun. Xiaowu leaned against Sube's ear and whispered softly. Although she was dissatisfied with Lu Erlong's domineering and special eyes towards Sube, perhaps this is what her mother told her, human jealousy and possessiveness. She likes her brother alone. However, during this period of time, Xiaowu also felt that Lu Erlong had no ill will towards them, and could even be regarded as taking care of them very much. On the way, Lu Erlong spent money like dirt, took them both to eat and drink, and when they met a small object he liked, he just bought and bought without blinking his eyes. In other words, she has no shortage of money at all. In fact, there is no such rejection in my heart. Sube's face condensed, and he glanced at Xiaowu, and said in a low voice, don't say such things in the human world in the future. Those strong people have very good hearing, and they will be exposed if they don't pay attention. Chapter 25. Keeping a cautious attitude, Sube also didn't want Xiaowu to be in danger. Although the current situation looks like, he himself is very dangerous. If this world has the cultivation technique with the help of furnace ding, it must be the first to catch northern Jiangsu. Seeing all the men, women, and children looking at him with fiery eyes, Lu Erlong couldn't help but feel a great strain of pressure. He can only be better protected to swear sovereignty. It's no wonder that Guyuina is so eager to marry herself, she is actually afraid that other soul beasts will see him. Well, Zig seemed to be seduce herself vaguely at the time. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue. Oh, I listened to brother. Because candied haws have an effect similar to lipstick, Xiao Wu's exquisite lips are now dyed with a bright red color, which makes people want to take a bite. Xiao Bei, you and Xiao Wu follow me closely. Nodding Academy is in the west of Nodding City. Actually, there is nothing good about this kind of junior soul master academy. When your mother takes you back to Blue Blaster Academy, there are many powerful soul masters there. I don't know how many times better than Nodding College. At this moment, Lu Erlong seemed to have walked out of the gloom of broken love, found a new goal in life, and even his expression became alive. But she didn't even know that she was jumping into the fire pit. Because Nodding College is where the weak man lives now. A tall arch appeared in the field of vision. Repaired from hard rock, underneath are two dark iron doors made of stainless steel. The center of the arch is inlaid with 4 large characters, Nodding College. Sub-A saw it from a distance, and sighed in his heart, this is where the dream begins. I wonder if the concierge who dared to mock the future king is still there? Don't you know that Tang San has already worshipped Master as his teacher? Unexpectedly, the concierge did not embarrass them. Maybe it's because they look good, not like the shame Tang San had when he was a child. Where can the strength of a person with good appearance be so bad? After all, beauty is justice. Or maybe it was because of the fluctuations in Lu Erlong's soul power that he didn't dare to be presumptuous at all. Just after the 3 of Sub-A entered Nodding College, Sub-A glanced back and saw an old man with a boy who was not outstanding. Soon, the concierge began to make ugly faces, and said the classic ridicule of the king. Can a golden phoenix be born in a grass nest? People in a small village are worthy of spirit power? Are you not fakes? Naturally, a series of unhappy people looked down on the poor people and started disputes. Tang San looked at the concierge with his small eyes, obviously with a murderous intent. It's just that Sub-A noticed the middle-aged man walking behind. Immediately, Sub-A quietly pulled Lu Erlong's sleeves and guided her to notice the man. Sure enough, the moment Lu Erlong saw Yu Xiaogang, there was a complex emotion in his eyes, but then he became hostile. Northern Jiangsu knows that the reward has come into effect. Rich inner drama, fight and fight. Why bother to work hard for a lifetime, do it early to understand the early super birth. Marriage of close relatives is not allowed. I saw the concierge who looked down on the dog and saw the master respectfully, and didn't dare to overstep. The master took Tang San's Wuhan testimony from Jack, and there was an interesting look. Immediately, the master took Tang San's hand and walked into the gate of Nodding College, just to bump into Lu Erlong who was waiting for them behind the green belt. The atmosphere instantly became anxious. Yu Xiaogang froze. His face was flushed, and he subconsciously wanted to escape. In the original book, he escaped for 20 years as soon as he escaped. Although Lu Erlong felt disgusted with Yu Xiaogang, he still had some expectations. At this time, seeing that he was still cowardly and the dog couldn't help eating shit, he said coldly, "Why, do you want to escape again?" Hearing that, Yu Xiao smiled bitterly just now, his eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse. "Too long, how did you find this place?" He had obviously been hiding far enough away, but he didn't expect to be found by her. "Less narcissism, I didn't come to you. If it wasn't for my child who insisted on coming to Nodding College, I would never come." Lu Erlong's face was indifferent. I don't know why, the more she saw that the man she once loved so much did not dare to face the emotions between them, the more she despised him. Yu Xiaogang was speechless, and Lu Erlong was speechless. Then he said bitterly again, "You, even have children." Lu Erlong hummed, "These are my 2 children, Xiao Bei and Xiao Wu, they look good, right? And, don't you have children too?" Lu Erlong glanced at Tang San, thinking in his heart, not as good looking as my son. Sub-A is even more concerned about the excitement, just your vicissitudes of life, you will never give birth to such a beautiful child as Xiao Wu and I when we are with you? Erlong mother, let's ignore this scumbag, let's go. Subei pulled Lu Erlong as a gesture and was about to leave. Yu Xiaogong's face was full of black lines. This boy has a very aura, how could he be so rude? You are a kid, don't know anything, what nonsense? Yu Xiaogang said. Subei pointed to Yu Xiaogong's grievance and said, look, you see, I was hit by me, I'm anxious. Why am I in a hurry? Why am I scumbag? My feelings are deeper than the stars and purer than the white moonlight. Is this in a hurry? Has it been exposed? Chapter 26. Meng Sao can't pretend, right? Lu Erlong shouted, Yu Xiaogang. How dare you yell at my Xiaobei? Xiaobei just slapped me to death, so you dare to scold him. Yu Xiaogang, Erlong, you have changed, you used to be very gentle to me. Lu Erlong, I only saw you clearly now. Chapter-1-60 You can't hold it. Xiao Wu, let them solve their problems by themselves, let's go sit here. Come on, hey brother, also eat a candied ha. Subei and Xiao Wu were sitting on the chairs in the hall, and Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang would break off anyway. Tang San stood quietly at the door and waited. Xiao Wu put the candied ha skewers horizontally in front of Subei, and said with concern, brother, be careful when you bite it out, don't get stabbed by this wooden stick. Subei's mouth was held in her mouth, her small mouth couldn't be plugged, her cheeks bulged, and she looked very cute. Xiao Wu smiled and stretched out her palms and said, brother, if you can't hold it down, just spit it out, and I will continue. Tang San said heartily, the relationship between these two children is really good. If they are not young and don't look like brothers and sisters, they are like childhood sweethearts. The boy's appearance is the same as the reincarnation of the civil and military gods in the sky. Even a man of me can't help but want to get close to him. Unexpectedly, there is still such a good-looking person in the world. Tang San had already glanced at Subei secretly, but the more he looked, the more attracted he became, and he sat opposite them without knowing it. Feeling embarrassed again, he looked at Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong who were talking in the observation hall, and asked, what is the relationship between your mother and the teacher? They seem to have enemies, and they are like good friends. As a martial arts idiot and a diamond bachelor for decades, Tang San could not understand this kind of love. Subei chewed up the candied haws, a sour taste filled his heart, and he slapped his lips sourly, tisk, it's so sour. Xiao Wu nodded, the fruit inside is really sour. Immediately, Xiao Wu said, it doesn't matter what their relationship is, anyway, brother said, that uncle is not a good person. Tang San replied, no, the teacher just helped me out, it's not like a bad person. Knowing people, knowing the face and not knowing the heart. Xiao Wu learned the tone of Subei, you don't understand this truth, this world is very dangerous. Xiao Wu, eat candied haws and talk less. Oh. Subei then mysteriously said to Tang San, because you are still young and you have no experience, you don't understand. Yu Xiaogong's mind is very deep. Good teachers can be found everywhere. Hearing this, Tang San thought a little bit, this good-looking boy had an indescribable sense of maturity and security, which made him want to get acquainted very much. Stretched out his hand and said, hello, my name is Tang San, I came to Notting College from the Holy Soul Village to study. My name is Subei, and this is my sister Xiao Wu. We came to Notting College to play, but we didn't expect to meet Yu Xiaogang, a scumbag. Subei said lightly. Xiao Wu added another sentence, hey, she is the kind of sister who can be together. I don't know why, Xiao Wu always feels that this boy always shows a nasty smell on her body, like blue silver grass. Subei's heart is full of joy, and the original heroine flirts with the current hero in front of the original heroine. Is this okay? Haha. Tang San smiled awkwardly, no wonder you look so close. Tang San said in his heart, I have been in this world for more than 6 years, huddled up in the Holy Soul village, taking care of my decadent father, and have been devoting himself to practicing profound heavenly art. I still don't know much about the outside world. The peerless boy in front of me seems to understand these things very well. It would be nice if I could become friends with him. Thinking like this, Tang San asked, Does your mother have any grudges with the teacher? Can you tell me? Speaking of this, it's a long story. Sub-A turned his head and coughed to Xiao Wu twice. Xiao Wu, brother is a little thirsty, can you help him find a glass of water to drink? Xiao Wu stood up and drove a ray of fragrance away. Then you wait, brother. Sub-A only then exposed the scandal of Yu Xiaogang to Tang San. If Xiao Wu were there, he would definitely be suspicious, because he knew too much. Then, Sub-A began to shake the black material of Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang, originally the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, once fell in love with the saint of the martial spirit hall, but because he is a mutant martial soul and abandoned martial soul, it will be difficult for him to break through the realm of soul sovereign in his entire life. Mediocre, so their love encounters big obstacles, but what he thinks of is not overcoming these obstacles, but choosing to leave. Later, he used the resources he learned in the Wuhan Temple for many years, integrated theories, and advertised as his own Wuhan core competitiveness. There are truths and falsehoods in these theories. They cannot be trusted or denied completely. But do you think he will kill him for love? If that's the case, I would look at him high. Finally, he traveled the rivers and lakes and enjoyed the landscape. Only then did he get acquainted with my godmother and fell in love with my godmother. He almost went to the bridal chamber, and it turned out that someone broke the news that they were cousins. This kind of thing originally hurt the woman the most. This guy ran away on his own. You heard it right, he ran away again. Such a cowardly person, you should call him a teacher. Disdain was revealed in Sub-A's eyes, as deep as stars. It's not that I said, you are scumbag thorough, just take it away, but you can't do it well. It's your fault that you run away in the middle and cause all kinds of unhappiness. Tang San was dumbfounded, he turned out to be such a person. If it were me, even if I died, I would not give up my beloved one. Tang San said firmly. At this moment, he already felt that this person called a master was no longer qualified to be his own teacher. This also came from the arrogance of the Tang sect genius. This is not denied by Sub-A, Tang San is really deep emotionally, which is admirable. But unfortunately, now Xiao Wu belongs to me. Why don't you stay cool, or you can find someone else to make do with it. You are not handsome, my goddesses, don't even think about it. Otherwise, the Lord will destroy you. Seeing Tang San's reaction, Sub-A nodded in satisfaction, his black belly began to surge, filling his brain. Chapter 27. To be honest, it was Tang San who was able to stand up from the original Yu Xiaogang, but now that Lu Erlong was forcibly recognized as a godson, he would definitely save her from the fire. Then Yu Xiaogang's life will be cut off. Sub-A sat next to Tang San and patted him on the shoulder, and do you think he just helped you out because of good intentions? Is not it? Tang San smelled the fragrance floating from Sub-A, only a few centimeters away from this intoxicating handsome face. His face flushed immediately, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. He really looks better than a girl. Innocent. Sub-A didn't notice Tang San's change, and continued, he heard the concierge say that you are Lan Yinko with innate soul power, so he has other plans for you. Yuan. Thank you for your reward. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 17 Break. Isn't Lan Yinko a waste martial arts soul? Even if it is innately full of soul power, there shouldn't be anything too brilliant. Tang San pursed his mouth and sighed, he squeezed his left hand tightly. Fortunately, he still had a martial spirit, and he looked so nervous when he saw his father at the beginning. This little hammer is definitely not easy. At least, there is also the power of the Soul King. Alas! These two silly boys really thought they were a waste of martial arts spirit. Where is Blue Silver Grass? This is the king of undead plants, Blue Silver Emperor. But Sub-A couldn't say it clearly, so he could only take a deep look at Tang Sandeo. The waste martial arts soul will never be innately full of soul power forever. There are only two possibilities. First, your Blue Silver Grass is not an ordinary martial spirit, but a top martial spirit. Secondly, you are a twin spirit, and your other spirit is very powerful, but correspondingly, the twin spirit depends on the genes of your parents. This also means that the difference between the ranks of the twin spirits cannot be too large. Then, you his Blue Silver Grass martial spirit is still the top martial spirit. Do you understand? This passage sounds contradictory, but it is indeed so. Bei summed it up from Yu Xiaogong's words. In Yu Xiaogong's original work, according to Tang San's Lan Yinko's innate full spirit power, it was speculated that he was a twin martial spirit, which was simply nonsense. It just happened to be out of luck, and I just happened to bump into it. You guessed it. Because the conditions for the birth of twin spirits and even multiple spirits are balance of martial spirit levels. As the so-called survival of the fittest, how can the strong tolerate the weaker to coexist with them? This also shows that Yu Xiaogang lacks knowledge and is far from being a master. Tang San stood up at once. Although the words of the beautiful boy in front of him were a bit ambiguous, this child of his own age revealed his true situation. He could actually guess that he was a twin martial soul. You are so smart. Tang San's eyes stared at Sub-A. Sub-A humbly smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just a book, and the knowledge is a bit richer than them." Tang San's suspicious eyes eased. He always felt that this child named Sub-A knew too much, and had the calm temperament of a child who did not belong to this age group. It turns out to be a child prodigy. Suddenly, Tang San understood. At the same time, I couldn't help being surprised that such a good-looking boy, and so knowledgeable, I don't know what his talent for practice is. It's not an exaggeration to call it a deity. Tang San thought, according to your opinion, did the teacher have a fancy to my martial soul? Sub-A nodded, yes, if you continue to call him a teacher, with his rogue character, maybe you will really be accepted as an apprentice. Hearing this, Tang San's heart was even more mixed. He was thinking that he was not familiar with the place where he came to Nodding College. It would be great to meet a good teacher. Now that I heard the secrets of Yu Xiaogong's past from Sub-A Dao, I felt so sad for him, and thanks Sub-A, thank you for your advice. Sub-A entrusted Tang San's hand and said lightly, Nodding Academy is just an ordinary soul master school. If you want, you can come to Blue Tyrant Academy. Tang San glanced at his hand held by Sub-A, and said in his heart, his hand is so tender and slippery. Although it is gently squeezed, it is strangely comfortable. If there is a chance, I will definitely go to you. Tang San took a deep look at Sub-A, and when the incident happened suddenly, he naturally wouldn't fully believe it just by relying on one-sided words, but thought that Yu Xiaogong's character might really be bad. However, I just told you these things. They have been cited as secrets by my godmother. You can't talk nonsense, or you will blame me. You have to promise me and you can't say them. Northern Jiangsu made a fist and held it in the air. Tang San flushed, and clenched his fist slightly. I swear, I won't say anything, only I know. That's good. The little hand of Sub-A took out the reward from the previous system by Kosheng and handed it to Tang San. This is the plant-based martial arts conservation thing I got by chance before. If you question me, you can use this potion then. Nourish your Blue Silver Grass, some changes will surely happen. Tang San was stunned, his heart moved suddenly, and he didn't know how to thank the beautiful boy in front of him. Good-looking, smart, strategizing, and kind-hearted. Ah, love, love. Sub-A didn't think much about it, Anyway, he still had paraquat in his hands. If Tang San wanted to be an enemy of himself in the future, let him experience the sinister world. Convergent look. At this time, Xiao Wu came back with a cup of tea and handed it to Subei Road. Brother, wait a long time, here. Thank you, Xiao Wu. Having said that, Subei's throat is really dry. Chapter 28. Xiao Wu was beside Subei. Brother, what are you and Xiao Wu doing so politely? Xiao Wu Mao let out a warm breath in Subei's ear. Brother, otherwise, let's slip away while they are talking, lest she really takes us back into captivity to be children. Subei rubbed Xiao Wu's head. Wait a second, I think they will fight soon. Brother, do you have any special hobbies? Seeing the young girl in front of him talking intimately in private, Tang San suddenly felt a little envious. I think I have been obsessed with Tang sect practice all my life, and I haven't been close to anyone yet. But looking at Subei and Xiao Wu, Tang San unexpectedly felt that Subei made him even more excited, and immediately shook his head, and yelled at himself in his heart, Tang San, your thoughts like this are very wrong, this thought is almost gone. Just at this time, there was a dispute between Lu Erlong and the master in the room, extinguishing the enthusiasm in his heart. Inside the house, Lu Erlong's face was full of anger, his heart was ups and downs, and his graceful body lines tempted him to commit crimes. But she slapped her hand on the table, and a handprint was born, adding a bit of violence to her hot figure. The table collided with the ground and made a thumping sound. She didn't know why she was so noisy. But this is indeed what she has endured in her heart. Yu Xiaogang felt so hard. In his emotions, he was very dull. He never said any thoughts. He could only put her in a state of guessing what he was thinking, and guessing what he was going to do next. Yes, they have a good understanding. Lu Erlong knows Yu Xiaogang very well. However, she was really tired. Since their wedding ended, she not only bears emotional burden, but also bears other people's insults. The people secretly talked about her right and wrong, saying that she was a shameless bitch, a private girl, and seduced her own cousin, and was escaped from marriage, and the bridegroom ran away on the spot. Someone scolded her for being shameless all her life. But her talent is very high. Her mutant martial spirit fire dragon has overpowered a generation of talents in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and has been given the power of the leader of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Compared with Yu Xiaogang escaping to such a remote town and thinking of accepting disciples, she doesn't know how to measure what she has to bear. You really don't want to be with me. Lu Erlong gritted his teeth. Yu Xiaogang's lips buzzed, his expression was full of pain, he was speechless, he couldn't promise Erlong's future and promise. He is unworthy. But Lu Erlong's strength made him have to respond, Erlong, don't force me, if I go back, how will we face the tribe, and in what capacity do we get along? I don't understand, I can't make a decision. Then, break it. The golden iron triangle that frightened the mainland at the beginning will cease to exist today. From today, I only have my baby in my heart. From now on, we will have nothing to do with him. Yuan. Thank God for your reward. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 1-8 Spitting blood out of anger. Lu Erlong sighed deeply, gave up his heart, really gave up. Push the door out. What she loves is that Yu Xiaogang, who knew that she was a waste martial arts soul at the beginning, still worked hard, hoping to find a way out of thousands of things, so energetic and so beautiful. It was definitely not the present one, Yu Xiaogang, who was inferior and lacking courage, even the one he loved did not dare to approach. Lu Erlong took that step bravely. Stinky man, how can he have his own godson fun? Immediately afterwards, the goddess system in northern Jiangsu gave birth to a series of rewards. Lu Erlong strategy value, 50. It is detected that Lu Erlong regards the host as the only sustenance, and breaks with Yu Xiaogang, with a 70% awareness level, and the host can obtain one of the following B-level rewards. 1 is the host's first soul ability, God Pet Chi Kiss, additional, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Thunder and Lightning attributes. 2. The overall physical fitness of the host has increased by 30%. 3. The upper limit of the host's first spirit ring is increased by 300 years. As it should be. Choose one. After a little thought, Sub-A made a choice. I should also make myself stronger. A bright smile appeared on the handsome face of Sub-A, and he witnessed Lu Erlong coming out of the door and breaking up with Yu Xiao Kongo. His heart was so beautiful that he let this scum man die alone and let him live up to every goddess. Tang San looked at Sub-A's handsome and sunny smile, and was stunned. When Lu Erlong saw Sub-A, his expression gradually slowed, and he hugged him up, and his sucked Sub-A's body tightly together. Xiao Bei, Xiao Wu, let's go home. Okay. Sub-A nodded suddenly and winked at Tang San. Remember our agreement? Promise? What agreement? What shameful little secrets you two have just carried Xiao Wu on your back. Xiao Wu was slightly angry. Nodding college. Chapter 29. Lu Erlong took Sub-A and Xiao Wu angrily to leave and attracted the attention of many people. They all point around outside the master's room. What happened? Did the master offend anyone? That hot goddess, is the master messing around outside? There are even children. I will rub, that child is so pretty. If this is the case, then I want to take over. I have long felt that the master has an unpleasant blind self-confidence in him. He is obviously a waste of martial arts soul, but he is pretentious. I think it deserves it. But he can slap such a hot goddess, it will not be a waste of his life, I am so envious. Boom. The master closed the door with a bang, startled the passers-by and cursed, nervous. Where do passers-by know the suffering in Yu Xiaogong's heart? The whole person collapsed on the seat, and his already vicissitudes of face was a bit more decadent and even more old, muttering to himself. What do you know? We didn't happen at all. They all wanted to save the first time on the wedding night, but none of them followed me to that point. Even though I tried my best, I couldn't see them from behind. However, they all fell in love with such a trash like me. I eagerly leaned forward to spend the beautiful youth with them, but exited in embarrassment. The sound of knocking on the door broke the tranquil and awkward atmosphere and made Yu Xiaogang regain his senses. Who? Yu Xiaogang raised his heart. Perhaps Erlong regretted it and came back to apologize to himself? It's me, Tang San. Tang San said outside the door. It turned out to be the child who had just been rescued from the concierge. Yu Xiaogang was a little disappointed, but still tried to restore some anger on his face. Please come in. Tang San came to Yu Xiaogong's face respectfully. Although he felt a little bit about the middle-aged man in front of him, he still kept the politeness he should have. Teacher, thank you. Hey! Yu Xiaogang looked at the shameless child in front of him, and remembered that his martial arts spirit was Lan Yinko, and he was born full of spirit power. Sure enough, just like Sub-A speculated, Yu Xiaogong's brain twitched, thinking that Lan Yinko, as a waste martial spirit, will not always be innately full of spirit power. It happened to be studying twin martial spirits recently, and he thought about whether this child might it is the twin martial souls. I am proud of this incomparable wisdom now. It would also be a kind of sustenance to accept a child who was born full of soul power as a disciple. Then he guided, Teacher? I'm not a teacher in this college, Tang San, you have to understand that the meaning of teacher and master is very different. Don't call it wrong in the future, unless... Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San, like a fiery light flashing in his grey eyes, unless, you really want me to be your teacher. Tang San's little heart thumped, and it really was exactly the same as the handsome boy said, the purpose of this person called a master is to accept himself as an apprentice. Tang San had a grudge, and said, Tang San's martial soul is a disused martial soul, and his status is low. I'm afraid he won't be a disciple of the master. Modest and polite, very good. The master stood up, his legs trembling because he was still in a state of being frightened by Lu Erlong. Like old Jack, he rubbed Tang San's head. Tang San stepped back, feeling that the other party had overstepped a bit, and their relationship was not yet enough for the other party to touch their heads. Yu Xiaogang only regarded it as a child who was afraid of childbirth and shy. Said, "You are calmer and smarter than an ordinary child, and you are the third twin spirit martial artist in the past 100 years, so naturally you can be my disciple. Moreover, in this world, there are no wasteful spirits, only wasteful spirit masters, so there is no need to feel inferior because of the inferior spirits." In fact, this sentence is more like Yu Xiaogong's self-comfort. Tang San's heart chuckled, showing a look of surprise, and said in his heart, I still doubted whether his words were mixed with subjective judgments, and now listening to this master's meaning is really the same as what he said. I am afraid this master is unbearable in all likelihood. People. Tang San's heart was ups and downs. If this master really deduced that he was a twin spirit, then I might as well worship that beautiful young man as a teacher. At this time, Yu Xiaogang was very satisfied with Tang San's stupid and surprised look, thinking it was his talent that shocked Tang San. The vanity of the heart was greatly satisfied. With a faint smile, "Are you wondering why I knew you are a twin spirit martial artist?" Yu Xiaogang shook Tang San's Soul Master certificate. Because of this certificate, maybe others can't see the flaws, but if I can't see the mystery, I won't be worthy of the title of master. As Yu Xiao just started to show off his skills madly, Tang San's expression became more complicated. This situation is the same as the previous peerless boy told him. Yu Xiaogang told about his research and investigation, and finally said indifferently, according to my 10 core competencies of martial arts, innate soul power is proportional to the rank of martial arts. Blue Silver Grass is obviously not satisfied, so I dare to conclude that you still have a very powerful martial spirit. Yu Xiaogang seemed contented, immersed in his flawless reasoning. Tang San calmed down and retorted, "What if I am a special case? How can this be?" The master again began to make a crazy argument, just to tell Tang San that only twin spirits could satisfy his current situation. However, Tang San's questioning gaze made him feel uneasy, and he said, "A person's martial soul is directly related to the martial soul of their parents. The reason for the birth of the twin martial souls is largely due to the fact that the martial souls of their parents are very compatible. A kind of mutant martial soul." Tang San grasped the loopholes inside and said, "If you infer from this that I am a twin spirit, and the other spirit is a top-level spirit, the one that can coexist with it should also be a top-level spirit, otherwise it doesn't conform to the natural cycle. Doesn't it make sense?" As soon as Tang San said this, Yu Xiaogang carefully pondered it, and the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it became. Yes, if his other martial soul is a top martial soul, then why is this top martial soul willing to be in the same body as a waste martial soul? You obviously have hundreds of millions of fortunes, but you can only live and eat with beggars. Are you willing? Yu Xiaogong's entire face flushed, and the kid's reasoning is reasonable. But can I lose IQ in front of a 6-year-old child? I am a master. But he didn't have time to conceive an excuse. Chapter 30. Tang San threw a startling thunder again. Furthermore, I heard that you are also a waste martial soul, master. You have not broken through the soul, and your strength is not strong, so there is no waste in the martial arts, only the waste soul master is saying, I don't know you. Are you really taking it as the truth, or are you insulting yourself? You. Yu Xiaogong's heat surged into his heart, and he shouted, What do you know when you are young, and where did you hear these things? That's what the villain said. Tang San took back his soul master's certificate, walked out of the master's office door, and said lightly, I don't think I can stay with you to study. Although you are respected as a master, I don't think you deserve to be mine teacher. Moreover, the person who said this may be the most beautiful person in the world, right? The handsome face of Sube appeared in Tang San's mind, and he smiled unconsciously. Lanba Academy, I will definitely come, teacher Sube, wait for me. Watching Tang San decisively leave, Yu Xiaogang was struck by lightning, and he didn't catch a breath, and spouted a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the floor, soaked the scrolls, and dripped into the handprints on the wooden table. Yuan 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 Yuan. At this time, the Star Lake in the Star Do Forest. A huge whole body is dark, with a golden abdomen, and a pair of pure gold-like dragon pupils stare at the sky. The thick and sharp terrifying dragon claws pierced the earth, and he was actually much bigger than the Titan Great Ape. Ditian's body was tall and mighty, and he hummed, he has returned to the human world. Roar! The Titan Great Ape's black face was red, spit out a breath of drunkenness, hammered his chest, and stepped on the broken boulder. The ground cracked and the gap was close to the Emperor's sky. He snorted and nodded suddenly. Okay. Ditian's dragon groaned, his face grim and terrible, this is the best thing, he'd better not return to the land of the violent again, so that the Lord can recuperate with peace of mind and prepare for the counterattack of the God realm, otherwise he will be burdened by mankind. I just hope that he will never appear in front of us again. Ditian's huge body escaped into the Star Lake, leaving only the weakening instructions. The Lord is asleep, we all have to concentrate on practicing, Star Do Great Forest, please take care of you too. Also, Titan Great Ape, you have a great smell, how long have you not taken a bath? Yuan 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 Yuan. More than 3,000 words chapters, please recommend votes. Chapter 1-9 Protecting the Calf. After leaving Notting College, Lu Erlong took Sube and Xiaowu to the north. Although she looked at Sube with joy in her heart, she had just broken with the one she loved before, and her face was always gloomy. Sube calmly said, actually, you don't have to be too sad. It is the saying that the new will not go away and the old will not come. You are so beautiful, and sooner or later you can find a better one. He is not worthy of you at all. Lu Erlong stroked the hair that was blown by the breeze, and squeezed Sube's face, you are still young, and you don't understand the emotions of adults. If Xiaobei meets a beloved girl in the future, he must cherish her. Fight bravely, don't escape. Lu Erlong warmly taught, age is not a problem, and family status is not a barrier. You don't need to care about the relationship. As long as you love each other, it's enough, understand? These words caused Xiaowu to agree and nodded fiercely, yes, I agree. Although this woman always likes to take advantage of my brother, she makes a lot of sense. Xiaowu stared at Sube with scorching eyes, as if proclaiming, so, even if you are a human being, I am a soul beast, and you are still my brother, there is no restriction on our being together. But she didn't think about it carefully, did Lu Erlong count her relationship in it? In northern Jiangsu's heart, Lu Erlong's play with drops is a real flower, and he doesn't even care about getting married with close relatives. Fortunately, it is in the fantasy world. If it is not being sprayed to death in modern times? Although I am eager to play in full bloom on the road of the scumbag. But put yourself in the position and think about the problem from Yu Xiaogong's position, still worrying about the consequences of close relatives getting married. Then, I will still be responsible for the goddess. But he also has to be responsible for the future in his life. He will never want to have children, so as to avoid damaging the high probability of birth failures. But then again, rabbits don't eat grass on the edge of their nests, and there are so many fragrant and beautiful fairy flowers outside. Sube's small face full of collagen was slightly moved, and he muttered, anyway, you are not the first goddess he abandoned. Don't say it's just the rich lady of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. What did you say? No. Seeing Sube whispering, Lu Erlong didn't know what Sube was talking about, but she rubbed the heads of Sube and Xiaowu, and the ruddy color on their pale faces returned. No matter what, from now on, the three of us will live on each other's lives, and we can live wonderfully, regardless of the slurs from the outside world. But if someone bullies you and Xiao Wu, my mother will definitely not let them go. It just so happened that when they walked to the market, passers-by began to increase. Lu Erlong, a big beauty with two cute babies, naturally turned around 100%. In a place with a lot of people, Sub-A has become the focus of everyone without accident. Perhaps this is the distress of high value. If it is modern, I am afraid that the situation will evolve into a group of young ladies in black silk and white socks or Lolita JK uniforms coming over for a group photo, and crushing Sub-A in his arms. Thinking about it this way, it's really chilling, it's so abnormal, it's just unbearable. And in this world dominated by soul masters, there are mostly women who have the same ideas as Lu Erlong's back then. Especially the kind of emotional frustration, about 30-year-old women, at the age of maternal love, when they meet Sub-A, they are naturally restless. They stepped forward and asked Lu Erlong, "Are you the mother of these two children?" Lu Erlong naturally responded proudly, "Yes." Those women were full of enthusiasm. "Your child is so good looking, especially this boy. I am the sole sovereign of Wuhan Palace. I intend to recognize this boy as a godson. What do you think? Can I hug him? I want to hug him too, I want to squeeze his face. What kind of blessing is it to give birth to such a delicate and lovely boy?" A woman began to gather around, and began to move towards Sub-A. Xiao Wu showed an angry face and stood in front of Sub-A. "You are not allowed to hold my brother. Children, sisters are not malicious, we just like your brother very much. These women look pretty good, but compared with Lu Erlong, they are much inferior, and they are not of the same level." Their huge hit Sub-A's head back and forth, as if a soft sandbag was squeezing him, making him dizzy. Chapter 31. Kid, you can't be so selfish, you should share with such a good-looking brother, so that you can be a good boy. The woman rubbed Xiao Wu's face, her magic hand leaned towards Sub-A, flushing appeared on her face. "Little handsome guy, come, let my sister hug you." Snapped. Xiao Wu burst out with tremendous power, and pushed the woman away, fiercely. "You are not allowed to touch my brother." A trace of madness flashed in the eyes of a woman, and she glanced at Lu Erlong, and said that in a place like Nodding City, no one should dare not disrespect the strength of her sole sovereign. He hummed, "My sister has a good way of raising a son, and she has won her sister's heart, but the daughter is spoiled without any tutoring, and she is so powerless to the elders. Even if the identity of my soul is placed in front of the Lord of Nodding City, that's also a distinguished guest, who dare to push me. In this case, my sister will help you discipline your daughter." The female soul venerable slapped Xiao Wu's body with a slap. If this was hit, Xiao Wu would have to fly out. Sub-A's eyes became fierce in an instant. His own girl can be bullied by himself, but if others bully, then he is not allowed. He was about to release his first spirit ability to summon the dragon pet Chi Kiss, but he didn't want Lu Erlong to have grabbed the woman's hand. His expression was extremely cold. "Soul Lord, is it strong? Nodding City is far away from Tiandu Royal, and its control is so weak, can even the soul be able to come out to dominate? As the Soul Lord, I acted on a little girl. As a female, I am really ashamed of you." Roll. A fiery red power emerged from Lu Erlong's body, and a group of strong soul power blasted on that soul sovereign's body. She didn't have time to react, so she was bombed out like a bullet. 7 spirit rings appeared on Lu Erlong's body, and he looked around and said coldly, "This is my child, whether it is a boy or a girl, whoever dares to hit their ideas, I will kill them with my life's strength." Lu Erlong knelt down and touched Xiao Wu's head. "Xiao Wu, are you not scared?" Mom said, "Mom doesn't allow anyone to bully you. Mom will do it." Xiao Wu was really frightened at that moment. Although she had a foundation of 100,000 years of cultivation, she needed to practice again after transforming her form. At this time, she was only equivalent to the level of human 9th level spirit power. However, due to the characteristics of the soft bone rabbit, her body sensitivity is much better than that of ordinary people. But facing the slap of Soul Venerable, her small face was pale, and she couldn't resist at all. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the human world was not as safe and harmonious as the soul beast's world, and it was as dangerous and dangerous. Lu Erlong's protection, and Sub-A held her hands tightly, making her feel the warmth from the body and the soul. My mother also protected herself in the same way. Xiao Wu threw herself into Lu Erlong's arms, her tears couldn't stop. Thank you. Lu Erlong gently touched Xiao Wu's head. Silly boy, why do you say thank you to your mother? It is the nature of the body that mothers protect their children. Mom, Mom, Mom. Xiao Wu yelled a little awkwardly, but she already had a sense of true feelings. Chapter 20 Spend big money. It turned out to be the Soul Saint. I have seen Master Soul Sage. Lu Erlong's explosive momentum attracted all the pedestrians and paid tribute to her. This is her strength. Lu Erlong hugged Xiao Wu, and his cold eyes passed by the other women who were still surrounding them. These people were all covered in cold sweat. The deterrent power of the 7-ring Soul Saint is too strong. Imagine that the 29th level Great Soul Master in the Master District already has a certain status in Notting City and has become a guest of Notting College. And this Soul Saint level powerhouse is already at the ceiling level of Notting City. Who dare to mess around? Under the Honorable Soul Sage, we just think that the son is exquisite and noble, and we like him very much, so we surrounded him abruptly. If there is any offense, please forgive me. I think that if you can give birth to such an excellent and beautiful child, your husband must be long and handsome. We sincerely wish the Lord a happy life. Although the child aroused their hearts, the power of the Soul Saint was enough to make them sober. There are people who die, but those who know that the abyss will die and want to jump forward are either stupid, or they don't want to live. For example, at this time, passing by a fool with a pocky face, distorted facial features, and pus flowing out of the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. When everyone was in a high degree of tension, for fear that the Soul Sage would be unhappy to wipe them all out, only he, jogging, as always, walked out of the steps that the 6 relatives did not recognize. Sorry, Master Soul Sage, that is the Urhaza next door who hasn't taken care of him. Let him slip out and affect the appearance of the city, let's drag him away. Several rough guys carried away the cursing fool. Urha, your mother calls you to go home for dinner. Roll. Lu Erlong yelled again and dispersed the crowd. The female soul venerable who just wanted to call Xiao Wu's mouth really touched her bottom line. Sub-A rubbed Xiao Wu's shoulder with one hand. Don't be afraid, Xiao Wu, everything is fine. With his other hand clenched his fist, Sub-A knew that he was too weak now to protect the girl. If there is no Lu Erlong, I am afraid that he and Xiao Wu will have a hard time contending with that ordinary soul venerable. As the so-called confidant is a disaster, the more amazing his appearance, the more people will covet him. If the strength is not enough, he can only be at his mercy, and it may be exhausted. Only if you are strong can you have the absolute right to choose. Okay. Sub-A secretly made up his mind that in order to be responsible to himself, to Xiao Wu, and to all the Douluo goddesses, he must get close to more goddesses. Although this sounds scumbag at first glance, it contains supreme truth. Looking back again, the crowd dispersed and normal order was restored. It was just that someone was paying attention to them from the sidelines, for fear that Lu Erlong would lift Notting City in an upset. Xiao Wu is not a crying kid, but because of the ferocity of human beings, coupled with Lu Erlong's protection, she was in love with the scene. When she remembered the scene of her mother being killed by humans to protect her, she secretly shed tears. Chapter 32. At this time, Xiao Wu realized that her weak side was seen by so many people. She immediately wiped tears and said firmly, I'm fine. Xiao Wu didn't shed tears because of fear, I will definitely be 100 times stronger than her in the future. Yes, yes, Xiao Wu will definitely be stronger than her mother in the future. Lu Erlong glanced at Xiao Wu fondly. Although she preferred Subei at first, as the time spent with each other grew, she liked this little girl more and more. She is cute, strong, and persistent, which is very different from ordinary little girls. Of course, the source of the incident was the so handsome Subei, and Lu Erlong became more and more interested. At the moment that Soul Venerable took action, she clearly felt the spirit power fluctuations in Subei's body. If she took a step slower, she would have no doubt that this boy would stand bravely in front of his sister and face the palm of the soul. Recalling this incident at this time, Lu Erlong realized that the spirit power fluctuations and fierce aura of Subei's body at that time were actually quite huge. Naturally incomparable with his own dignified soul sage, but facing the 30-odd level soul sage, he was not even weak in the slightest. Lu Erlong clearly understood one thing. This peerless godson that I recognize is not an embroidered vase, he is most likely a talented genius. Thinking of this, Lu Erlong suppressed a question. He saw this child look good at first, and thought that it would be difficult for him to get results with the ungrateful guy, so he wanted to find sustenance for the rest of his life, but he did not consider these two children. What is his martial soul, and what level is his innate soul power? Feeling the strange gazes of the people around him, Lu Erlong said in his heart, Xiao Bei's charm is too great. If you return to the Blue Tyrant Academy like this, I am afraid I will encounter such things many times on the road. Although I am not afraid, but it will be annoying if you do it too many times. Let's solve the problem of returning to college first. It just so happened that there was a store selling cars, and Lu Erlong led Subei and Xiao Wu directly into it. The shopkeeper greeted him immediately and respectfully. Obviously seeing Lu Erlong's strength just now, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. Master Soul Sage's visit to the shop really makes our shop flourish, and the old wooden plagues have golden patterns. Master Soul Saint wants to buy a car. Okay. Lu Erlong nodded. The shopkeeper nodded in respect to Subei and Xiao Wu, and felt that the two children looked more attractive when viewed up close. No wonder those women rushed to molest them first. Immediately, the shop owner was also unambiguous, knowing that he couldn't provoke the people in front of him, so he directly led them into the car ride area. Master Soul Sage, our Braemar Hall belongs to the Kaibao Liulai sect, and all the cars and rides are the best among the same price. Our vehicles are divided into 5 levels, but the first 2 levels are expensive, few people in Notting City can buy them, and the headquarters has not deployed them. The shopkeeper dared not conceal it, and told the truth, but the remaining 3 levels are enough to run around in the various cities of the Heaven Do Empire. Lu Erlong rubbed his temples, and was too lazy to listen to these vain things, and directly took out a bag of gold soul coins and said, I want the best and fastest ride here. My child must sit comfortably. Understand? Understand. The shopkeeper saw a bag full of gold soul coins, or hundreds of them, which has surpassed the most expensive car ride in the shop. Naturally, he smiled and shouted, Master Soul Sage is mighty, the boss is majestic. There are 3 main currencies in Douluo continent, gold soul coins, silver soul coins, and copper soul coins. The conversion system is, 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins equals 100 copper soul coins. And a silver soul coin is almost equal to half a month's income of an ordinary citizen in Notting City. One can imagine what a trench Lu Erlong throws out hundreds of gold soul coins so lightly. It's not an exaggeration to spend too much money. Not to mention that the shop owner's eyes are shining, even Subei is greedy. Isn't this just the white and beautiful rich woman that I dream of? This scene is like a rich woman who loves herself is buying herself a luxury car. Yuan. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Thank you at Tomioka Yoshiyuki for your reward. Chapter 21 Exposed. In fact, there is a serious gap between rich and poor on Douluo continent. Because Nodding City is remote, the per capita income is very low, and it can hardly survive. Only the part of the people at the tip of the pyramid lived very richly. Regarding this situation, the empire did nothing. Instead, the Wuhan temple gave subsidies to the civilians to maintain their normal lives. Soon, a resplendent, bright saddle car was led in front of them. Drops of water glide across the crystal white marble frame like dew after rain, and the scorching sun and ticking wheels are reflected on the smooth floor. Wrapped in silk on all sides, inlaid with silk and gold powder inlaid bayed window slats are hidden by a curtain of light-colored velvet yarn, which is novel and clean. At first glance, the store has taken care of it every day. Especially the steed with a few profound iron chains tied to the body in front of the car, with all four hooves shaking the ground, and looking at all directions. How majestic! These are two Hanover white horses of 3,000 years old. With luxurious accessories, it is the highest standard carriage of our shop. The store introduced, the Hanover white horse is a noble breed of horse riding. It is said that there is a trace of the blood of the ancient white dragon horse flowing on its body. It is extremely difficult to tame and capture. It is the sole emperor of the Wuhan Hall who happened to hunt here. Sell it to us at Braemar Hall, Nodding City, otherwise I am afraid it will be difficult for us to have such a quality here. But the shopkeeper showed a dilemma. We dare not neglect the Lord's soul, so we are willing to dedicate this Hanover white carriage ride, but after months of training by our horse trainer, they still show amazing arrogance. I think, if the Soul Lord Sage doesn't mind, when I will release the shackles on them, Lord Soul Sage needs to suppress it. Sub-A whispers secretly. This shop owner is really shrewd. This Hanover white horse ride really sounds very tall, and I am afraid it is the most suitable for their status in Nodding City. But similarly, the shopkeeper also said that they can't be completely tame, that is, they don't dare to sell it to others, and that's why they want to give Lu Erlong the slippery tone. If she refuses, the store can replace it, and the sincerity has arrived. If she accepts it, the store makes a fortune and gets rid of this mess. Wouldn't it be great to have the best of both worlds? I saw the two Hanover white horses with their heads up high, their majestic appearance, showing incomparable confidence and pride, their strong muscles twitching. At first glance, the Hanover horses are top-notch. Lu Erlong eagerly returned to Tiandu City. Seeing that the owner had a good attitude, he nodded, I want this ride. You can untie it as soon as possible. With me, it dare not presumptuously. However, the mere 3,000 years of cultivation is nothing to be afraid of in Lu Erlong's eyes. Sure enough, when the store removed the shackles dedicated to the soul beast, the two Hanover white horses neighed, and the front ladder was about to rise to the sky, and when they fell, they could crush the floor. Chapter 33. Lu Erlong snorted, and the power of the soul sage directly pressed on, and they directly turned off the flames, and they did not dare to move. Hey, the dignified and mighty Hanover white horse made a sound like a sheep. The shop owner sighed, you really deserve to be a soul sage. The strength is really powerful. If you can accept a soul sage, you will have no regrets in your entire career. The Tiandu Empire has 10 provinces, the Tiandu Royal directly controls 5, and there are 4 kingdoms and 1 duchy, each controlling 1 province. And the province of Fanos is the province directly under the Tiandu Empire, bordering the province of Tiandu Imperial. The Hanover white horse travelled at a very good speed. Even though Lu Erlong took into consideration his precious children and did not want them to suffer more and stopped sometimes, they soon reached the area under the jurisdiction of Tiandu City. Looking for a clear spring in the forest, Lu Erlong controlled the horse to stop, and smiled at Sub-A and Xiao Wu. We have already travelled for 3 hours, and we will arrive at Tiandu City soon. I will take the spring to quench your thirst. Thank you, Godmother. Sub-A grinned and smiled charmingly. Xiao Wu touched the horses behaved, and soon there will be water to drink. The spring water in the forest is very healthy. Xiao Wu likes to drink the white and sticky liquid that condenses in the early morning. It's sweet. Lu Erlong smiled contentedly as he watched this scene, and while holding the silver glass bottle, he moved to the distance, where the cool spring water kept emerging from the ground. Xiao Wu, be careful. Sub-A rubbed Xiao Wu's head. Her small body was really not enough to look at in front of the two Hanover white horses. I'm afraid it'll be cool with just one tap. Brother, it's okay, I seem to be able to understand their feelings. They don't want to be constrained by humans. They want to return to the world of soul beasts. When we get to the place called Heaven Do City, let them go. Sub-A smiled faintly. This is human territory. Letting go of them will only make them the objects of hunting by others, and may be directly absorbed by others as spirit rings. This will not benefit them at all. It is better to raise them well. Them. Xiao Wu sticks to Sub-A's arms and feels reasonable. But the Hanover white horse suddenly showed great power. Seeing that Lu Erlong was not there, the horse neighed and the horse's hoof was rolling, and it started to drive. The front hoof was about to kick on the face of Sub-A. Sub-A's expression changed, and the soul may be unable to defeat it temporarily, but the 1,000-year soul beast dared to be presumptuous in front of him? As a dignified son-in-law, how can he suffer this humiliation? The power of the dragon bloomed all over, a yellow pure spirit ring emerged, and a door of the dragon appeared behind him, shouting, G-Kiss, teach him to be a horse. Yes, Lord. The dragon head and fish body's chi kisses, although its cultivation level is limited by the age of the spirit ring in North Jiangsu, it is extremely powerful, flowing with the blood of the dragon god, surrounded by blue electric Tyrannosaurus-like thunder and lightning, lightly. Then came the thunder and lightning. Coupled with the blood of the silver dragon king on Sub-A, most soul beasts would dare not lift their heads. The Hanover white horse's hoof stood still in the air, not daring to move in the slightest. Even Xiao Wu was frightened by this aura. Long way. Kong dang. The silver pot in Lu Erlong's hand fell and rolled on the grass. Seeing the pure yellow spirit ring, his face was astonished. Bayer already has the first spirit ability. I wanted to return to the Blue Tyrant Academy to test and investigate the spirits and spirit power of Sub-A and Xiao Wu, but I didn't expect that this magnificent young man already possessed the first spirit ability, and he looked very powerful. Sub-A shouted, just stay at ease, or you'll eat horse meat tonight. Hey, Blue! The Hanover white horse squatted wronged and was in a state of suspicion of the horse's life. It is estimated that he would never dare to be arrogant anymore. Twice. Are humans so terrible these days? Hanover white horse Tsundera's face drooped. Bang bang bang. Xiao Wu patted its head 3 times, if you are so scary in the future, I will really let my brother make you a stew of horse meat. Baa. Immediately, Xiao Wu lightly grabbed Sub-A's clothes, her eyes lighted. Brother, you are so amazing. At this moment, Lu Erlong returned to his senses and walked quickly, looking at Sub-A with love and excitement. Xiao Bei, your martial soul is really peculiar, and there is a holy light in the domineering spirit. Xiao Bei, you tell your mother seriously, how old are you and Xiao Wu? What level of innate spirit power is, who helped you hunt the first spirit ring? Lu Erlong issued 3 consecutive questions. Thanks. Reward. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 2 Lanba Academy 1. 6 years old, but almost 7 years old, right? Sub-A showed a harmless smile. I'm so ridiculous, how old do I know how old I am? I'm like this when I come out of the secret room, TMD, I'm so annoying. Anyway, it's right to be the same age as Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu said, my brother said, my innate soul power should be like this at level 10. I am also inherently full of soul power. Sub-A said lightly. Xiao Wu said again, my martial soul is a rabbit, a very cute kind of rabbit. Northern Jiangsu recalled Chi Kiss, come back. Yes. As Sube regained his spirit power and martial spirit, Chi Kiss disappeared, and a faint dragonfish mark flew in the air. Immediately, Sube was helpless to introduce his martial soul. My martial soul is called the Gate of the Dragon God. How can I say, in the ancient times on the Douluo continent, there are very few martial souls like me. It is one of the mutant martial souls. It is a summoning type of Wuhan. Two super geniuses with innate soul power. Lu Erlong's eyes burned, holding on to Sube's shoulder, but he was a little puzzled. Summon type of martial soul. Sube nodded, yes, the summoning spirits are very special. Our spirit ring can not only accommodate a kind of space monsters, but also use their power. The 5 fingers of northern Jiangsu turned back, and a group of blue and white electric currents condensed on them, and Lu Erlong's palm approached, and there was a tingling sensation, which made her smell dangerous. Take a deep breath. Chapter 34. Lu Erlong knew that he must have found the treasure. But I was very puzzled that Sube knew so much, and asked, Ziobe, you are smart and learn things fast, but who taught you these things? It was taught by my dead old father. Sube directly applied the old template of the protagonist of Douluo, and Xiaowu is a baby picked up by my father. We grew up together, and our relationship is very good. Sube hugged Xiaowu's hand slightly, and blinked wink. Xiaowu got the point and nodded suddenly, yet. Lu Erlong didn't question Sube. After all, he was such a good-looking and peerless wizard, and it would be nice to fly to the sky without being happy. Lu Erlong said, with the talents of the two of you, especially Ziobe, if you have a good teacher to teach you, the future will be limitless. Sube nodded sensibly. I heard that the spirit hall is very powerful, especially Pope Bibi Dong, who is now a level 98 Super Douluo, and it is estimated that he will be promoted to the level 99 Ultimate Douluo soon. Very powerful. Where is it so easy as you said? Before Sube finished speaking, Lu Erlong looked solemn and gently pinched Sube. Xiaobe, don't allow her to be mentioned in front of my mother in the future. Hey, don't you be so excited. In fact, Pope Bibi Dong is also a poor man. He was abandoned by that man. You have the same illness and pity each other. As women, I think you should be friends. Lu Erlong was taken aback by Sube's remarks. Where can children say this? However, Lu Erlong is used to the understanding and maturity of Sube's superiority to ordinary people. The parents of the two children died early. As the elder brother to take care of the younger sister, he would naturally become independent early. Thinking of this, Lu Erlong hugged Sube tightly, making him feel his love, so stuffy that he couldn't breathe. Lu Erlong said with pity, are you seeing these things in your father's diary again? Okay. Xiao Wutu glanced at Sube suspiciously, and muttered, how come you lie so that your face is not red and your heart beats? It's so natural, just like the real thing, that's clearly a story I heard in the realm of fierce beasts. Sube went on to say, you think, a young girl, under the dual pressure of parents and career, it is inevitable to hesitate about love, but that man not only did not understand him, but also ran away and fell in love with him. The woman who was in love also caused her to be fucked, reluctant to give birth to a daughter. Is this the sorrow of the two women? Sube is like this. Explain. Lu Erlong's eyes are much softer, and he said, although Ziobe is young, he is talking about great principles, and he does have to take great responsibility for the affairs between us, that it's not easy for women. Okay, let's go back to Blue Tyrant Academy as soon as possible. I think Ziobe, although you can skillfully summon spirits and use spirit abilities, you still have insufficient control of spirit power. At that time, your mother will teach you personally. Lu Erlong sorted his thoughts and returned to Machang with Sube and Xiao Wu. At this time, a more luxurious horse ride came from a distance, surrounded by dozens of silver armor guards escorting, holding high the flag, rushing in. Rao was Lu Erlong. Seeing the frame rushing over, he couldn't help giving way first. Hart said, this royal family has declined from generation to generation. The prince has either been accidentally broken or died of illness over the past few years. Only this elder Prince Xueqinghe is left. He has lived up to expectations and performed very well. Xiao Wu murmured, "It's a big battle, I can hear their chariots and horses from a distance." Seeing the banner of Tiandu Royal, Sube also thought of Xueqinghe for the first time. If nothing else, the current Xueqinghe should have been disguised by the Saint Jianrongxiu of the Elder Hall of the Wuhan Hall. This Jianrongxiu, but the big goddess in Douluo, not only possesses a bestowed martial soul, but also looks very charming and has an alluring beauty. If you can kiss Fangs, you can't give him an angel costume reward? So, Sube stuck out half of his face from the carriage, and watched the car drove away in the wind and dust, without a trace of stopping. What is in such a hurry? What Sube didn't know was that the person sitting in this car was the Xueqinghe in the disguise of Jianrongxiu. Seeing Xueqinghe passing a delicate and extreme face through the gap of the rolling curtain, he wanted to take another look, but the carriage had already flashed quickly. "I want to order the parking, and ask which child it is and how talented it is." But he was thinking of the Emperor Sui's imperial decree again. That was her goal lurking in Tiandu Royal for these years, so she couldn't delay too much. So he ordered the left and right, "You guys go all out to investigate who is behind the frame, and report to me immediately when you return to the palace." "Yes." Yuan. Lanba Academy is located in the imperial city of the Tiandu Empire, Tiandu City. Tiandu City is very prosperous. The streets are full of excellent blue brick paving, all streets are spacious enough, and the entire city is quite magnificent. The Blue Tyrant Academy is a Soul Master school opened by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Therefore, most of the students in the academy are children of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. On the Douluo continent, there are 3 sects in the sky and 4 sects in the land. The 3 heavenly sects, also known as the upper 3 sects, are the superpowers on the Douluo continent. They are extremely powerful. They all have the title Douluo in the sect, and the strength of the family disciples is second to none. The 4 sects of earth are much inferior, whether it is family resources or the background of soul masters, they are far inferior to the 3 sects of heaven. But whether it was the 3 heavenly sects or the 4 earth sects, in the eyes of ordinary people living on the Douluo continent, they were all noble families, who didn't dare to provoke or disrespect. Except for the royals of the 2 empires and the Wuhan temple with super strength, it is difficult to have an organization that surpasses them. And this Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is among the ranks of the 3 heavenly sects, and its strength and background can be seen. The warm sun shines on the tree-lined road, the fountain gushes in the center of the college square, and the drops of water are shining like brilliant pearls. The warm spring flowers are in full bloom, which coincides with the school season. The gate of Lanba Academy is tall, carved from white marble, with 8 gilt characters inlaid on it, Lanba Senior Soul Master Academy. Although it is an advanced Soul Master Academy, in fact, it still develops junior Soul Master classes and intermediate Soul Master classes as the direct source of further education. All kinds of parents send their children here, and those children are full of vigor and vitality. Yuan. Ask for a recommendation ticket during the recommendation period, ask for everything. Q degree Q. I don't know why this one was blocked, alas. Chapter 2-3 Lanba Academy 2. Lu Erlong personally drove the Hanover White Horse on a special road, driving straight ahead. Xiao Wu unveiled the curtain of the car and looked at the crowds outside and the prosperous scene on the street, amazed. "Brother, there are a lot of people out there. Is Blue Bull Academy famous? Are all these people coming to the academy to study?" Lu Erlong said indifferently, "As the direct college of our Blue Power Tyrannosaurus family, the Blue Tyrant Academy is of course much more famous than the average Soul Master Academy. Of course, the admission standards are even more demanding. Some of these children came to Lanba Academy to awaken their martial arts, and some have already gone through the awakening ceremony of the Wuhan Hall, but if their innate soul power is lower than level 3, they are not eligible to enter the Lanba Academy to study. The third level is not too much, and the third level is less. For most people, the third level of spirit power is already a threshold, eliminating thousands of children. Chapter 35. Looking at it this way, it is no wonder that Yu Xiaogang was sprayed as waste by his tribe. This Blue Tyrant Academy's door is worthy of the third level of innate soul power, that Yu Xiaogang is only half a level, there is no face to return to the sect at all. Level 3, will many people be eliminated? Xiao Wu asked inexplicably. She had no idea about the level of innate soul power, thinking that her 9th level was only within the normal range. Only then did I realize that I seemed to be standing in the ranks of the pinnacle. Many people's awakened spirits have no way forward due to their low grades and low innate spirit power, and they cannot enter the academy. Those who can reach the 10th level and obtain the spirit ring to become a spirit master can surpass most of their social status. People. And those with innate soul power exceeding level 3 mean that these children have a 90% or more probability of becoming a soul master. It is conceivable how many people will be eliminated in this process. Sub A took care of Li Xiaohu's scorpion tail braid, and said lightly. Xiao Bei is right. Like you two with 10th level innate soul power, they are among the best in the entire Blue Tyrant Academy, especially Xiao Bei. Among people of the same age, I am afraid that no one is his opponent. At this time Lu Erlong showed a token, and the concierge respectfully let it go, welcome the principal back to school. Seeing this luxurious frame enter the campus unimpeded, the long queue of applicants naturally expressed their opinions. What's the matter? How can someone enter the campus in a carriage? Yes, didn't it mean that in order to avoid traffic disturbances, it is not allowed to drive vehicles near the college? Why? Not just 2 white horses, my horse is still 3 grass mud horses, am I proud? Yes, we are against. We protest. The concierge carried the fiery red soul power, boiled the water in the cup, squeezed out a handful of green tea leaves and threw it in, took a sip, and repelled the heat in the scorching sun. Faintly said, that's President Lu of our Blue Bull Academy. If you have any comments, when you are approved to become a student of Blue Bull Academy, you will personally go to the principal's office to ask President Lu to mention it. Hearing that, everyone's rigidity plummeted. They all laughed in embarrassment. It turned out to be the principal of Blue Bull Academy. That's all right. Yes, yes, the school is my home, and harmony depends on everyone. Everyone is kind and patient. Of course I don't care about this matter. Someone teaches their children, baby, see if you don't, if you can become strong, you will get the privileges of this world and be respected by everyone. Someone who knows the hidden secrets murmured, I heard that President Lu went to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt the 7th spirit ring. I am afraid that he has successfully advanced to the Soul Sage realm when he comes back this time. Yes, the Blue Tyrant Academy has a very strong background. Although it can't compete with the top academies like Wuhandian Academy, it may soon develop into an academy equal to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy and the 5 Elements Academy. That's it. How could it be possible that the admissions standards of the 5 element colleges are much more demanding than those of the Blue Tyrant Academy? If it weren't for the support of the direct descendants of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, you wouldn't be able to enter the ranks of the first-class academy, okay? Gradually, everyone had a dispute over the ranking of the Heaven Do Empire's academy. In fact, this is also a private ranking, which should not be true, but it also has great value for reference. Wuhandian Academy is the only one, supported by the background of Wuhandian, rich in academic sources, and a strong team of top spirit masters, and is known as the Top Academy. The 5 element academies have a single enrollment, but they all have their own characteristics. They have high martial arts attainments in a certain attribute, and they are the best choice for elemental martial arts. Next came Tiandu Royal Academy and Lanba Academy. Relying on the royal and Tianzanzong titles, they barely made it into the ranks of first-class academies. The actual education level is not higher than that of the Five Elements College. Hey, that's better than the Tiandu Royal Academy. The dog looks inferior to people, and will only ask for the descendants of those powerful sects and strong people as core students, which is a background academy, a noble academy. Which slum did you come out of? You look down on the nobles. Which nobleman's nanny are you again? Come out and lick it like crazy. Why, do you want to fight? Come and come, whoever is afraid of whom. When it comes to fighting, I have never been afraid of anyone. Drink, Ji Xia Wushuan, blood wolf possessed. Dregs, bravery and long-lasting, invincible Vajra. The quarrel became more and more intense, and someone directly revealed the martial arts spirit, and went into a fight. Enough. Below the gate of the Blue Tyrant Academy, 2 old men playing chess leisurely looked at the crowd. 6 spirit rings and 7 spirit rings appeared on their bodies, and they were masters of the Soul Emperor and Soul Sage level. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus surrounds the old man's body, extremely majestic. It's the old predecessor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The old man said indifferently, fighting at the entrance of the academy is static. If you want to fight, you can find a place privately. We can't control it, but if you violate the order of the academy, you will be disqualified for registration. Hearing that, they are all honest, and dare not be arrogant anymore. Although they lashed out at Fang Chu and pointed out the strength of the teachers in the major colleges of the Heaven Do Empire, they were nothing more than bluffing. Yuan. After entering Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong drove the carriage from the wide road to the inside, passing through a playground with a diameter of hundreds of meters, through the tree-lined path, to a forest, facing the outside of an island in the middle of the lake. After getting off the bus, Lu Erlong carefully and tenderly hugged Subei and Xiao Wu from the carriage. Xiao Bei, Xiao Wu, we are here, this is where my mother lives, in the forest inside Lanba Academy, although it is a bit simpler, but daily living is not a problem. Soon, my mother sent someone over to repair a luxurious house to live in. Although I have adapted to this peaceful and safe environment, I can't suffer my children. Let such beautiful children live in such simple wooden houses, Lu Erlong will feel that he is abusing them. Xiao Wu took a deep breath of fresh air and smiled, I think it's nice here, with mountains, water, trees, and brother. Yuan. The new book asks for everything. Chapter 24 Heart is not as good as action. 1 month later. Lake Island. The stream quietly poured into the lake from above, and then traced back from another stream, making a clear sound of rushing water. On the island, a fairy tale house is outlined with pale yellow solid wood panels and tough bamboo, with a total of 2 floors. There are many precious flowers and plants planted in front of the fairy tale house. There is a small cooking workshop, and a clear and clean training field. Chapter 36. The smoke rising from the small workshop slowly hovered in the air of the forest. Lu Erlong had a black skirt around his waist. Through the black net-like fabric, he could faintly see the pure white skin, and his slightly plump thighs clung to each other, forming a semi-curved body. Finally, she smiled on her beautiful face and shouted to the second floor of the fairy tale house, Xiao Bei, Xiao Wu, come down to eat. This time my mother went to hunt the mandala snake in the demon hunting forest for 1,000 years, and give it back. Xiao Wu picked your favorite cherry mushroom. At this time, Subei was having fun with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's legs were forked and she was sitting tightly on Subei's body, and the content under her little skirt was looming. Xiao Wu's tender little hands pressed against Subei's chest, her pretty little face was blushing and sweat dripped, her hair sticking to her skin, she could hardly breathe after exercise. She was robbing Subei from the candy Lu Erlong brought them. Xiao Wu hummed, I want that. Subei holds 2 candy sticks in his hand, one is pig's head candy and the other is rabbit-shaped candy. A smile appeared on Subei's face. Then Xiao Wu likes this cute and charming pig candy, or does he like this big and thick tutu candy? Xiao Wu seized the opportunity and grabbed the rabbit candy in Subei's hands. Of course I like big and thick ones. Wrong. Xiao Wu suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Angrily said, "Brother, you are big and thick. Obviously, this candy cane is much more cute and beautiful than candy. The best looking rabbits are. Well, I must be big, thick, and long in the future." Subei reluctantly accepted Xiao Wu's wishes. Let yourself fight this cruel curse for this sinful world. In the past month, his relationship with Xiao Wu and Lu Erlong has become closer. In addition, he obtained a puppet control right and a tenfold increase effect. Hearing Lu Erlong's urging, the two of them hurriedly sorted their clothes, and their figures flashed by the window pane of the fairy tale house and jumped straight down. Lu Erlong's petting eyes were filled with helplessness again. "Can't you take the stairs, just like to jump down, what if you get hurt?" Xiao Wu chuckled and said, "We are all soul masters, and this is only 2 floors, and it's not high, so it won't hurt at all." Subei nodded. "What's more, Godmother, your craftsmanship is so good, I can't wait to smell it, I can't wait to walk up the stairs wherever I want to, I can't wait to come directly." Lu Erlong smiled with relief. Isn't this kind of life exactly what he wants? Plain and happy. Lu Erlong gently scratched Subei's tall nose with his fingers, and said quietly, "You can talk. Since you want to eat so much, you still have a long time to come down." Subei chuckled, "That doesn't have to be slowed down, otherwise the mood won't be restored properly. But there is one thing to say, Lu Erlong's cooking skills are really good. I saw that the mandala snake made by her is very tender, golden juice flowing on it, with a few red and yellow peppers, and green vegetables ingredients, color, fragrance, and taste. Pinch a piece of snake meat and throw it into your mouth, the soft mouth melts, like the taste of chocolate, the taste of Sichuan cuisine. How ignorant it is to face such a sweet wife and choose to escape marriage. Good to eat." Subei squinted to enjoy. Xiao Wu murmured, "I really don't know what meat is delicious, but radishes are delicious." Her slender fingers pinched a peach-sized, cherry-shaped, red radish with a bite, crisp and sweet. This is a rare variety of radish, cherry radish, very difficult to find. Each has decades of cultivation base, which is beneficial to the growth of Xiao Wu's spirit power. Lu Erlong touched Xiao Wu, and blamed, "Xiao Wu, you should also learn to eat meat, don't just eat fruits and vegetables. This is not good for your health. You are still young. Now is the time to grow your body. You participate in the Soul Master competition, Xiao Wu. If you don't eat meat, the consequence is that your development is not healthy, your hands and feet are weak, and you will not be able to beat others. Godmother, don't worry, I know Xiao Wu best. She can beat other boys by eating vegetables." Subei helped Xiao Wu to clear the siege. She was the kind of cute girl with weird power. He clamped a few more pieces of snake meat, and Subei seemed to be greedy with mandala snake meat. Tang San was confused. This mandala snake was so delicious that he didn't know how to enjoy it when he hunted the first spirit ring. The fragrance accompanies the breeze through the forest and arrives at an ancestral hall. In the clan hall, there are standing 2 middle-aged and elderly men. One is named Yu Yuanzhen, the titled Douluo of the 95th level assault system, and the titled Thunder, the second master of the Pope's order. The last 3 titled Douluos are ranked second and belong to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. The owner is also Yu Xiaogong's biological father. The other is Lu Erlong's father, Yu Luomian, who is an 82nd level Contra and a veteran of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. They keenly smelled the fragrance wafting from the forest, and suddenly smoked. Yu Yuanzhen glanced at Yu Luomian. "I heard that Erlong has returned and has successfully promoted to the 71st level of Soul Saint." Yu Luomian nodded, "Yes, I came back a month ago with 2 children. They have been placed on the island in the lake, but I haven't seen them take a stroll." Erlong was only about 30 years old, and he was promoted to Soul Sage. There may be some opportunities to be titled in the future. This generation can be considered a pillar, and our blue electric Tyrannosaurus will not decline. But, kid. Yu Yuan shook his eyebrows and closed tightly. Where did Erlong's child come from? Yu Luomian shook his head. I don't know. It is said that someone strolled in the forest and saw it from a distance outside the lake island. The rumor is very beautiful, like a fairy. Yu Yuan sighed in relief. That's fine. I'm still afraid that Erlong and my wicked son will be left behind, so this time I was hunting the 7th spirit ring and wanted to find him again. Since the appearance is exquisite, then it must not be the child of Xin Ziyi. Yu Luomian's mouth twitched, and said in his heart, although Xiao Gang is indeed useless, is it really okay for you to harm your child like this, big brother? Connotation, his appearance is not good looking, don't you even scold yourself? He is your own brother. Then Erlong shouldn't be forbidden by love, giving birth to infinite maternal love. Which family's young master did you steal? Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian looked at each other, feeling that this possibility is not small. Like Erlong's temperament, it will kill people when they are gentle, and they will kill people when they are hot. Probably not. I heard that they are enjoying themselves well. If the two children are taken back from captivity, they should cry and make a lot of noise and rush to go back to their parents instead of. Before Yu Luomian finished speaking, Yu Yuanzhen said, the rumors are the least credible. It's best to get to know them personally. In other words, since that Xiao Gang left, I haven't tasted Erlong's craftsmanship for a long time, and I really miss it. What are you waiting for? Chapter 37. Action is not as good as heart. The two escaped into the forest like a gust of wind. Chapter 25. The Royal Coming. Smell good. Chuckle chuckle. On a huge green tree not far from the island in the lake, Yu Yuan shook his Adam's apple, his eyes pierced the green leaves, and faintly saw 3 figures, 1 large, 2 small. Looking at the harmonious and happy life of the 3, Yu Luomian's face was bitter. I knew that I shouldn't have been so harsh on Erlong, otherwise, why should we only watch here? Yu Yuan snorted, is it possible that as an uncle, I am not qualified to have a meal? Yu Yuanzhen's face was full of stubby sideburns, and his face was righteous and vicissitudes of life. Yu Luomian was stunned. He pointed to the fairy tale house and asked tentatively, why don't you, brother, you go try? Okay. Humph. Yu Yuanzhen's witty little head flashed with inspiration, second brother, that's your daughter. As Erlong's father, it's perfect for you to go ahead. You're not a guest, that's your home. Yu Yuanzhen shouted solemnly. Unexpectedly, Yu Luomian shook his head fiercely, I won't go, definitely won't, resolutely not. What? You are the second in command of my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, don't even have the courage to enter my daughter's house? She can still blast you out. Yu Yuanzhen's rough voice alarmed the birds in the forest, if this is my wicked boy, let alone a meal, I just carry a knife and chase him, he dare not complain. Yu Luomian muttered, big brother, can you pull it down, Erlong can be compared to Xiao Gang? You just stand and let Xiao Gang hammer you and he can't move, you let Erlong try? Fire Dragon will directly burn you bald. Peel away. What did you say? Yu Yuanzhen is a super Douluo, the strongest blue electric Tyrannosaurus, how good is his hearing, can Yu Luomian's whispering hide him? He blew his nose and stared, that's the old man's niece. Do you think the old man is just like you? The old man pity and cherish Jade. You are still wearing open crotch pants when you are tender and sweet. You said that your relationship experience is very rich, and even your sister-in-law was abducted and taken advantage of you to marry home. Yu Luomian murmured in his heart, speaking of sentimentality, in the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong he was also one of the best, okay, there were not 5 but 3 of the old lovers he raised. On Huxin Island, the voices of these two nasty critics were looming, and they didn't use sound transmission to enter the secret. This did not directly alarm Lu Erlong. Even Xiao Wu and Sube noticed that, with their handsome faces in their palms, they said, "It seems that someone is coming." A cold color flashed across Lu Erlong's face, and then he said lightly, "Don't worry about them." "Who are they?" Northern Jiangsu was quite interested. Douluo said it was not big, and the high-class circle was so big, there should not be many people who could move Lu Erlong. "You don't even know Xiaobei." Lu Erlong gently touched Sube's face. "Are they bad guys?" Xiao Wu wore a pair of fluffy rabbit ears on her black hair, and asked while gnawing on the cherry radish. "It's my uncle, and my father." Lu Erlong's gaze crossed the lake surface, along the trunk of the green tree, and saw two middle-aged and old people hiding behind the trunk. Feeling this gaze, Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian knew that they had been discovered and there was nowhere to hide, so they stepped into the air from the dark, tapped their toes on the lake surface, and came to the three of them. Such light work, Sube asked himself, even if he used Lingbo's microsteps, he couldn't run them. This was caused by the vast difference in spirit ability realm, and they were not in the same level at all. "Erlong, Dad is here." "These two children are." They unceremoniously sat down on the wooden stool, tasted the delicious dishes, and directly asked the two children where they came from. But when they saw Sube and Xiao Wu, their eyes froze. "You face me with two old faces, and I am saying to you. Why didn't you say that this kid is so popular with the world? Why didn't I say? I have said that this kid is rumored to be very delicate. This can be described by exquisiteness alone. This is simply indescribable." For a moment, the two leading old men of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family looked at each other and opened their eyes wide to look at the child in front of them. "Absolutely, son. Really, absolutely." The combined age of the two is far more than 100 years old, but they are still surprised by rubbing their eyes. "It's really the first time I have seen such a beautiful child after living so long. The charm of this is that he is clearly more beautiful and cute than women, but the temperament in his eyebrows can make people tell that he is a boy at first glance. This kid is even better looking than Panan, who was famous for his beauty in the Two Empires decades ago." Lu Erlong guarded Sube vigilantly, and fixed his eyes. "Uncle, what do you want to do?" What? Yu Yuanzhen said in a deep voice, "We heard that you brought back two children from outside." Rumors spread. Some even said that you were heartbroken and broke the jar. You gave birth to illegitimate children with your lover over the years. Come to the college. Others are talking about the lax clan law of our blue lightning tyrant Longzong, corrupting the lintel, and smearing our face. We think you are my niece and second child's biological daughter, so we came to ask for it personally. So, you are here again for the sake of the family's face." Lu Erlong began to widen his eyes. "Blue Tyrant Academy is my academy, not your Thunder Academy. Do you care about me?" There are mainly two academies under the Blue Power Overlord Dragon Sect. One is the Blue Overlord Academy, and the other is the Thunder Academy, and the main resource is placed in the Thunder Academy. "Erlong, listen to your dad's advice. You can't control this kid, teach it to Dad, and Dad will train him very well." Yu Yuanmian tried to be a middleman. Tune? Chapter 38. Sube's small face turned white, and he said to Yu Yuanmian, "I'm not ashamed, I'm so shameless to train Nima. Look, Erlong, my father knew that you were not suitable for educating people, and he opposed you being the principal of Blue Bull Academy at the beginning. Such an excellent child, what is your education like? He is full of swear words, extremely rude to the elders. Listen to his father, you should teach him to the family to take care of him, at most we will not limit your meeting. Who dares to move him?" Boom! Lu Erlong was like a mad tigress, his soul power burst out, protecting Sube and Xiaowu behind him. With 7 spirit rings circulating around him, he was really a strong soul sage. "At the beginning, you pulled me out of the wedding. Later, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect will make me lose my yearning for the future. Now, it is written off. I don't blame you. But if you want to take Xiaobei and Xiaohu away from me, unless you kill me. Lu Erlong shouted sharply, really startled Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian. But because of the face of the elders, they refused to be soft. In fact, they just took it for granted in their hearts and didn't actually mean to target her. I am me, I am your father after all. At this moment, a man dressed in official uniform and imperial brocade hurried from the intestines. A sharp voice cut through the rigid and embarrassing atmosphere, tearing the tranquility of the forest. The royal call is for this, but here is the residence of Lu Erlong, the principal of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Yuan. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 2-6 Royal Invitation. The Royal Decree. Hearing this, everyone's mood was immediately shifted. Northern Jiangsu has also aroused interest. The situation in the Tiandu Empire is extremely delicate. Although the Tiandu royal occupies the country, it cannot act recklessly. The Tianzanzong and Wuhan Palace are both targets of the Tiandu royal's jealousy. Because, in the Heaven Do imperial clan, there is no powerhouse at the title Douluo level. And in the three sects of heaven, there is at least one super Douluo. The Wuhan Palace is also home to more than a dozen titled Douluo, leading the entire mainland. Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian got up, and borrowed the donkey to say, since the royal family has come, we will discuss the matter of the two dolls later. Hart said, unexpectedly, I haven't seen him for a few months, and Erlong's temper has gone up again. Sure enough, he is the mother of Zigong. Lu Erlong hummed, no one wants to hurt my son and daughter, or my old lady will fight him hard. We are really kind, Erlong, you really make my father chill. Ah! Roll. After Lu Erlong responded to the royal messenger outside the lake island, the royal messenger walked quickly from the wooden bridge and spread the emperor's imperial decree. 3 days later, the royal emperor will be appointed as the prince, and everyone will celebrate. Please Lu Erlong, the principal of Lanba Academy, and Junior to go to the ceremony and give the 7-star mother and child neon clothes. The royal messenger took out 2 sets of clothes from the space ring and handed them to Lu Erlong's hands. Then he looked towards Subei with a smile on his face. Presumably, this is Principal Liu's child, he is really beautiful, I don't know what his name is. The royal messenger showed great interest in Subei, and even the 2 big men, Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian, were temporarily ignored by him. The old faces of the 2 blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex families were green. The news that Emperor Sui was about to appoint Prince Xueqing he had naturally learned about it, but they did not receive the decree to observe. Instead, the royal envoy came straight to Lu Erlong. Is there a deep meaning in this? What does Tiandu royal mean? Yu Yuanzhen snorted coldly, and said in his heart, anyway, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Longzong and Tiandu royal didn't have a good relationship at all. It's not uncommon if we don't invite an old man. As soon as Lu Erlong's eyes condensed, he immediately noticed the strangeness. It didn't take long for him to recognize Xiao Bei and Xiao Wu as children, and he also learned a lesson from the storm caused by Xiao Bei's appearance in front of him. So I didn't publicize the 2 Xiaobei brothers and sisters with great fanfare. How did the royal family learn about this news? Lu Erlong couldn't help asking, your envoy, how did the royal family learn that I have a child? The royal messenger smiled faintly, and whispered beside Lu Erlong, before you returned to Tiandu city, you had a relationship with the eldest prince. He once saw Lingzi once in a while. The principal took the children to take this opportunity to get acquainted with the major sect forces, and by the way, also get to know the prince. Lu Erlong suddenly realized it, but shook his head and refused, thank you for the kindness of the eldest prince, but Beer is still young and doesn't like to meet strangers, so I am afraid that he will betray the prince's good intentions. This. The royal messenger looked embarrassed. All the major forces in Tiandu city knew that the eldest prince Xue Qinghe was about to be named the Prince of Tiandu. Everyone wanted to ingratiate himself, and this Lu Erlong actually. The most important thing is that since the eldest prince returned to the city last time, he has been depressed, as if he is not in love, and has asked the child's whereabouts no fewer than 100 times. This time, he gave a death order to invite the child to the palace as a guest. Then he headed straight to the island of the lake, and even the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon Sect Master Yu Yuanzhen had not had time to report. The Crown Prince. Sube was muttering in his heart, this prince is probably Xue Qinghe who Qianrongxiu pretended to be. When the royal messenger said that all major forces would gather there, Sube was moved. Will the children of all major sects participate? Sube asked. The royal messenger slapped his tongue, and was excited about the appearance of Sube. No wonder the prince expected this child to do a lot in the future and wanted to get acquainted with him. It's the sale of commodities. The selling image alone is worth $1,000. Since it is the person whom the eldest prince valued, it is natural not to be negligent. The royal messenger bowed his hands and said respectfully, the imperial seal ceremony invites representatives of the major sects. Except for the superior sects, they have no right to bring their children into the palace privately. That's it. Chapter 39. Sube looked up at Lu Erlong, and said lightly, then, Godmother, let's go. After all, it's the great prince's goodwill, we can't excuse it. The eldest prince, isn't it Xue Qinghe or Qianrongxiu? Yes, 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 what the little lord said is that the eldest prince has already started arranging, when the little lord enters the palace, he will be able to enjoy the top royal treatment. This is a blessing that how many people can't cultivate in a lifetime. The royal messenger immediately complimented him. Originally, he also wanted to make it a little bit taller. After all, it represented the royal face, but as one of the three sects of the sky, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus was really not as majestic as the ordinary sects, plus Lu Erlong there is also the meaning of rejection, even he dare not arrogant. Little lord, what is your name and how old you are, so I can go back and report to the prince, otherwise it will be hard to explain. Hearing this, if Sube didn't understand the deep meaning, it would really be blind to his identity as a traverser. Obviously, she was inexplicable, because Xiao Shui'er took a look somewhere, she was deeply fascinated by herself, and she did not want to eat in the palace, and ordered her subordinates to thoroughly investigate her identity. Only then was it easy to find out where he was, and to call himself into the palace in a fair way through the grand ceremony of the crown prince. Then, and then ravage yourself. Just like Lu Erlong, she has kissed her handsome little face this month, and she also likes to sleep with herself in her arms. The kind that pushes his whole head into his chest. If it's not that you are too young, you will get out of the way, and you won't be able to suppress it. Sube, almost 7 years old. Sube said lightly, okay, you go back and tell the prince, I will enter the palace to see her. Humph. Yu Yuanzhen saw that he had been completely ignored by the royal messenger, and felt that he had no face at all. He was also a dignified super Douluo anyway, and sent the blue electric Tyrannosaurus to the ranks of the three sects of the sky with his own power. This little royal messenger turned a blind eye to him, but was embarrassed to indulge in a child. After receiving the reply from Sube, the royal messenger was quite relieved. Only then did he notice the other people, thinking that the old man who could stand with Lu Erlong must be of high status. Bianzun asked, I have seen 2 of them, but I don't know who the 2 are. Yu Luomian said with a sullen face, we are the blue electric tyrant dragon sect master and the second sect master, Yu Yuanzhen, Yu Luomian. The royal messenger was startled and quickly respected, it turns out to be sect master Jade, rude. He took out another roll of imperial decree from the royal space ring and delivered it to their hands. Your Majesty also specially invited 2 suzerains. Yu Yuanzhen had already had a temper and lost his appetite. He snorted coldly, if you don't go, I haven't been involved in royal affairs. Now I have 2 dragons to represent me, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Before the words were over, their figures had rushed out 100 meters and disappeared. The royal messenger chuckled and said, "So when you sect master has a straightforward temper. When I saw him today, he was really characterful, haha. I'm going to chase him." He stepped lightly on his toes, and his posture was quite good, and he left the island in the lake in an instant. But he was already panicked. This profession was originally a royal majesty, with all the mighty prestige, but in the face of the 3 sects of heaven, it still had to be entrenched, and even if it was angry, it could only hold back. At this time, Lu Erlong squatted down and held Subei's face. "My child, are you really going? The palace fights, it's not uncomfortable to be dragged on the body. The 3 of us live peacefully and happily on this island in the heart of the lake. Is it not good?" Chapter 27 The Big Prince Xueqing He won. 3 days later. The royal bus stops at the outskirts of the forest where the island in the lake is located. Xiaowu curled her lips and said pitifully, "Brother, I want to go too. Do you have the heart to leave Xiaowu alone in the fairy tale house?" "Don't worry, Xiaowu, we will be back soon, maybe we can have dinner together." Lu Erlong stroked Xiaowu's hair. "Judo. Yeah, I'll go to contact the future Prince's Royal Highness. If we have a good conversation, then brother will be a friend of the Prince of Heaven Do Empire. Who would dare to bully Xiaowu?" Lu Erlong chuckled. Oddly, the eldest Prince Xueqing he is 16 or 17 years old, and he is cautious. He lives in the royal family and is deep in the city. Where can you talk to a 7-year-old child? When arriving at Tiandu Palace, Lu Erlong taught. Several princes of the Tiandu Royal have died unexpectedly. There is always a rumor that the eldest Prince Xueqing he went to kill him in secret. The key is that anyone with a discerning eye can see who benefits the most from the rest of the princes who fate Huangchuan, but everyone has no evidence. Xueqing he secretly tried to save his position. His cruel heart and cruelty made people embarrassed. Xiaobei, don't deliberately associate with him. Xiaobei, you are talented and intelligent, and your martial arts spirit is particularly special. You are still innately full of spirit power. Xueqing he will inevitably cherish talents. He will definitely want to win you over. You are still young. Although you have been self-reliant since you were young, you still can't grasp these complicated city gates. But if you don't intend to fight royally, there is a godmother to protect you, and the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzongmen to protect you. You don't have to be afraid of those so-called royal forces. As long as Tiandu Royal is a little tougher, Lu Erlong dare not say this. But although Tiandu Royal has millions of masters, but there are not a few real soul masters, it means that the real power of the royal family is not heavy. Why are you so scared? I understand. Subei nodded. To be honest, Subei was a little touched. Lu Erlong definitely regarded himself as his own son to tell him this. But as a handsome guy who knows the true identity of Xueqing he, Subei is not only not afraid, but also a little excited in his heart. Baby share. If your brother didn't take the initiative to find you, why did you send it to the door by yourself? Show the Tiandu Royal token, and walk from the spacious road extending in all directions from the palace, and someone will lead them to the palace where they are used to entertain VIPs. The receptionist gave Lu Erlong a label and said, "The royal seal ceremony will be held in the royal hall at noon. It will take more than an hour to begin. You can go directly and wait, or you can rest here. This is your seat number, President Lu." The receptionist took a deep look at Subei. "His Royal Highness can't wait to see you. Before the ceremony, I wonder if you can come with me to the Prince's Hall of Fame." "No." Before North Jiangsu refused, Lu Erlong spoke. Suddenly said, "This. It's okay, I believe that His Royal Highness will not hurt me." Chapter 40. Subei smiled, and the spring blossoms for a while, making people intoxicated. I saw that the attractor's eyes were all lost. If he hadn't known that this child was favored by His Royal Highness, and was backed by the Blue Lightning tyrant Longzongmen, even he would want to abduct this young man. Stupid boy, do you really think I am afraid that His Royal Highness will hurt you? It's too late for a child like you to be loved. No one is willing to hurt you. Lu Erlong said sadly, but the last time I was in Notting City kept me in my heart. I was worried that you would be taken away by someone who didn't know where you came from in the short time you left me. Before returning to Hyuxin Island, I must guard you all the time. Lu Erlong's possessiveness reached the pinnacle of his life. Even when I was with Yu Xiaogang, I never had such a mentality. She is not a stingy woman. But for Subei, she really couldn't be generous. Moreover, her worries are correct. Seeing that catching eyes are shining, you can imagine how attractive the appearance of this godson is. She is really reluctant to leave him half a minute. Hey, godmother, I can't help my son. Sooner or later I want to be independent, so let me go and let me fly, otherwise I will be accused of being Ma Bayanan. Northern Jiangsu also knows that its age is the most lethal to 30-year-old women, and that it will arouse their desire for maternal love and protection. Maybe only when they grow up to 14 or 5 years old, gradually become adults, and have a strong attraction to the opposite sex, they will have a male and female reaction to themselves. Mom Bowie. Lu Erlong was puzzled. Subei said helplessly, Godmother, if I go to the imperial seal ceremony with you at this time, it will attract the most attention. You think, those people are all nobles in the court? When Subei reminded him, Lu Erlong sighed his forehead and said, Xiaobei was right. If it was the royal ceremony, the Pope from Wuhan Hall would also come. If she also liked Xiaobei, then I decided to do it. If you can't stop it, it's better to let Xiaobei go to see Swekine. Subei originally had a face that turned the world upside down. If it were to be promoted, it would definitely be sought after by all soul masters and civilians. But what follows is pressure from all sides. The higher the station, the greater the danger. Okay, it's a happy decision. I'll go to see His Royal Highness. You will go to the Imperial Seal Hall obediently, and come see me when you are done. At this moment, it seemed as if Subei was an adult, and solemnly ordered Lu Erlong to do something. Lu Er can only tell again and again, you must protect yourself. I know. Walk through the gorgeous corridor filled with silver lights and paved with golden dragon pattern floor mats. A few giant pillars carved with dragon heads stood tall, and the guards in the palace kept patrolling. The royal ceremonies of His Royal Highness were not sloppy. They had to work hard. The Great Spirit Master of the Sensitive Attack System was responsible for setting up the scene, pulling the golden curtain away from the top of the palace, and they walked along the walls like flying swiftly. The big Han Tuan with great strength hugged the dragon head pedestal sculpture and placed it in the 9th 5-year Supreme Array ceremony. The body was covered with sweat, and it was particularly dazzling under the sunlight after the morning. The graceful court lady held a glazed silver cup, wisps of heat wafting from it, with a strong fragrance. If you opened it up, it would be a fine soul beast delicacy. There are also graceful dancers lined up into the palace, wearing silver silk dance sleeve skirts. It can be described as extremely luxurious. No wonder the Wuhan Palace has won the hearts of the people, and Tiandu Royal has been smashed. This world enjoyment does not understand the people's love and labor. How can a cool word be able to describe it? Little Lord, please hear. Following the guide, we walked hundreds of meters together, and the road attracted the attention of many people in the palace. Fortunately, we reached the destination. Little Lord, you can go up here by yourself. His Royal Highness is only willing to see you. I will not dare to go up without permission to avoid punishment, so as not to disturb the two princes. A smile appeared at the corner of people's mouth. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Seek everything. Chapter 28 The Big Prince Shweking He Too. It was an elegant staircase made of expensive wood. The footsteps on it had a soft feeling, and it did not make any noises like dong dong dong. Upstairs are all rare items, high-quality porcelain items, first-class flowers and plants, and erected musical instruments. In front of a dragon-patterned mirror, sits a 16-year-old boy with yellow hair. He is wearing a heavenly fighting emperor's suit and a crown of crown prince on his head. Through the reflection in the mirror, the yellow-haired boy saw a beautiful child who happened to also look at him through the mirror. In this way, they used the mirror as the medium, with their eyes facing each other. About 3 breaths. The yellow-haired boy waved to the palace lady and said, "You guys go down for now." Yes. The maidservants of the palaces couldn't help but glance at Sube a few more times when they left with broken steps, and they all secretly said, "Who is this young man?" Even when the eldest prince is the most critical and the most critical in life, he is still willing to meet him. However, this child is so beautiful. I love. This yellow-haired boy is no one else, it is His Royal Highness Shui Qinghe, who is about to be canonized as the Prince of the Heaven Do Empire by Emperor Shui Yat. Shui Qinghe looked back, and a quick glance at the time made her remember all these days. At this time, when she saw the real person, a bright smile appeared on her face. "You are so pretty, little brother." This is the first sentence Shui Qinghe saw in North Jiangsu's greetings. The voice of the goddess system resounded in Sube's mind. Checking in Qianrongxiu, Shui Qinghe, who pretends to be the prince. Initial strategy value, 20. Chapter 41. Target information: the saint of Wuhan Temple, the daughter of the Pope, disguised as the Prince of Heaven Do, who is about to become the Prince of Heaven Do. Please choose one of the following A-level options. 1. Obtain soul bones attached to angel wings. 2. Get 50% of the angel affinity, which can be used to get the approval of the angel god. 3. Gaining the angel halo bonus, the host's temperament has taken a big step towards the holy temperament. Executable task: help Qianrongxiu successfully win the crown prince. Executable task: help Qianrongxiu successfully win the throne. Executable task: it really is you, baby share. The arrival of the reward of the goddess punching in, let Sube confirm and affirm the identity of the person in front of him. Among the 3 rewards, Sube chose the spirit bone attached to the angel. The second option is the affinity of the angel gods. Sube gave up without even thinking about it. The angel gods belonged to Qianrongxiu, and they were only ordinary first-level gods, so there was no need to grab them. And the third option is pretty good. However, my temperament is enough to get rid of the dust. If I improve it again, I really don't know where it will be. Having a face that is unparalleled in the world has already made Sube University fully realize that a high-valued face can have happiness that others can't imagine, but it also bears pain that others can't experience. Everyone will rob you. Are you helpless if you are greedy for your body? Don't dare to choose the option to increase the charm. Otherwise, they will be forced. At a young age, the body can't stand it either. Not a drop. Therefore, it is most suitable to choose the spirit bone attached to the angel, as the soul bone attached to the outside is the best quality in the soul bone, and it is connected with the gods, and it must be much better than the 8 spider spears. After choosing, Sube felt a fire on his back, tearing in his arms, and then it was gentle, as if something had been implanted in it. The angel's soul bone is implanted. Successful implantation of the spirit bone attached to the angel can evolve as the host's spirit power level increases. Currently, the spirit bone attached to the 2-winged angel is applied externally. Sube smiled. He was equipped with top-level equipment bonuses, and interacted with Xiaowu and Lu Erlong daily, and increased his spirit power by 2 levels. Although it was only in the realm of a 15th level spirit master, the true combat power was probably no less than that of a top-level Great Soul Master. It was still terrifying to have the strength of a Great Spirit Master at the age of 7. Hearing the sudden ache in Sube, Shui Qinghe asked concerned, "Good-looking little brother, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, but faintly feel that your Royal Highness is very fragrant." Sube sniffed. Is it very fragrant? Maybe it's because I often burn incense for bathing recently. Swekine said the reason. No, no, no. Sube shook his head. Humans and animals smiled harmlessly, it's more like a girl's body fragrance. Shwekinghe's face did not change at all, but she was shocked. If this sentence came from the mouth of Emperor Shuya, then she would panic. In other words, this was from other officials, so she promised that this person would not live to see the sun tomorrow. But a 7-year-old peerless boy. Tong Yanwuji haha. Shwekinghe smiled softly, His Royal Highness can only be the elder brother, not the elder sister. Why? His Royal Highness is discriminating against girls, preferring boys. The girl is so cute, why can't I be a prince? I'm not convinced. Sube turned into a female boxer and struck out with heavy punches. The most important thing is that Shwekinghe was stunned, and then chuckled. He unexpectedly felt that there was nothing wrong with what Sube said, and he nodded helplessly and said, yes, it's a pity that the seat of the prince can only be seated by boys, not girls, otherwise it will disturb the court. If the royal family allows women to be crowned princes, one's own hands may be contaminated with more royal blood. But at the same time, Qianrongxue will no longer have to bear the pain of a woman disguising herself as a man, worrying about revealing her identity because of a small detail. Shwekinghe led Sube to a tea table and said, listening to the report from your subordinates, your name is Sube, the godson brought back by Lu Erlong, the principal of Lanba Academy. Okay. Sube nodded. Shwekinghe's bright eyes turned, in this case, the prince brother also likes you very much, and wants to be close to you, how about you be my brother in the future? In fact, Qianrongxue wants to say, do you want to your sister? But her identity cannot be revealed at this time. She can only find a way to stabilize the young man in front of her and link her close relationship, so as to facilitate the development of a deep friendship in the future. Here again? Sube Ying raised her eyebrows, did these goddesses make an appointment? Godson, brother, what are you doing next time? What can you do as your brother? This dry, what kind of dry is it? Suddenly Shwekinghe stood up, looked down the entire Tiandu palace through the panes, and said domineeringly, under the emperor, under the prince, no one can do it. If anyone dares to bully you, you can come to me. So handsome. Qianrongxue, as the only God-given spirit genius with 20th level of innate soul power, at 16th, if she didn't suppress her realm, she must have been above the 61st level of the spirit emperor. I thought of this disguised face with a beautiful goddess look and a proud figure. Northern Jiangsu is all confused. Brother Prince, you are so handsome. Boom. Chapter 42. Sube rushed directly into Shwekinghe's arms, but because of her young age, she was far less tall than Shwekinghe, and her face turned out to be 3 inches below her belly button. Suddenly, a wonderful and fragrant forest smell came. Qianrongxue's face hidden under the disguise mask was flushed. Growing up, it is definitely the first time to have such close contact with the opposite sex. A sinful palm touches the tender thigh. Brother, please don't be like this. Call me Yudi, it's more beautiful. Chapter 29 The Crown Prince. Just half an hour. Sube and Swekine had a very happy conversation. From the situation of the Tiandu Empire to the development of the Wuhan Temple, to the future development strategy of the royal family. From squeezing to knowing the road, from being cautious to blushing. Although the content of the talk is cryptic, it is not difficult to infer words that make oneself appreciated from the other party's language. Shwekinghe looked at the time, it was almost the time for the emperor, and she said reluctantly. Brother you, at first I only thought that your appearance was astonishing. I didn't expect that although you are young, you have such a big insight. I really admire you. Unfortunately, happy times always pass so fast, and it's time to say goodbye. Why don't you stay overnight, you brother? He had a little expectation in her eyes. Overnight? Subei's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. He didn't return all night, and Xiao Wu probably went crazy when staying on the island in the lake. But for your own bright future, Xiao Wu, you just bear with me. Can you sleep with His Royal Highness? Subei grabbed his hand and said, I have no other meaning, but I am curious about the Royal Dragon Shop. Maybe I can't sleep in my life, so I want to take the prince's bed to experience it once. Why not? He subconsciously wanted to agree, but rationally occupied the high ground in time. Zindao, if you sleep with him, you will inevitably hold each other in the middle of the night, and no matter how masterful your disguise is at that time, I am afraid that a slight flaw will be detected. Immediately changed his words and said, if the imperial brother decides to stay in the palace, my bed can be completely let out. You are my imperial brother, you don't have to be too polite. Can't sleep together. Subei looked at the taskbar, sighing with the task of sleeping with Jian Rongxia for one night. Forget it, I'm just joking. If you really do this, it won't sound good to spread it out. Hearing that, He's mouth turned up, and he handed a golden token to Subei. That's good, you keep this royal token. After holding this token, you can enter and leave the palace at any time, except for the forbidden harem. Except for this, most of the other places are unobstructed. Okay, it's time for me to go to the royal hall, and there will be a verbal battle waiting next. Fight? If necessary, I can help you. Subei said. He smiled, not taking it seriously. Arranging his clothes with a solemn expression, he called a guard, he is my VIP. You must return him safely to President Liu. If there is any delay, you should know the consequences. Swekine showed the majesty of the superior, and made people awe. Immediately, he smiled warmly, Brother Yu, I will often go to Lanba Academy to find you in the future. Subei smiled faintly, a word is a deal. After half an hour. In the royal hall. Subei originally wanted to stroll around in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. It would be great if he could meet a few more goddesses to check in. But he obviously had the same concerns as Lu Erlong, and worried that he would be surprised when he walked on the road, so it would be better to send him back to Lu Erlong's side. To keep a low profile, Subei also deliberately found a mask to cover the exquisite face, otherwise it would be bad if the peerless fairy face disturbed the court and prevented it from causing uproar at the royal ceremony and interfering with the power of the Prince of Swekine. People are too handsome, and they have too much to bear. What makes Subei amusing is that the old fellow Yu Yuanzhen, with a stubborn mouth and a donkey like a donkey, asserted that he would not come to the ceremony. In the end, he still came, albeit with a reluctant expression on his face. And from time to time, he glanced at the location in northern Jiangsu. Obviously it is a plan for northern Jiangsu. As soon as this idea appeared, Subei got goosebumps all over his body. I rub? This old guy doesn't have any pedophilia, right? As the top figure in the combat platoon in Douluo No. 1, if Yu Yuanzhen really wanted to do something shameful to Subei, he was really not careful. Think carefully. So, Subei looked around, looking for the noble and glamorous Pope. But let him feel very disappointed, the noble Pope did not appear on the scene. What did he talk to you? Lu Erlong dressed up as always. She was not interested in this kind of activity, but it was Subei who was coming, so she just came to protect her as a bodyguard. Hey, I also talked about some major national events. When will the Star Luo Empire be destroyed? When will it rule the world? It's not worth mentioning, it's not enough. Chapter 43. Subei overturned the wine glass on the table and took a sip. The wine in the Douluo world was really not good, and it didn't taste as good as his own bottle of Zhangzhou. Unfortunately, when he left the Star Do Great Forest, all the wine was poured into the Titan Great Ape. Good guy, Don't you know how fierce the Titan Great Ape is after drinking, walking like flying, invincible in the jungle, punching a big tree in the sky, and kicking a 1,000-year-old soul beast? Even Dishan dared to just go up. Nonsense! Lu Erlong flicked the little forehead of northern Jiangsu. Shui Qinghe, as a royal prince, has studied the national system since childhood and has a deep understanding of the situation between the two countries. How can you talk to him here? How can it be impossible? Sub-A rolled his eyes. Godmother, you look down upon me too much. Anyway, I also know astronomy and geography. I still understand this common sense. I want to use your deceased father's pen as a cover. I won't believe you, a strange spirit. But it's really true. You can deny my beauty, but you can't help but admit that my unparalleled and talented father, he knows everything, otherwise you will pay the price of ignorance, Godmother. Lu Erlong sneered, you take your appearance as a bet, then I must believe it if I don't believe it. Then, what is your father's name? Let the Godmother also admire him. You may not have heard it before. His name is Su Xiaosheng and he is known as Douluo by Xiaosheng. The northern part of Jiangsu randomly makes up, and comes through the secret room. His life experience is a mystery. When he comes out, hey, what else can he do? This slogan is very bluff. But Lu Erlong had never heard of it. It sounds quite true. But Lu Erlong still hasn't heard of it. Sub-A said that it was serious. But Lu Erlong still hasn't heard of it. This is obviously a little story made up by little ghosts. At this time, on the 9 profound stages of the ceremony, and read the edict. Since ancient times, the emperor will continue to stand up to the sky and Fuyahuan district, and he must establish the crown prince in Malong country, and the Mianzong society will be boundlessly rested. I am embarrassed by Hungxiu, and the night is trembling. I look up to my ancestor, Mo Lai, and pay the most attention to it. My son Swekine, and Japanese heroism. Talent is pure and beautiful. Here is the sacred mandate, and the ceremonies are set. I obey the public opinion. I would like to tell the world, the ancestral temple, and the community. In the first year of Tiandu, Yinfen was granted the book treasure, and the crown prince was granted the power. He was established as the upright prince. Standing in the East Palace, with the century-old system, and the heart of 10 provinces and 4 armies. From now on, the eldest prince Shui Qinghe will be the prince of the East Palace of the Heaven Do Empire. So Begwan got up and bowed his head in salute. Only the big figures of the major sects just got up and nodded, showing a little respect, and there was no need to bow. Immediately, the well-groomed Shui Qinghe came out from behind the scenes. His facial features were well-shaped and soft, and the crown prince was crowned with a golden crown. But when Swekine received the prince's seal, I saw a few headed by the 100 officials standing majestically, and stopped saying, "Wait! Split line." 1. At the suggestion of a book friend, the system name has been changed to the Supreme Male God System, Soft Meal Hard Eat System. 2. Seeking recommendation tickets, seeking collection, seeking everything. Chapter 30 Royal Routines. A smile appeared at the corner of Shui Qinghe's mouth. Here comes, the tales of the foxes of the ministers of Heaven Do came out so quickly. The real Donggong drama is only now on stage. Standing on the far left is the Minister of Military Aircraft, who is in charge of Tiandu's heavy forces, and is the biggest confidant of Emperor Sui. Otherwise, how dare to hand the only whole card in his hand? In the middle is the Prime Minister of the Tiandu Empire, who is also the teacher of Sui Great Emperor's youth, and the veteran of the 2 dynasties, with respected status. On the far right is the important Minister of the Household who controls the Tiandu treasury and the economic lifeline. It is also the chief culprit in the collapse of the Tiandu Empire's financial game. The lower seats of these 3 are the power holders of the 10 major provinces in Tiandu, and some political figures in the royal family. The representatives of Tian Sanzong and Wuhan Hall were sitting in the VIP seats and watching the scenes with interest. Xue Qinghe knew that the position of the prince was that Emperor Shuiye was helpless and accepted the suggestions of the ministers. At the same time, he himself felt that it was necessary to establish a prince. After all, his children died one after another, and he was very disturbed, and the delay in finding out the murderer made him even more angry and frightened. The establishment of the crown prince is also the general trend. But setting up a prince does not mean delegating power. The prince's seal has always represented the prince's righteousness. Once Xue Qinghe is in charge, it means that he begins to have the real right to speak in the court. It also means that he acquiesced to win over the ministers of the court and cultivate the power of the princelings. This is of great significance to Tiandu Royal. This is also what Sui Great Emperor doesn't want to see for the time being. Therefore, someone must be the villain to protest against Xue Qinghe's taking power. Only set, not delegate power. And this person, above the profound stage, the Emperor Shuiye, who is steady as a dragon chair, has made arrangements long ago. I saw the Minister of Military and Political Affairs say, "Chen, there is something to report." The Emperor Shuiye sitting high in the temple raised his eyes lightly, "Play." Being in the East Palace was originally a national celebration, but the minister occasionally asked some officials in the court to discuss the prince. In the interests of the royal reputation and the royal family, the minister courageously told His Majesty that the rumored minister was truthful. "Report it." The Emperor Shuiye was furious when he heard the words, and hummed, "The prince has a straight and upright nature, and he has done everything in a safe manner. For many years, there has been no difference in the past. Which loyal and good admonishment is to be dragged out and beheaded to show the public?" The Emperor Sui emphasized the tone of the word Zhongliang, which has a profound meaning, and those who heard it did not think that the Emperor Sui's heart was towards Xue Qinghe, especially when the Emperor Sui stood up and stared at the officials. Chapter 44. The imperial clan belongs to the Tiandu Zhongshan clan. If there is a fault, all the heavenly fighters have the right to blame and correct. But if it is unprovoked rumors, pretending to be the prince's truth, slandering, then this emperor will never forgive. With this remark, who would dare to speak? Rao had opinions on Xue Qinghe in his heart, and he could only hold it in his stomach. What kind of means did the Prince Zindao use to make His Majesty love so much? Or is it to deceive the holy? So that your Majesty kills innocent people indiscriminately? Only those who are well versed in the ways of emperors and ministers knew that Emperor Sui was killing him. The Emperor Sui glanced around, and the officials were panicked. Only the important ministers of the household would understand. He was about to step forward to play a loyal minister, persuade him, and then let the performers go out and slander Xue Qinghe. Then the great Sui took advantage of the situation, reluctantly suppressed the power of the prince, intercepted the prince's seal, suppressed the prince's reputation, and reaped a wave of wise kings, and listened to the reputation of loyalty. Open the bow left and right, kill two birds with one arrow, why not do it? This is the way of the king. But he didn't expect that Xue Qinghe dared to hide in the royal family. What a strong heart, this bit of wind and waves, it is really difficult for him to rush. He smiled and humbly said, as the saying goes, no one is perfect, nothing is finished. Although my son is cautious in handling things this year, he has repeatedly considered and tried his best to follow his father's behavior and listen to things respectfully. But it is inevitable that there will be omissions, and it is even more inevitable to offend the villain. Let this person go to the temple and tell them one by one, so as to give the officials an explanation and give the people of Tiandu a peace of mind. If not, it will be difficult for the children. An Xin takes over the position of the East Palace. Hey! Hearing that, in the solemn hall, Sub-A couldn't help laughing, causing the officials around him to frown. Zindao, edict, where did the Mautu kid come from? And being so rude, to sneer and wear a fancy mask, it's ridiculous. I really don't blame Sub-A. But Xue Qinghe's words are really wonderful. First, put yourself in the position of ordinary people for thinking, even if there is a real fault, there are arguments. Secondly, the Emperor Sui was also pitted. If Swekine had a problem with his actions, it means that Emperor Sui also had a problem with his work, and the entire Tiandu Empire had problems. Sanlai has established an image of fairness and integrity, daring to face gangsters, and fearless in the face of accusations. Qian Rongxiu is indeed a hidden veteran. The Emperor Shuiye also bows, his own prince speaks with his own youthful demeanor, and even the blue is better than blue. This way of speaking is already at the level behind him, and Shui Qinghe is only 16 years old. The great Sui was relieved, but he also had concerns. Because he couldn't see through his own child. What is he telling the truth, telling according to what he wants, but disguising and saying it deliberately? If it is true feelings, then the great Sui feels a little relieved, and feels that there are successors. If it is false, then his eldest child is a natural emperor's heart, able to control the officials, calculate the empire, and dominate everything. The city mansion is extremely deep, and the thoughts are so delicate that everyone is elusive. The emperor can. But the prince, no. What the emperor sees must be everything. This was also what Sui Great worried about Swekine the most, and it was also Swekinghe's inability to be frank. Coupled with the death of his prince one by one, the emperor's mind became more sensitive. 2 years ago, the second prince Shui Luoquan, who was only 12 years old, became weak and died of illness. In fact, it was Shui Qinghe who murdered with chronic poison. Due to the dosage problem and the insignificant traces of the poisoning, he sent someone to stalk it, so the imperial physician missed the only chance to discover the truth. A year ago, the 11-year-old third prince Shui Haizang had the same symptoms as the second prince Shui Luoquan and died of illness. In fact, Shui Qinghe killed it with the same method, making it more secretive and bizarre. These children are just like the devil's curse. At the age of about 12, their bodies will gradually deteriorate, and nourishment and conditioning are useless. At first, Emperor Shuiye thought it was a court lady. Because there are few men in the palace, it is difficult for women in the palace to reach men outside, and when they are hungry and thirsty, they often violate the prince in private. The age of 11 or 12 is also the age when the boy is sexually obscure. Therefore, the great Sui used to think that it was the court lady who broke the prince's body, causing the prince to become weak, and Mi Qing died. But after careful consideration, these began to die at the age of learning everything about the royal regime. Who is the biggest beneficiary? There is no doubt, Swekine. Therefore, Emperor Shuiye was still worried about Shui Qinghe, who Jian Rongxiu was pretending to be, and refused to enlarge his power. Emperor Shuiye looked around. If that's the case, who is this person? Come forward and speak. Seeking tickets, seeking everything. Chapter 3-1 Control, Turnover. In the hall, I saw a young man wearing a top hat and a sea-level official uniform. His hands were shaking. Note, it's not the shaking with fear, but the shaking with excitement. The expression in his eyes looking at Emperor Shuiye was fiery. Zindao, complete this task, be promoted and become a majesty, become the #1 hero next to your majesty, returning to the hometown in fine clothes, admired by others, and responding. Woohoo! Take off! Being a human being, I want to be immortal, sitting on the ground I want to go to heaven. At a young age, with little experience and great desire, it is normal to be fooled by a leader as a fort. He took out a scroll and said respectfully, Your Majesty. Chapter 45. It's not what I see personally, it's what hundreds of people discuss. His Royal Highness, the Director, is beyond the reach of Baichen, and his organization is clear and disorderly, but after all, he lacks a human touch. 2 years ago, His Highness took office as the inspector of the province of Fastno, and dismissed the senior officials of the province of Fastno. The reason was that he was corrupt and broke the law and squeezed the people's anointing, so that the people of the province of Fastno fell into a certain degree of poverty. But in fact, the food and clothing of most people in the Fast-No province is not a problem, and this deputy senior official has made contributions to the peaceful coexistence of the Heaven-Do Empire and the Xing-Luo Empire. According to the law, it is indeed necessary to be demoted or even suspended for investigation and handling. But given that he has done a lot of work, it should be dealt with lightly. The actions of His Highness the Grand Prince chilled the hearts of a group of veterans and heroes. Among them, the Yutong and the deputy envoy of the household department resigned angrily, causing changes in the DPRK and China. 1 year ago, a famine broke out in the western provinces. The prince did not hold a meeting of the ministers and urgently opened the treasury support. Although the treasury has not recovered now, it has saved the people of a province. There is no blockade. Although the 2 provinces next door were also implicated, so that some areas were complaining at the time, it eased the pressure on the treasury. The world does not realize the feelings of the great prince for the people and the country, and the evaluation of the great prince is in a bipolar state. He spread out the policy, and the irony was expressed, "Now, Your Majesty is wise and knows the virtues of the prince, but the people are ignorant, and at the critical period of the death of the 2 princes, the people are spreading some bad words about the prince. The content is unbearable, and it is not enough to be believed, and the ministers dare not speak arrogantly. But the situation is like this, so the minister, for the time being, does not support the eldest prince in taking charge of the prince's seal, hoping that in the future, the people's words will stop wise, and I will support the prince." After that, he squatted on the ground, knocked his head twice, secretly observing the expressions of other ministers. Sure enough, with him taking the lead, other officials began to whisper and talk. The Emperor Sui pretended to be a posture, slapped his big hand on the seat of the dragon's head, and shouted, "Folk rumors are all nonsense. I want to hear how they slander the royal line and how unlawful. I forgive you. Sin is enough. This. Folk rumors say that the eldest prince Xueqinghe murdered his brothers. Next, it was natural to lead to the death of the prince one after another, and Emperor Shuiye was also secretly observing Xueqinghe's demeanor. He also has this doubt." Sube took a deep look at Emperor Shuiye. "If it weren't for the information of these courtiers in the system taskbar, I'm afraid they would have to play it over. The routine is really deep. I really didn't expect that Jian Rongxue was lurking in the royal family and went to the position of prince, and experienced many ups and downs. This process is not a one-off, but a difficult journey. Perhaps it was this kind of imperial chore that made Jian Rongxue clearly start higher than Tang San, and even the goddess sister who was about 9 years older, but in spirit master cultivation, she became a so late. It's not just being repressed, it's also distracting." As for Tang San, Sube recalled that Notting College had parted, and he didn't know how he was with Yu Xiaogang. If he insists on worshipping the master as his teacher, then he has chosen to be his enemy. Once the protagonist of the original book like this becomes an enemy, the best way that Sube thinks of is to kill it directly to avoid future troubles. He secretly experimented with flowers and plants, and a drop of top paraquat mixed in water can make more than 100-year-old plants die instantly. Moreover, this is far from the end point of paraquat. It is completely limited by the scale of the experiment and the side effects. Believe that if all fall down, even the blue-silver emperor will have to shrink and become a younger brother. But from Tang San's soft gaze at the beginning, he should have been quite trusting of himself. Maybe he regarded himself as a person who could give his back, right? Lu Erlong smiled and did not participate in the people's speculation about Xueqinghe's right or wrong, but looked at Sube Road. "Baer, see it, Chao Tang has always been like this. The quarrel brings the city government, and the luck brings danger. I really don't want you to join this group of people. This world, after all, is the world of a soul master, and their pedantic will sooner or later be submerged in the years. So, the Heaven-Do Empire needs a sufficiently powerful and capable emperor, doesn't it?" Sube smiled. "You mean, Xueqinghe is that powerful and capable person?" Lu Erlong's slender fingers gently covered Subei's mouth. Such things cannot be said outside in the future, especially in the palace, you know, otherwise they will offend the royal people. Don't be afraid, godmother, you will protect me anyway. Subei plunged into Lu Erlong's chest. Seeing that the wind direction of the officials was quickly turned crooked, Xueqinghe pressed her lips lightly, feeling a little helpless. This is the stumbling block of the great Emperor Sui, how could he not know? Just hesitating whether to come up with a killer strike against the wind. The pros and cons of this are nothing more than angering Emperor Sui, getting the prince's seal, and angering Emperor Sui and not getting the prince's seal. While Xueqinghe was thinking, his gaze swam in the hall, and finally fixed on Subei's body. It happened that Subei was also looking at Xueqinghe, thinking in his mind, what way can she show her beautiful face under the disguise? Under the mask and the disguise, the eyes face each other, and the northern part of Jiangsu winked towards Xueqinghe. Xueqinghe's face was slightly red, and he said in his heart, this is a big crowd, what does Yuji want to do? I have penetrated Xueqinghe's weak heart, the helplessness and help hidden deep in her eyes, I want to grasp deeply. Suimei, a mere prince, let me help you. Xiao Ai, I want to use the puppet power once. Subei Xin said. Xiao Ai receives the instruction and is driving the puppet right. The host can choose one of the following 3 on-site puppet control rights. Provincial ministers, ministers of the military, cross hands of the household department. Hubei cross hands. Obviously, the Tiandu Empire's finances were so ruined that the household department could not get rid of the relationship, so it would be better to start from here. At this time, Xueqinghe was tremblingly expressing his loyalty and feelings for his compatriots, and would never act like a black hand. A middle-aged person next to the Minister of Household suddenly came out. He was temporarily manipulated by North Jiangsu. He accused the young man and said, Your Majesty, this person is irrational. Chapter 46. Split Line. At midnight, at the beginning of the day, I jumped out of the 9-meter-wide bed, crossed the 100-meter hall, swam through the 1,000-meter swimming pool, and climbed the 10,000-meter-high mountain, blowing the coolness from 1,000,000 meters away. Feng shouted at the tens of thousands of meters of starry sky, I'm so handsome. For being so handsome, please vote for me, brothers and sisters. Chapter 3. The royal chaos is not chaos, I have the final say. According to the investigation of the Ministry of Households and various transaction records, our Ministry of Households concluded that Fosno's deputy senior official squeezed the money of the people of the Tiandu Empire and carried out super-principal money-gathering behavior. The reason why the Xingluo Empire has a good relationship with the Fosno province is that this deputy senior official secretly donated a lot of treasures to the Xingluo Empire all the year round in exchange for the illusion of border harmony, and he bribed me to certain high officials every year. In exchange for the turmoil in the DPRK, the official guards can protect themselves. The so-called offsetting of merits and wrongs is really ridiculous. Secondly, the famine that broke out in the western provinces a year ago was actually economic sanctions adopted by neighboring provinces to suppress officials who were not in the flow, which led to the collapse of the commercial system in the western provinces and the outflow of a large amount of money. Under the control of Subei's mind, this high-ranking official of the household department, whose status is second only to the position of Shangshu, has shaken out all he knows. As for the death of the prince, there is no proof for everyone. It is extremely ridiculous to suspect the prince only by relying on the possibility of it. As a manipulated puppet, Subei can see his inner content, and as a puppet, he does not know that he is being controlled. This Hu Hand only thought that his mind was twitching, the potential justice and kindness in his heart, and his enthusiasm for officialdom when he was young, his heart for guiding Zhongshan rose again. The Ministry of Households scolded, denying, "Shut up! What are you talking about? Our Ministry of Households has never recorded such a thing." The Ministry of Households said indifferently, "I have a copy of the archives of these years, which can be checked in detail." Master Shangshu, you have embezzled tens of millions of gold soul coins. I have proof. Family book? The Minister of Military Aircraft can't stand it anymore. It's not a day or two for your Ministry of Households to mess around with the economy. There is no need to move it to the table like this. Haven't you done it? Of course, none of the people present can get rid of the relationship. Your military department smuggles hundreds of millions of gold soul coins every year, and our household department remembers every penny. The Ministry of Households threw out a shocking secret. By the way, I also know that you are a wife, and you have an affair with the wives of many adults in the DPRK. If you adults go home and find that you are having with your wife, the other party's reaction is not as good as before. It is better to think about it. After all, military planes kill the enemy on the battlefield all the time, and the bones of other adults are naturally far incomparable. It's green. In the hall, the senior officials were silent, and their faces were extremely ugly. Immediately broke out. Dog thief, dare to go to my wife, ITM killed you. My lord, forget it. If you want to live a good life, you have to have a little green on your head. What's more, we can't beat him. It's better to do something about it, maybe you can get promoted. Emperor Shuiye was also dumbfounded. This scene, have you never rehearsed before? Rao is Swekine, and he can't help but look at Sube in surprise. Immediately they looked at Emperor Sui again, and the two looked at each other, and during a brief eye contact, they were sure that they were not instructed by the other party. Putting this kind of imperial filth on the table is very tricky for Emperor Sui, and it is of little benefit to Swekine. Once the investigation is made by him, Emperor Sui will never let him go. Moreover, Shweking had tried to recruit the Minister of Household, but made no progress. No. Waiting and watching the audience, the only thing that will make changes and help you get rid of the deadlock is the most likely arrangement of the Papal Palace. But if the Papal Palace has a plan, it is impossible not to discuss it with yourself. Then there is another possibility, and that is the Imperial brother Sube. But how could it be him? If this peerless and unparalleled young man possesses this kind of ability to reach the sky, then, I really want to love him. Shwekinghe's fiery eyes seemed to look through Sube. I really hope he grows up soon, I really hope that time will pass soon, and I really hope that the hidden mission will end soon. If possible, she also wants to have a vigorous sibling relationship with Sube like normal people. Emperor Shuiye rubbed his temples. Messy, too messy. With the shaking of the hands of the household, the prince's imperial seal ceremony became alive. My original intention is very simple. Just want to suppress Shwekinghe's power, so that Shwekinghe, who has won the position of prince, temporarily restrains the limelight. But with the troubles of the Ministry of Households, it became a farce, which was spread and laughed all over the world. Moreover, it also exposed the major shortcomings of the Heaven Do Empire. From the temple royal to the common people. The Emperor Shuiye rubbed his eyebrows and waved his hand. The Crown Prince sent an edict to the ceremony. The two officials of the DPRK and the Chinese government suddenly lost their hearts, talked nonsense, disturbed the court, killed the Meridian Gate, and thought of past achievements, royal grace, low-key burial, don't make publicity. The farce is over. In that case, the eldest Prince Shwekinghe should be in the Eastern Palace, and there is no need to discuss it. At this moment, Sube withdrew his mind, knowing that his goal had been achieved. The system's task rewards are also issued immediately. Qianrongxiu, Shwekinghe, succeeds as the prince, takes the prince's seal, holds the righteousness, and the host receives the following rewards. 1. Holy blood of angels. 2. The host body has doubled the host body, combined with the bloodline power, the current body is no less than the sole deity. 3. Any fairy medicinal material times 1. The host has a huge increase in mystery in Qianrongxiu's heart, and the host gets the following rewards. 1. The right to use the puppet once. 2. the age of the first spirit ring has been increased to 1,000 years. 3. Reserved for the second soul ability summoning of the Dragon God's Gate 9 Dragons 9 Sons negative. Following the words of the Emperor Sui, the young official knelt on the ground in panic, crawling forward in panic. Your Majesty, Your Majesty? I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy. What I said is true. Your Majesty, I did what you said, without breaking the slightest bit. I'm very loyal. Why kill me? At this moment, the head of the household had returned to normal mentality, recalling that he had just ranted in the court like a demon, offending the important officials, and couldn't help but get cold sweat. Immediately paralyzed, softened in the temple, murmured, it's cold, it's no use begging for mercy, it's dead. Chapter 47. Even if Your Majesty does not kill, can the Minister of Military Aircraft spare himself? Simply, he broke the jar. Your Majesty, the ministers worked hard for the Tiandu Empire, and they did not dare to neglect half of their actions. They said they were all for Your Majesty, for the prince, for the Tiandu Zhongshan Society, the minister. I don't want to see a group of vassal ministers in trouble. Chaotzen. Your Majesty, can you understand the pains of your ministers? Orts. Several golden-armored knights strode from the side, erected the two of them, and carried them out of the hall. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Let the minister quibble a little more. No, listen to the minister's explanation. The minister's loyalty can be learned from the sun and the moon, and the world is moved. The minister, the loyal minister. Hubu Shangshu submitted a sullen face. Your Majesty, this traitor's words are confusing and not credible. I'm trying to bomb him, and I don't want him to hit him first. This is the amount of money he has embezzled in the past 2 years, up to 58.71 million and 4,326 gold soul coins, 7 silver soul coins and 3 copper soul coins. It's a crime. Upon hearing this, all the officials took a breath. Worthy of being a book from the Ministry of Households, the details are at its extreme. Chapter 33 Xiao Bei, you don't like men, do you? Tears are about to fall. The puppets controlled by Sub-A were so disturbed that Emperor Shuiyi's calculations fell through, and his doubts about Shui Qinghe could only be suppressed. There is no reason to hold down Prince Yin. Shui Qinghe unexpectedly not only stood on the stage and watched a good show, but also maximized his benefits. Even Shui Qinghe didn't know why Hubu Crosshand would stab the Hubu minister and Sui grate on his back. Yes, although Shui Qinghe has the Spirit Hall as the backstage and his own power in the North Korea, he has not yet had the opportunity to penetrate into key institutions. Emperor Shuiyi is an old fox, not so easy to fool around. Sui Qinghe also needs to make progress step by step and consolidate power step by step. After leaving the scene, walking on the avenue leaving the palace, there were whispers from officials around. What kind of nerves did the Hubu handover make today? When you get to this position, don't you know what to say and what not to say? Yes, everyone is fishing in the muddy pool. Although the husband hand was chopped off by Your Majesty today, everyone knows that in the future, Your Majesty will probably not let us have a better life. From now on, those small movements will still converge so as not to hit Your Majesty's gun. Ugh! An official sighed deeply, and the road was full of vicissitudes and confusion. Don't be corrupt. Who will take care of the big buttock Warren Xiaqi in the dance building next door? Lu Erlong was confused, thinking in her heart, although she is not very interested in the various political affairs of the Tiandu Royal, where is there any official who has reached the provincial level who is still so uninterested? They are all old foxes. Xiao Bei, the royal seems to be noble, but in fact it is a hypocritical city. It is really not suitable for a child like you. If Shui Qinghe wants to make friends with you, then I welcome him to Lan Ba Academy as a guest, but if you want to recruit you to be an official, then my mother is absolutely impossible to agree. I hate the hypocrisy of those officials the most, the people of cholera. Of course, I am also not interested in being an official. His Royal Highness Shwekinghe is a rare figure. I want to have a deep friendship with him. How is this deep friendship? That is naturally excellent. In fact, my mother still hopes that I, Xiaobei, Xiaohu, the three of us can live the best in the fairy tale house. There are no storms, no twists and turns. Lu Erlong looked at Sub-A Judo. Sub-A shook his head. This is impossible. Everyone comes first and then there is a small family. The spirit of Wuhan Palace is rising rapidly, and it will fight against the Tiandu Imperial Court. Sooner or later there will be a battle. By then, there will be 3 sects and 4 sects, and the entire Tiandu Empire will be affected. Furthermore, whether it is in the era of peace or war, only being strong is the foundation of a solid body, otherwise it will collapse upon impact from the outside world. Lu Erlong was surprised, and sighed in his heart that his insight was not as good as that of a 7-year-old urchin. Yes, as a soul saint, she is already the Lord of 9 heavens in the eyes of ordinary people, and she needs to look up to see her footsteps. But for Wuhan Palace, she was just a first-order humble stepping stone. The imperial brother deserves to be a book reader, a young prodigy. I am really ashamed of the insights he told me. A voice of Shwekinghe came from behind, and Sub-A turned his head and smiled. Brother Prince. I have seen His Royal Highness. Lu Erlong also bowed slightly to show respect. Shwekinghe held the palm of Sub-A's hand, and sighed deeply. This mask is very hateful. It hides the supreme appearance of Yudi, so that people can't see the elegant demeanor. If the prince brother wants to see it, wouldn't it be fun to live with Lanba Academy for a few days? Sub-A said lightly. I mean it. Shwekinghe rubbed Sub-A's hand twice. However, when I came in to take over the position of prince, I can't have time for the time being. When time is sufficient, I will sigh with Yudi Bingzu. A word is a deal. It's hard to chase a horse. Yu Yuan, who came out with them behind them, shook his eyebrows. Erlong, Xiu'er, really has a good relationship with His Royal Highness. Lu Erlong is, degree. The affectionate eyes of Shwekinghe and Sub-A shocked Lu Erlong. Xiaowu and Sub-A were also very close at ordinary times. Lu Erlong wouldn't be surprised if they hugged and rubbed. But the attitude of Shwekinghe and Sub-A were stunned. Because, in Lu Erlong's eyes, Shwekinghe is a man. The two boys held hands and kneaded. Hiss. On the carriage, Lu Erlong couldn't hold back anymore. He hesitated and said to Sub-A, Xiaobei, there are many forks in the road of life. Some people are in career, some are in ideas, and some are in love. Chapter 48. Lu Erlong said a lot, then looked at Sub-A expectantly with his eyes wide open. Xiaobei, do you know what mom means? Sub-A shook his head. What's wrong with Lu Erlong? Why are you nervous about participating in an edict ceremony? Lu Erlong sighed deeply. Oh. In fact, my mother wants to ask, Xiaobei, how do you feel about Shwekinghe? If you say this, I won't be sleepy anymore. Shwekinghe, as the great prince of the Tiandu Empire, is now the prince, and will be able to hold the emperor's throne in the future. He is decisive and firm. He is also very good to me. He gave me the imperial permit. I like him a lot. Northern Jiangsu tells the truth. Although what he likes is not Shwekinghe, but Jian Rongxiu. Who knows, after listening to Sub-A's words, Lu Erlong's expression became more complicated. Lu Erlong gently took off Sub-A's mask and kissed him gently on his cheek. Xiaobei, if Shwekinghe kissed you like your mother, would you have a repulsive mentality? I rub? Is there such a good thing? Isn't this a free reward? Sub-A suddenly shook his head. Of course I don't mind. Lu Erlong's chest tightened, sweating between her cheeks. It's over. Xiaobei is still young, and doesn't understand the gaps and taboos between genders. As his mother, I must lead him to the right path. Give him the correct 3 views and save him from danger. Think about such a good-looking child in the same bed with other men. Lu Erlong was shuddering. more uncomfortable than thinking that in the future, Sub-A would make a villain with other girls. Do you have the heart for such a handsome person to be destroyed and withered? I cannot let it go. So I want to lead him to the glorious world, not the fallen prison. Xiao Bei, this can't be done. Lu Erlong straightened his chest and tried to guide Sub-A. Xiao Bei, you can't do that with boys. What kind of thing is that kind of thing? Sub-A was confused. That's, Xiao Bei, you can't like boys, you should like a beautiful, strong, and virtuous girl like your mother. Lu Erlong emphasized the female character, for fear that Sub-A would not understand it. Xiao Bei, you are so smart, you must understand what your mother meant, right? Hey. Northern Jiangsu said in surprise, Godmother, where did you think about it? The relationship between me and the prince brother is as pure as water, which is what you think. Then Mom just saw you too. That's friendship. Lu Erlong said again, then at Notting College, you winked at that average-looking boy. Winks. Sub-A was taken aback, when did he wink? Notting College? Is it the wink given to Tang San before leaving? Is this all seen by you? That's just a man's promise. Lu Erlong glanced at Sub-A meaningfully, my dear son, Mom just hopes you don't go astray. Yuan. Seeking recommendation ticket seeking everything. Chapter 3 for Yan Jinglan BA. This day. Sunny sky and warm. Several days have passed since the prince's royal seal ceremony. Xue Qinghe is the crown prince of Tiandu, and the Wuhundian forces secretly cooperated to modify the affairs of the main hall that day and publicize it. The Emperor Xue Ye was stunned. Although the royal family tried to block the news, beautify the scene, and write stories to spread to the people. However, there are still some comments from the Ministry of Households that are pointing to Zhongshan. Emperor Xue Ye was puzzled. Which minister can't hold his mouth, catch it out and shoot? But the Ministry of Households cross hands, always drop the gods. After returning from the palace, Lu Erlong became extremely uneasy about Sub-A's sexual orientation. His thoughts began to change from tabooing him from contacting women to wanting him to play with beautiful women every day, as long as there is no danger. From time to time, Lu Erlong would have an in-depth exchange with Sub-A to let him experience the beautiful melody of the opposite sex. Northern Jiangsu is also enjoying it. After this, Lu Erlong, at the suggestion of Sub-A, set up the Tianjiao group of the Blue Tyrant Academy to recruit the most enchanting soul master genius of the Tiandu Empire. In order to ensure the healthy development of Northern Jiangsu, Lu Erlong personally set the rules. Chapter 49. The conditions are even harsher. Only recruit younger sister, elder sister. Don't be male. And it will be checked by Sub-A personally. The interview location was a tree-lined hut a few miles outside the island of Huixin. The brilliance of the sun shines on the green leaves, shining through the gaps on the ground or flowers and plants to form light spots. The slender thighs dazzled on the square of the Blue Tyrant Academy, and he walked thinking about this place. People who don't know will ridicule people who don't understand. Why are so many girls going to the small forest? Is there any big baby there? Someone replied, you don't understand this. The Blue Tyrant Academy has established a Tianjiao class, which specifically recruits talented soul masters, and only recruits women. The age cannot exceed 12, and there are restrictions on realm and innate soul power. Someone echoed, yes, the most important thing is that I heard that the kid responsible for the final soul master review is super beautiful. Yeah, it's not bad to have a good look at it from a distance. But it's a pity that the enrollment standards are too strict. It is said that the 7th level of innate soul power will be brushed down. Such characters are the focus of cultivation in the 5-element academies. Following the crowd's route to the end, Sub-A was in a state of boredom. I saw him sitting on a soft stool with a white table in front of him with some forms for filling in information. There are several girls sitting on the side, some are long and lovely, some are pretty, and some are looking like royal sisters. These are all people who have been screened out by Northern Jiangsu, who can reach the limit of genius in front of them. Northern Jiangsu feels like being in the harem. For the personal safety of Northern Jiangsu, Lu Erlong specially arranged a number of Soul Kings and Soul Emperor Realm Masters to form a human-shaped fence to isolate the Blue Tyrant Academy admiringly. They are crazy. It's like taking Sub-A as an idol and chasing celebrities like crazy. Take a look, it's like a demon. Thinking about Sub-A day and night, I can't wait to take Sub-A home and hug him to sleep every day. Long and handsome, you can't keep a low profile. Originally, this cabin, which was personally reviewed by Sub-A, was relatively remote from the topography of the entire Lanba Academy. Since Sub-A made a public appearance in the Blue Tyrant Academy, it has been passed on from 10 cities to 100. Within a day, it spread through the academy with lightning speed, and there was a faint tendency to sweep Heaven-Do City. Celebrity effect comes with a series of celebrity products and celebrity economy. Someone who understands painting sets up his easel, holds art pens in hand, finds the best viewing area early, and imitates the peerless youth on the white paper. But always dissatisfied. The shape and artistic conception are lacking too much. He sighed and shook his head. Every angle of this young man can be painted into a beautiful picture of the world, which is beyond people's imagination, but such a young man shouldn't be owned by the world. Perhaps, his face value is not allowed to be recorded by pen and paper in the world, whether it is text or portrait. It looks so pale and weak, it is difficult to accurately describe. I'm afraid, even if the painting is reborn, he won't be able to paint the majesty of this young man. The arrogant painter slapped the paintbrush down. If you can't draw a little bit of the charm of this young man, from then on, you will never write. Master, no. How? The day before yesterday, the first painter of Tiandu Royal came to copy this young man at the order of His Royal Highness Shui King He. As a result, he spent hundreds of scrolls of paper and painted overnight, but he couldn't find the key artistic conception at all. Then, contemplating no results, exhausted my brain power, white hair all night, and baldness for 2 nights. Look. The man pointed away and followed his direction, only to see a middle-aged and old man with a vicissitudes of face and reflection above his head holding a pen, hesitating, and refusing to write for a long time with doubts. Surprised, Su Wen Royal No. 1 painter has accurate and fast configuration. He is the best talented painter in decades. Even he can't stabilize his shape. Fuck, the first painter fainted. Normal, this is not the first one. This young man has aroused the personal dignity of the painters in Skydu. It is normal for someone to paint for 3 or 4 days in a night. How sensational the scene was. Northern Jiangsu has become commonplace. Maybe this is the drawback brought by handsome. The beauty makes myself suffer too much. Xiao Wu came from Huixin Island with a snack and leaned on the table in front of Sub-A. Brother, are you tired? Want Xiao Wu to rub it for you, uncompress it, and relax. The northern part of Jiangsu was righteous, and Lingran immediately said, Xiao Wu, it's brother's working time. I am responsible for Lanba Academy and for the future of Tianjiao class. Xiao Wu, go back to the fairy tale house, don't disturb brother's work. Sub-A swept across a group of slender legs with white flowers. But, brother, the eyes of these girls are so strange to see you, I don't like them at all. Xiao Wu squeezed her fingers and looked around at the female students who looked like wolves and tigers around her, wishing to rush forward and throw Sub-A down. Xiao Wu, you don't understand. They are looking to become stronger and eager to make progress with us. That is not malicious. Because we are too good, there will definitely be many people who want to grow up with us and become stronger. In the future, we will have a lot of such eyes. Xiao Wu, you have to learn to accept, learn to get used to, otherwise others will think we are stingy. But, I just saw a girl hugging my brother. Xiao Wu stamped her foot anxiously. Sub-A touched Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu, that's a hug for salvation. They said I don't hug them. They would rather die. A hug can get a fresh life. Xiao Wu, you said, did your brother do the right thing? It seems, there is nothing wrong. Xiao Wu always felt that what Sub-A said was strange, but she couldn't find any flaws. Sub-A shouted, Xiao Wu. Brother doesn't allow you to question yourself. Don't be sure of your own thoughts. Chapter 50. Come on, tell yourself aloud that my brother has done a great job, and I hope my brother can save more girls who want to commit suicide in the future. Brother. Brother is awesome. Xiao Wu said stupidly. Xiao Wu is so good. Sub-A kissed Xiao Wu's cheek lightly, and suddenly Xiao Wu blushed. Brother, so many people are watching. Roar. With this kiss, the young and ignorant little sister went crazy. I seem to be her. Male god. Brother Sub-A, I want to kiss too. I am willing to trade for 10 years of life. Ask for a recommendation ticket for everything. Chapter 35. Tang San looking for people. At the gate of Blue Bull Academy. A plain-clothed teenager clenched the map in his hand, staring at the gate of the Blue Tyrant Academy in front of him in a daze. Lanba Academy has finally arrived. The young man murmured, firming his conviction in his heart. Asked the concierge, Uncle, do you know that there is a good-looking child prodigy in Lanba Academy? By the way, his name is Sub-A. You. The concierge glanced at Tang San, and said lightly, we in Blue Tyrant Academy know him. Why? Where did you come from to study? Now that the time for enrollment has passed, you should go wherever you go. This young man was Tang San, who had traveled a long distance from Notting City. He is dusty, his hair is messy, and his clothes are dirty. Since the last time he talked with the master, he has thought deeply about it, and he feels that Sub-A is really great, and he admires it very much in his heart. Especially according to what Sub-A said, the bottle of Biko was poured on his blue-silver grass martial spirit, and silver lines were suddenly formed. The liquid was very warm and moist, and it had a huge effect on his blue-silver grass martial spirit. After absorbing it for a few days, the silver pattern gradually turned into a golden pattern. Not only was the appearance of the blue-silver grass changed, but the blue-silver vines he had condensed were tougher and easier to control. Compared with the previous blue-silver grass martial arts, it was completely two grades, one in the sky and the other underground. He was puzzled. Why did the blue-silver grass, which he was called a waste martial arts soul, undergo such a change? In Tang San's heart at this time, his admiration for North Jiangsu had reached an unstoppable telling. That handsome and broad, rich child prodigy, eternal god. He came to Lanba Academy this time just to go to northern Jiangsu. Yu Xiaogang is a fart. The theory is worthless. Where is the great brother of Sub-A? Tang San said solemnly, we have an agreement, I will definitely come to him. Cut. The concierge smiled disdainfully, boy, this trick was used by a girl a few days ago. In order to get close to the handsome guy, you guys, you really do everything. However, in other words, the charm of His Royal Highness Sub-A is so great, even a small country boy like you is here. I advise you to go back as soon as possible. Have you seen that such a large group of girls over there want to approach His Royal Highness Sub-A, but they have all been rejected, let alone you are a boy. That's the male of our Blue Tyrant Academy, it's not someone who can be approached. The concierge pointed at the dejected girl in the Blue Tyrant Academy and smiled contemptuously. These girls are too old, that is, their realm is too low, and they don't meet the shortlisting requirements of the Tianjiao class. They didn't even qualify for the primary election, let alone get close to the final decision of Northern Jiangsu. Exclude? What do you mean? The intelligent Tang San immediately reacted and caught the point. Don't you know yet? The concierge explained, President Liu has set up a Tianjiao class. As long as the conditions are met, after review, they can immediately enroll and practice together with His Royal Highness Sube. Our entire Blue Tyrant Academy students are crazy about this. You see, the girls from other schools in Skydo City have also heard about the appearance of His Royal Highness Sube, and can't help but come and watch. According to this trend, I am afraid that our Blue Tyrant Academy will soon be able to surpass the Thunder Academy and keep pace with Wohundian Academy. Tang San's eyes lit up, and his heart said, I thought my martial soul was a waste martial soul, and his talent was not outstanding. The most important thing is that Teacher Sube sent an invitation to himself at the time, and he should have recognized himself, then he will definitely pass the test. Thinking of this, Tang San nodded and asked urgently, I don't know what the conditions are for being selected for the Tianjiao class, can I participate? The concierge showed a disgusting expression and shook his head suddenly, you can't, the Tianjiao class only recruits women. Female. Tang San's eyes flashed with a dispirited look, he was tripped by gender when he approached Teacher Sube's way. Give it up, my child, in this world, there are always some people out of our reach. Even if we work hard, we won't be able to reach them. The concierge saw through the cold world and turned into a great philosopher. For an existence like His Royal Highness Sube, perhaps only a distinguished person like His Royal Highness is barely worthy of making friends with him. No. Tang San let out an unyielding roar, there must be a way. The Emperor is worthy of his heart. Nothing is unachievable. Tang San's gaze flowed, and he finally settled in a clothing store, where there were a dazzling array of clothes, including cute lowly costumes, chic swordsman costumes, and pretty pure costumes. Tang San turned around, hesitated a little, then stepped in firmly. Chapter 51. In order to get close to Teacher Sube smoothly, this sacrifice is insignificant. Yuan. As the day went west, the evening glow appeared on the horizon, and as the sky became dimmed, the environment became deeper. Sube let out a sigh of relief and said lightly, it seems that today is another day without gains. Is my recruitment standard too high? Is it really that difficult to find a few goddess-level teammates? Sube was a little disappointed. In fact, his enrollment conditions are quite simple. As long as he can make the system react and give himself a card, he will accept it directly. But after a few days, there are quite a few beautiful sisters, but there is no goddess who can punch the card at all. If the talent is good, she can stay as a reserve player. His Royal Highness Sube, there is a girl who is naturally full of soul power to participate in the selection of Tianjiao class. At this time, there was unexpected joy. Sube's eyes suddenly shined, innately full of soul power. It should be known that in Douluo continent, girls with innate soul power are extremely rare. After spinning around in his mind, Sube couldn't remember any other well-known goddess other than Xiaowu who was born with full soul power. Let her come and see me. People who are born with full soul power have amazing talents, and Sube is also full of expectations. Is it some hidden goddess? Will it be Hulina? Or did Qian Rongxu restore her goddess makeup to tease herself? The girl was brought from the crowd by someone, wearing a red and blue skirt, short blue hair, and a brown bow on her head. The walking posture is a bit awkward, as if he is not used to this dress. At a glance, Sube was a little disappointed. The appearance is average and the figure is average. But taking into account her innate full spirit power, the martial spirit level will certainly not be low, and she doesn't know which child it is. Looking up again, the look reflected in Sube's eyes always feels weird and familiar. But she couldn't remember who she was. Your name? Tang. Tang San. The voice of the girl dressed up in front of him trembled, his eyes were dim, and there were faint tears in his eyes. Farewell to Notting College, I miss it very much. Teacher Sube, I finally found you. Split line. Seeking recommendation tickets for everything. Because there is no ticket in everything, there is no recommendation. Ask for a recommendation ticket for everything. Because there is no ticket and everything, there is no recommendation. Chapter 36 Tang San Apprentice 1. Hiss. Suibei, who was sitting in front of the wooden house, took a deep breath. Immediately, he glanced at the restless crowd and knew that this place was not a place to talk, so he pulled Tang San to the island in the heart of the lake. On the forest road, Suibei looked at the gracious girl next to him, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Never thought of it. You are like Tang San. Tang San, why are you dressed like this? The most admired in northern Jiangsu is the women's clothing boss. They dare to challenge the worldly vision, brave to show their uniqueness, pursue character and beauty, and dedicate themselves to friends and brothers. Only 2 words can describe it. Great. There was a hint of helplessness on Tang San's gentle face, explaining what he had seen and heard in the Blue Tyrant Academy and the conversation with the concierge. In order to meet Suibei smoothly, he had to make a move. Man disguised as a woman. Pretend to apply to join the Tianjiao class of Blue BA Academy. With his innate soul power and the particularity of the blue silver grass martial spirit, once his personal information was submitted, Suibei would surely be able to instantly discover that he was himself. No, he was promoted smoothly, crushed a lot of girls, and successfully approached northern Jiangsu. After listening, Suibei sighed. A generation of kings has fallen to this point. Can this be tolerated? The little concierge dared to embarrass. Hey, no, the concierge doesn't seem to embarrass Tang San. At this moment, Tang San's footsteps suddenly speeded up, walked to the front of Suibei, and knelt down with a plop. He knelt on his knees on the dirt grass, and slammed 3 heads towards Suibei without hesitation. His smooth forehead touched the moist ground, slackened, and collided, making crackling and crackling sounds. Suibei's eyelids twitched, and his body moved back subconsciously, obviously startled by Tang San. Tang San, what are you doing? Tang San said sincerely, Teacher, please accept me as a disciple. Chapter 52. In fact, in the etiquette on Douluo continent, apprenticeship does not require 3 kowtows, just bows. But where do the 2 traversers know so many details, just do what they want in their hearts? Suibei smiled. This is a triumphant smile, but also a satisfying smile. This shows that my careful teaching to Tang San at Notting College more than a month ago was not in vain. But facing a person of the same age as 3 kowtows. Suibei always feels weird, like being worshipped. Suibei helped Tang San up. You don't have to be like this, Xiao San, we are the same age, and you will be the same as Xiao Wu in the future, just call my brother. Suibei's thoughts were very simple, since Tang Sanchanj wanted to play with him, it was not impossible. As for how strong Tang San will be in the future, is it a threat to himself? North Jiangsu does not need to be considered at all. Only the weak who are not confident will take so much into consideration. And I have a soft meal hard eat system. No, it's the goddess Invincible system. Tang San has the golden finger of Suanei Shanbailu, he is completely worthy of him. Unexpectedly, Tang San suddenly shook his head and said respectfully, Tang San doesn't care about age limits. Although the teacher is the same age as me, he knows a lot more than me. As the saying goes, knowledge is priceless. As long as the teacher can guide Tang San's spiritual master to practice, then you can be a teacher as a student. Tang San felt the warmth from the palm of Suibei's palm, and his heart became firmer. I begged the teacher to take in his disciples. Tang San gave up his status as a work student at Notting College and came to follow the teacher. If he fails to learn, Tang San ashamed of Grandpa Jack. Teacher please, don't refuse. There were tears in Tang San's eyes, he was still in the appearance of a woman's dress, he looked so pitiful, and it was really hard to refuse. Well, but if you enter my summon, you have to obey my summon's rules. Sub-A glanced lightly at Tang San and began to make up Dafa from nothing. Tang San was stunned. Summon? Yes, summon. We summon generally only recruit genius girls, but I think you are so sincere, so you can make an exception to accept you, but you must not disobey my summon rules, do you understand? Summon. At this moment, a trace of hesitation appeared in Tang San's eyes. I worshipped the Tang sect in the previous life and kept the Tang sect rules. Now I am reborn and worship this peerless young man as a master. If the door rules violate the Tang sect rules, how should I deal with it? This was what Tang San was thinking at this time. He looked up with a pair of confused eyes. Zindao, such a graceful young man must have strict rules and will not rebuke Tang sect, so you might as well listen to him. Teacher, please warn. Tang Sanjing said. Sub-A knew that Tang San had taken care of it, but he was not a bad person, and the rules of the door would naturally not be harmful. The first rule of the summon gate: do not covet the teacher's talents, do not do things that deceive the teacher and destroy the ancestor, and keep a safe distance from the woman who is close to the teacher at all times. Hearing this, Tang San nodded. I must obey the teacher's orders. North Jiangsu nodded with satisfaction. The second rule of the summon school: do not do things that harm the nature and the justice. In a crisis, the safety and interests of the teacher and summon disciples must be the top priority. Without the permission of the teacher, you must not harm summon disciples at any time. Tang San thought for a while. Since he worshipped the other party as a teacher, he naturally needed to put his sect's interests first, even the Tang sect, so he nodded. Tang San got it. Sub-A went on to say, the third rule of the summon gate: respect for all masters, and don't disobey their orders. Tang San must take his teacher as his belief in this life. Okay. Sub-A exudes a relieved look. Tang San, you have to understand. If you enter my So clan, if you violate the rules, you will suffer the pain of thousands of people biting your heart, get the fruit of severing offspring, and bleed through the 7 orifices. Sub-A's unparalleled face became solemn, as if it were really like recruiting a disciple from the school. He shouted, Tang San, stretch out your hand, and summon the blue-silver grass martial spirit. Tang San stretched out his hand obediently, and for a moment a silvery blue-silver grass emerged. Sub-A took out a bottle with a light-colored logo engraved with a blue skull. Behind the blue skull is a lush grass-like logo, with 3 large characters below, Bai Sheng. Sub-A gently pressed the spray head of paraquat and sprinkled it on Tang San's blue-silver grass, and said indifferently, I'm receiving a disciple for the first time, and I don't know what the process is like. This bottle of herbal medicine keeps up. The bottle given to you at Notting College this time is the same, it nourishes and strengthens your blue-silver grass martial spirit. Just as a meeting gift for you as a teacher. Ping! The silver light of the blue-silver grass became stronger and stronger, and soon the vines would really turn silver, tough and vigorous. Tang San's eyes flashed, took it, and asked Sub-A for advice. Teacher, what exactly is the principle of this liquid? Every time I spray this potion, my control over the spirit will increase, and my blue-silver grass will also happen. Huge change. Even, it can be used as a spear now. Tang San condensed the blue-silver grass into a straight line and directly inserted it into the trunk next to it. As the saying goes, 1 grass and 1 leaf can hurt people. Chapter 37 Tang San Apprentice 2. It's already rare for a waste martial arts spirit like Lan Yunko to become a spirit master. It can be said that it is unheard of and unseen to mutate into a lethal attack like this. Tang San flipped through a large number of books in the Notting College library, and also asked the teachers in the college, did he think that blue-silver grass could not be aggressive? But the facts lay before him like iron proof. Tang San had to believe that the mind of the peerless young man he admired contained an incomparable amount of knowledge. This is also one of the reasons why he insists on coming to apprentice. Chapter 53. Another reason is that this young man is so good looking, so he can see that he can't sleep at night as a man, and he can't wait to fly over with wings to confirm that the young man is still safe, so he is at ease. Sub-A said meaningfully, this Baiko is extracted from the essence of thousands of trees and grasses I took a year ago. It is extremely rare, so you can absorb it cleanly, so you can't waste every drop. Each drop is wasted, it is equivalent to abandoning hundreds of tree species. For the sake of the beautiful forest ecosystem of the Douluo continent, you must make good use of it, Xiao Sanzi. What? Hearing this, Tang San was surprised, unavoidably embarrassed. At such an age, the teacher already knows how martial soul nourishes the truth, but he is even vague about the role of martial soul. I really need to work hard to keep up with the teacher. I'm so rubbish. Teacher, students can take the liberty to ask, what level is your spirit power now? Looking at the outstanding young figure in front of him, Tang San asked expectantly. Sub-A said lightly, 15th level spirit master, my martial soul is the gate of the dragon god. If you follow me with peace of mind, you will be clear in the future. 15th level soul master. Tang San was flustered, as if he was taken aback. According to his understanding, a martial soul can only be awakened at the age of 6 to 7, and the training speed is very slow when the spirit is just awakened. If there is no guide to teach, then the training speed of the spirit power can be called turtle speed. There are many children who can't even get up to the first grade in the first year. Level 15 spirit power is basically invincible at the same age, but being a teacher, is still not qualified. But Tang San knew that what he needed was not the strength of the teacher, and the strength of the master could not be imparted to his disciples, but knowledge could be. Even Yu Xiaogang, who was hailed as a master by everyone at Notting College, was known to be invincible in theory, and was stubbornly grasped by teacher Sub-A. Tang San could only look up and admire this kind of courage and knowledge. Walking to the outskirts of Hyuxin Island, Xiao Wu looked forward to the fairy tale roof early. Seeing Sub-A came back, she immediately jumped up happily and waved to Sub-A, brother, godmother is cooking, just waiting for you. Xiao Wu rushed from the Qingtang bridge on the island in the heart of the lake and rushed into Sub-A's arms, narrowing Linky's eyes, brother, I want to kiss. Sub-A was a little embarrassed, coughed, and leaned into Xiao Wu's ear and said, Xiao Wu, goodbye, I have a guest today, and I will kiss again tonight. Xiao Wu pouted, and then he paid attention to Tang San behind Sub-A. He tilted his head and said, hey, you look familiar. Oh, I know you. You were the one who was at Notting College last time. That why are you here, bad uncle's disciple? Moreover, how do you dress up as a girl? Are you a pervert? Xiao Wu expressed shock, and she felt a sense of security close to Sub-A. Tang San smiled bitterly, seeing the girl in front of him being intimate with Sub-A, there was an unspeakable feeling in his heart, unable to tell. But knowing that she has a close relationship with the teacher and obeys the rules of Suman, he must keep a distance and respect and admire the girl in front of him. So Tang San stepped back and explained, the disciple Tang San has seen his wife, and now Tang San is the disciple of teacher Sub-A, and he has nothing to do with the instructor of Notting College. Xiao Wu blushed, and twisted and said, what are you talking about? I have already worshipped teacher Sub-A as a teacher, and I will be a teacher for a day, and I believe in my life. From now on, teacher Sub-A will be the person Tang San respects most. Tang San was respectful, without a trace of temper. No. Xiao Wu held Sub-A's hand, bowed and said, I mean, what did you call me just now? Master. Master. Tang San thought that the title was wrong, and quickly explained, is it because I called the wrong one? No, you didn't call it wrong. Xiao Wu nestled on Sub-A's shoulder, I really like your name just now. You can call it a few times and let me hear it. Madam. Madam. Okay. Madam. Screaming beautiful. Little third son, remember, from now on I will be your wife, the only teacher. North Jiangsu. Because the fairy tale house is the private residence of Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, and Subei, outsiders are not allowed to live together. After Subei told Lu Erlong about Tang San's affairs, he arranged for him to live in the dormitory closest to Huixin Island in Lanba Academy. Go wash first and let him take off the women's clothing. If there is a mobile phone or camera here, Subei even wants to take a photo of Tang San, the lady's clothing, and upload it on the internet. It will definitely be popular. Is there a direct arrangement for hot search? In fact, there was also such a sudden idea that Subei wanted to tenderly dye this original actor. But he didn't have any malicious intent towards himself, and he worshipped himself as a teacher and bowed his head sincerely. However, there is no major problem. The chaotic situation in Douluo continent hasn't taken shape yet, so I only need to play with the goddesses and train Tang San. How did Subei know that his charm value was so explosive that even Tang San could hardly control it? If he was to be fascinated by him, if he was trained again. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. In the blue lightning tyrant dragon hall on the opposite side of the forest, Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian were startled as if watching the information that the royal family had just sent in front of them. For a long time, Yu Luomian returned to his senses and smacked his tongue. Brother, the information you got from the palace about that child is not accurate or not? The aura of a 7-year-old child can actually suppress the Hanover white horse, which has been cultivated for 1,000 years. Are you sure that the noble breeds of horses were not fabricated by those people? Yu Yuan snorted, I'm not stupid, so I can't tell the difference. This information, but I bought it from Prince Shuekinghe's hand for a lot of money. Chapter 54. It is said that they have seen the child use martial arts. A dragon-head fish body beast martial arts appeared, and the white horse of Hanover, which has been cultivated for thousands of years, was too scared to move. If not, how could the Prince Shuekinghe bother to investigate the child, and even arranged the edict to be awarded to Erlong first, so that he could hide it from the old man? Haha, ridiculous. Yu Luomian gave Yu Yuanzhen a thumbs up. Big brother, it's still you. I thought you really entered the palace to participate in the royal seal ceremony of the Heaven Do Royal. It turned out to have another profound meaning. Yu Yuanzhen raised his head proudly, looking upright. That is, the old man has been in the Heaven Do Empire for decades. What storms have not been seen before? How can this little baby's life experience be hidden from me? Yu Luomian complained inwardly, it's just that martial soul has been found out. He doesn't even have any faith in his life experience, right? Is this blowing again? But Yu Luomian didn't dare to refute, even though he was also a strong contra figure, but in front of Yu Yuanzhen, he didn't even look at it. Yu Luomian frowned and said, but elder brother, is it a misunderstanding to suppress 2,000-year-old soul beasts at the age of 7? If it is a century-old soul beast, I can accept it. If you want to know the truth, just go and see for yourself. Yu Yuan calmly pointed at a location in the forest, and said lightly, the 2 Hanover white horses seem to have been raised there by Erlong. The 2 strong men looked at each other, and then disappeared into the jungle like the wind again. Thank you for the reward from Shuabi, who can't type his name, so hard, the name is so hard to type. Ask for a recommendation ticket and ask for everything. Chapter 38. Smelly Shameless Yu Yuanzhen. The neigh of the white horses of Hanover came from the stables on the outskirts of the island in the lake. Brother, that seems to be the cry of Dabai and Xiaobai. On the Qingtang Bridge on Huixin Island, Xiaowu was pulling Subei to feed the fish, and sowing seeds of different colors with her delicate hands. Suddenly hearing a call from the stable in the forest, Xiaowu led Subei and jumped quickly. Lu Erlong held the cold knife and cut the meat on the chopping board into slices of sashimi, crystal clear, translucent under the shining of the light. You can imagine how thin it is. Lu Erlong smiled and shook his head, and shouted, Xiaowu, slow down, the wet road in the forest is slippery, be careful of falling. It was Shwekinghe who walked out of the fairy tale house. Since the end of the prince's imperial ceremony, he was sitting on pins and needles in the imperial palace, and Emperor Sui also secretly moved to integrate the ministers in the court and check and balance various powers. Coupled with the mist that seems to be missing in a day or 3 autumns, Shwekinghe will not be able to hold it back, and he will buy a villa near Lanba Academy and live there nearby. Naturally, I often come to Lake Island as a guest. Xiao Wu didn't know the true identity of Shwekinghe, and she didn't exclude him from approaching Sube. On the contrary, Lu Erlong didn't want to see Sube get close to Shwekinghe. Every time they came into contact, especially when they had physical contact, Lu Erlong would accidentally interrupt them. You said this was not intentional, who would believe it? Shwekinghe can understand, not to mention that this is the godmother of the person he likes, and after that, he will also be his godmother, so he won't be angry with Lu Erlong. Aunt Lu, your knife skills are better than the imperial kitchen in the palace, and the delicacies you can eat on Hyuxin Island these days are more delicious than those in the palace. Shwekinghe gave Lu Erlong a thumbs up and praised. If you want to be happy with the husband, you need to balance the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The road here is quite similar to that of monarchs and ministers, and Shwekinghe can still handle it appropriately. In fact, Qianrongxu would not have exposed if the conflict between Wuhan Palace and Tiandu Royal had not been intensified because of Tang San in the original work. The angels she possesses disguised soul bones, which can perfectly deceive all those who don't know. Sure enough, Lu Erlong heard Shwekinghe's words, his expression relaxed, and smiled. His Royal Highness, you like to eat. This dish was originally learned specially for that man. But he has no blessings. He is not worthy. Now Lu Erlong put all his mind on Sube. This invincible craftsmanship and the mature beauty of the young woman made him sit back and enjoy it. How do you say that? Female junior holds gold bricks. Women's college 30 cent to the country. Women's college 300 will give an elixir. 3,000 women's college ranks in the immortal class. The limit of life in the mortal world of Douluo continent is not too high. Guyuinas might have to look at the thighs of Xianban. By the way, there is not a goddess of life in the god realm. Here, Sube and Xiaowu stared at the scene in front of them dumbfounded. I saw Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian alone carrying the legs of the Hanover white horse, and one with their palms on the horse's buttocks, and their heads moved down, facing the horse's indescribable place. Oh my God! The world is going downhill, the morals are bad, and there is no sight, no sight. Sube covered Xiaowu's eyes and murmured, not suitable for children, not suitable for children. 2 Douluo-level figures actually molested the horse here. How can you be like Yu Yuanzhen? Sube looked at the 2 middle-aged and elderly people, eyes full of resentment. Are you so hungry? Don't even let the little white horse go? Brother, what are you doing to block my eyes? They are bullying Dabai and Xiaobai. Xiaowu held Sube's hand and stomped at Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian angrily. Chapter 55. The 2 Hanover white horses saw Xiaowu coming, and the horses burst into tears. They were so touched that the savior finally came. Hey! Sister Xiaowu, if you don't come anymore, these 2 old men are going to poke our little ass. Xiao Wuling ran, guarding the 2 Hanover white horses, hummed, what are you doing, why are you bullying Xiao Bai? What are your fingers doing? Why are you inserting it? There was an awkward breath in the air, and a cool breeze made people tremble. Yu Yuanzhen hid his white fingers, don't get me wrong, we are kinder. At that time, we heard the neighing of the white horse's back pain, so we came here to heal them. No, the little white horse is alive and well. Yu Yuan slapped the white horses with a slap, the white horse was shocked, and the entire front horse body was lifted into the air. As his hips tightened, a loud flattery popped out, calling on Yu Luomian's face. The sense of substitution is very strong. A long way away, Sube felt that stinky fart was on his face, as if it made people drunk to death. Big brother, vomit, I can't resist it anymore. Yu Yuanzhen's slap came suddenly. Yu Luomian didn't have the slightest defense, took them all, and died on the spot. The gas even contained some sticky things. He immediately squirmed his esophagus and began to gag, and went into the lake. Go in and clean your mouth. When did the dignified Contra powerhouse suffer this kind of grievance? If it weren't for Xiaowu's blocking, and Subei's blocking, Yu Luomian could not wait for the 8 spirit rings to be revealed and fist the white horse with a punch. However, you can bully the 4th junior brother Xiao Beilong? Xiaowu pouted and frowned. Where is Dabai and Xiaobai hurt? Why didn't I see it? Yu Yuan shook his face and smiled. He was wrong and wanted to explain it carefully, but after thinking about it carefully, he was a master of the generation. What did he explain to the 2 children? What is your status? So, Yu Yuanzhen hummed with his hand. It was naturally rejuvenated by the old man and cured. Of course, the old man is not a stingy person. Yu Yuanzhen nodded and looked at Subei and said, since you are the child of Erlong, that is also the grandnephew of the old man. The old man intends to let you join the Thunder Academy. The Lanba Academy is just the second under my Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong. The Academy, in terms of resources, are not enough for the Thunder Academy. How about it? It's such a happy decision, and the old man will take you back to the clan hall. Of course, Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian were not really interested in the little white horse, but to confirm the authenticity of the news that Yu Yuanzhen received from the palace. To confirm the age of the soul beasts, you can first provoke the soul beasts to attack you, and observe the color they emit when they attack. This color is the same as the color of their cultivation base. Therefore, Yu Yuanzhen can easily tell that the cultivation base of these 2 little white horses is more than 1,000 years old. But it is not that simple to determine the specific age of the soul beast. Surrounding these 2 white horses, Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian carried out very detailed observation work. Their soul power suppressed them, and they could not resist at all. Laughing to death, Yu Yuanzhen's Super Douluo's power was released. Even if it was rushed by the phase, this white horse did not dare to resist. Fortunately, they did confirm that the news was completely true. The child brought back by Erlong is not only a beautiful and charming child, but also a genius that has been rare in 1,000 years. Such a child. Only the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong's direct line of Thunder Academy is worthy of teaching. Therefore, Yu Yuanzhen immediately gave birth to his mind and wanted to Subei back to the Zongtang and put together Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin to cultivate together. A 3-star. The future of Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect is brilliant. Ask for a recommendation ticket for everything. Yuan. Chapter 39 I love you too much. Yu Yuanzhen is clearly the lord of a sect, and a rare Super Douluo powerhouse in the world, but he behaves like a wretched old man. Northern Jiangsu can only think that his personal charm is too blatant. Men and women eat it all, suitable for all ages. A strong arm should hug Subei, apply oil on the soles of Subei's feet, and use Lingbo to avoid it with a slight step. Yu Yuan was shocked and surprised. You baby is so light-hearted. Did Erlong teach you? Leave me alone. Subei Junyi's face was uncomfortable. You are nearly 100 years old, right? You are not ashamed, you are not respectful, and bully me a 7-year-old child. After hearing this, Yu Yuanzhen was even more embarrassed. It's really ugly for a superpower like himself to act like this and spread it out. Yu Yuan's face turned dark, his temper was as hot as Lu Erlong's, and he hummed. You are still young and don't understand the old man. This is for your good. Although Erlong is a soul sage, he has never cultivated top geniuses, but the old man is different. The old man has educated countless people and has rich experience. He can promise you a perfect future. With these principles, when you are ranked as a title Douluo, or even a super Douluo, you will naturally understand what the old man means. Oh, go back to Thunder Academy with my old man. Yu Yuanzhen explored with his hands, covering northern Jiangsu like a curtain covering the sky and the sun. Bad guy, you, like those women, will only bully my brother. Waist bow. Xiao Wu understood that when Yu Yuanzhen wanted to strengthen Subei, she immediately began to counterattack. No matter who he was, she directly slammed the opponent's face. This bad old man is not like his brother, so he is really reluctant to slap him. It's a pity that Yu Yuanzhen Tang Super Douluo, even without using martial spirit and spirit power, can ravage them just by relying on their physical body. Therefore, although Xiao Wu was at the top in speed and strength among her peers, in front of Yu Yuanzhen, she grabbed her ankle and was lifted in the air without a trace of resistance. Yu Yuanzhen chuckled and said, I heard that your little girl is also innately full of soul power, and she performed well. Let's go back to Thunder Academy with your godfather. Your godmother will also find a way to pick it up together, so you won't be alone. There are two handsome brothers waiting for you to play, listen to grandpa's words obediently. Bah! Xiao Wu spurned fiercely, is there anyone who dares to say that he is handsome in front of my brother? Who is so shameless? Chapter 56. Yu Yuanzhen couldn't refute. He admitted that this child from Subei is quite handsome. If he was 50 or 60 years younger, he might be tempted to be a good brother with him. But now, he just wanted to develop the blue electric Tyrannosaurus into a super organization during his lifetime, surpassing the three sects of the sky, and not afraid of the existence of the Wuhan Temple. These two innate soul-powered geniuses, plus the two brothers of Yu Tianheng Yu Tianxin that he carefully cultivated in his family, the future Blue Lightning Tyrant Longzong sect will have 4 new Daluos. How can Yu Yuanzhen not jealous? Yu Yuanzhen carried one in one hand, and was about to slip away while capturing Subei and Xiao Wu. Heart said, I have to go quickly, otherwise Erlong finds out, she has to come desperately with me, to disturb the blue electric tyrannical dragon sect, up and down, up and down. Just as Yu Yuanzhen's legs shook the ground and he was about to take off, Tang San's thin figure stood in front of him, with an angry expression on his face. Blame Shulai, let go of the teacher. The dignity of the teacher, how can you trample on it like this? Tang San clenched his fists. He came from the dormitory and wanted teacher Subei to answer other questions in his heart, so he saw Yu Yuanzhen who wanted to take Subei and Xiao Wu away. Through his physical appearance and actions, he knew that the strength of this old man was far above them, and even if he used the mysterious technique, he might not be able to hurt the opponent with hidden weapons. But seeing the Tianjiao-like Subei being shaken by Yu Yuan like a chicken, Tang San couldn't bear it anymore. How could such a good-looking and wise boy treat him this way? I feel bad. Let go of teacher. Tang San shouted sternly, summoning a martial soul. Soul power filled his body, and the blue-silver grass turned into a stick, which could already be used as a weapon. Good guy, another child with top innate soul power. What a character Yu Yuanzhen is, with a low-profile eye, and extremely sensitive to genius. It was immediately obvious that Tang San was also very human. What happened these days? Is the land of Blue Tyrant Academy a sacred place of feng shui that accumulates heaven and earth aura and attracts peerless geniuses? With this fortune, why worry that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family can't rejuvenate? Why worry about being rode by the Wuhan Palace? Roar! Take it away together! Yu Yuan snorted. How quickly! Tang San couldn't move after a burst of spirit power released. What's your name, and which family are you from? Do you want to join my blue electric Tyrannosaurus? It doesn't matter if you don't have the will, you will naturally have feelings if you stay for 10 or 8 years. Second, come here as soon as you clean it up. We have the blue electric Tyrannosaurus brand noodles, we have caught 3 geniuses, and we have developed. Yu Yuanzhen laughed, his face smiled like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Bah! You are not worthy to teach my teacher. Tang San said. Hitui. Subei was also flashed into the eyes by Yu Yuanzhen's shamelessness, and couldn't help it, temporarily discarding a bit of noble temperament, and followed by slobbering on Yu Yuanzhen's face. Yu Yuanzhen wiped his face, and smiled. A baby's saliva is sweet and delicious, unlike an old man, who is old and phlegm. I heard that your martial spirit is very special, can you show it to Grandpa Qian? At this moment, Yu Luomian got out of the lake, frowning, still feeling the smell of horse dung on his body, but fortunately, there are no outsiders here, otherwise it would simply lose the face of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Don't pretend, the weird martial soul of the dragon head and fish body, let your two godfathers take a look at it, so that you can plan your future development path for soul masters. Cut, I want you to plan, can you have my supreme male system reliable? Do you know supreme male god? Sub-A was a little bit disdainful, but Yu Yuan's squinted eyes made Sub-A feel that if they didn't show them, they would violate themselves and do something illegal to themselves. Withered. Boom. The golden gate of the dragon god appeared with a purple ring. Sub-A said helplessly, "Ji Kiss, come out and meet these two shameless old thieves. Smelly boy, don't think you look good and we are reluctant to beat you, show respect to the old man. Are you willing to fight?" "I'm willing, but I'm afraid Erlong will sever the father-daughter relationship with me." Cut. At this time, Chi Kiss emerged from the dragon god's gate. "I have seen the king." A powerful dragon came, and Yu Luomian said in shock, "This martial soul can actually speak." Sub-A said indifferently, "I don't see it anymore. Chi Kiss is my soul skill, not a martial soul." Tang San said in his heart, "The teacher is worthy of being a teacher. Even if he stretches out his disadvantages, he is calm and graceful, not afraid of power, daring to be tough, and calmly complaining about the ignorance of these strong people. This kind of courage is simply admirable." Soul skill. Yu Yuanzhen seemed to suddenly realize. The old man thought that Tang Chen, the ancestor of the Haoshan sect, had the ultimate talent in the world. He didn't expect that someone was even more enchanting than him. "The first spirit ring is the purple 1,000 years, I am afraid it has never been seen in the history of a spirit master. If you give a little guidance and devote resources to it, 20 years later, you still have it. The old man really loves you to death." Yu Yuanzhen's eyes were scorching, and he did not conceal the intention of cherishing talents. Ask for votes, tickets for everything. Chapter 40. I took the child abducted, and I will return you a pair of title Douluo children. In other words, Lu Erlong was full of smiles, all kinds of ingredients flying in the air, guided by her fiery soul power, brilliantly dazzling. Chapter 57. Lu Erlong is a mutant martial soul of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. Most of the lightning attributes are transformed into flame attributes, and the martial soul naturally becomes a fire dragon. The fire attribute Wuhan has inherent advantages in cooking. Whether it is heating or steaming, as long as the soul power is used properly, there is an incomparable beauty. He only heard of changes in the forest. Lu Erlong worried that the little white horse would run away again as before and bully his beloved son. So the figure shook, stepped on the wooden vine and flew away. Last time, after Lu Erlong returned to the academy, he almost had to cook white horse soup and shock Sub-A and Xiao Wu. Fortunately, he managed to stop him in the end. Shueking he also walked out of the fairy tale house and followed. The two were unbiased, and they happened to see Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian carrying the 3 people from northern Jiangsu away from the forest. These 2 old men again. Lu Erlong had fire in his eyes, gritted his teeth, raised his hand holding the knife, and saw that the knife swung 306 degrees in the air and cut into a big tree. "Yu Yuanzhen, Yu Luomian, my old lady will never end with you." Lu Erlong called her by name, his straight calves were tight, and he rushed out in the direction of Yu Yuanzhen with force. 7 spirit rings appeared on her body. A huge fire dragon hovered behind her, and Wuhan's true body attached directly. Body. The fiery flames dried the branches and leaves she touched, and Lu Erlong was like a fire dragon envoy at this moment. Dragons have inverse scales, and they will die if they touch them. Big brother Groove, Erlong has caught up. Don't panic, Erlong's realm is not high, and she can't help us. After we teach these children to be peerless powerhouses, Erlong thanked us and it was too late. Fuck, brother, what you said seems reasonable. But don't you think about it again. Think about it. Erlong, we took the child away, and we will return you a pair of titled Douluo sons and daughters in 30 years. Sub-A was held in his arms by Yu and shocked, with a black line on his face, but it was Super Douluo, and Long Zizi couldn't bear his devastation even with kisses. Fuck. Also, in the original work, the good apprentice Tang San next to him was only 25 years old when he became a god. Labor management talents are unparalleled in the world, and it will take 30 years to make a Douluo number? Who do you look down on? And if it's a goddess, it doesn't matter if he is holding him. What is it that a stinky old man pushes him on his chest now? How come you two are so melancholy? Sub-A said silently. This is your honor. How many people in this world want to worship us as teachers, we don't even want to take a look. It's cheaper for you. We don't care. Xiao Wu snorted, if you are really so strong, why are you afraid of our godmother? You just bully children. Little kid, what do you know? You don't even know what humanity is. 10-2 dragons alone are not enough for us to fight. We feel that we are ashamed of her these years and don't want to conflict with her, okay? You brag. Sub-A cast a contemptuous look at Yu Luomian, if you don't want to conflict with my godmother, you still provoke us, godmother loves me the most. If you take us away like this, she will definitely fight you hard. Moreover, you must not be able to beat 10 Erlong. Northern Jiangsu said lightly, the martial soul fusion skill composed of 10-2 dragons is definitely more powerful than Super Douluo. Are you a Super Douluo? The martial arts fusion skills combined by Lu Erlong, Flanders, and Yu Xiaogang are already comparable to title Douluo's attacks, and the martial arts fusion skills of 10 people can at least be 10 times more powerful. Because the use conditions of the martial arts fusion skills are very harsh, not only in martial arts, or complementary, but also extremely test the tacit understanding of the team members, so the birth power is also very powerful. While rushing, Yu Luomian showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. Yu Yuanzhen smiled happily instead, you kid knows a lot. Of course, my teacher is the best child prodigy in the world. Tang San licked. The leader is good-looking, smart, and talented in cultivation, which is quite the style of my youth. Big brother, why are you starting to blow up too? You were very shabby when you were a teenager, okay? How could title Douluo's speed be comparable to that of Soul Sage, not to mention Lu Erlong was not yet a sensitive attack-type Soul Sage. Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Luomian ran away in a swift smoke, and Lu Erlong pursued them with all his strength, but they were just beyond reach. Damn it! A fist hit the trunk, and a charcoal red-black mark appeared on the trunk. It's hard to guard against house thieves by day and night. Lu Erlong roared at the deep forest, Yu Luomian, if you dare to hurt my child, I will make the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect become a on Earth. Hateful. Lu Erlong thought he was cautious enough. When he went out and showed up, he arranged for the protection of experts above the Soul King level, and he kept Sub-A at a place he knew to avoid accidents. Unexpectedly, these two little old men are so unkind. At this time, Shueking he caught up with her breathlessly, and questioned, Dean Lu, what's the matter? Lu Erlong's teeth made a crisp sound, and his eyes were extremely terrifying, my uncle and father abducted Xiao Bei and Xiao Wu. Abduction. Shueking he frowned, really wondering what this family was doing. But for Lu Erlong, this scene is so familiar. At that time, it seemed that Xiao Bei and Xiao Wu were deceived by intimidation and deception. Naturally, she didn't know that Sub-A was voluntary, so she still felt a little guilty in her heart. She could only satisfy the two children as much as possible, time, food, privilege. As long as she could give it, she would never be stingy. Let His Royal Highness laugh. Lu Erlong said, Xiao Bei has a good appearance. Every woman would prefer him, but His Royal Highness must not know. In fact, Xiao Bei is still a talented soul master. My uncle has been the future of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect throughout his life and struggle, and when you see a child with potential, you will naturally not let it go. It turned out to be so. Xue Qinghe's deep eyes were calm. How could she not know that Su Bei's talent was excellent? When she returned to Tiandu City, she asked all the guards the first time. Chapter 58. The scene of northern Jiangsu pressing the white horse for 1,000 years is really amazing. Obviously Lu Erlong is still modest and low-key. With the talents shown by North Jiangsu, he can be regarded as the top in the world, and it is not good to describe it. Then Principal Lu is going to deal with it. Do you need my help? Xue Qinghe asked kindly. She is also very worried about the situation in northern Jiangsu. Yu Yuanzhen is a rough man. He doesn't know the severity of his attack, and his skin is thick and thick. What if he hurts his imperial brother? His imperial brother's skin is so tender. If he is damaged by the men of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, who will he feel distressed? Principal Liu's mood sank, knowing that she could not win Yu Yuanzhen by herself, but she had no other trump cards other than the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. I'm going to Thunder Academy. Lu Erlong hummed, for the sake of Xiao Bei, I can only do this. With the power of my soul saint, it is not difficult for them to come out and see me. It's a big deal. I don't want this face anymore. I learned to curse the street with it and give it up. I will see if Yu Yuanzhen thinks the face of the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong and the Thunder Academy are important, or would rather use a bad reputation to tie me down. Child! Bang bang! Boom boom boom! Kang trees collapsed suddenly. Tree, what did I do wrong? I can't live without a ticket. Ask for a ticket, ask for a reward, ask for a good comment, ask for a comment. Chapter 41 Jian Rongxiu persuading Bibi Dong 1. 2 days later. Wuhan Hall, in the Pope Hall. A young girl in a golden palace dress came from outside the hall and came under the steps of the Pope's hall. The skirt was woven with gold silk, without too much decoration. The dress was simple and elegant. The golden stand-up collar covered her snow-white and slender neck, and the long golden hair fluttered randomly. Jian Rongxiu had a translucent serif brand on her eyebrows, and her beautiful eyes were a little eager. Jian Rongxiu's appearance was enough to describe the country and the city, but the woman standing in front of the seat of the Pope's palace at that high place. In terms of beauty, she didn't even lose to her. It's just that the luxurious woman standing on a high place has a special charm. It is the temperament and charm that only young women possess. The maturity and dignity make people deeply fascinated. That was under the crown of the Pope of Wuhan Temple, and also Jian Rongxiu's biological mother Bibi Dong. She is tall, wearing a luxurious black robe with gold patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding a scepter about 2 meters long and inlaid with countless precious stones. The fair skin and the almost perfect face make her look so different. All kinds of beautiful words such as nobility, elegance, tranquility, etc. seem to accumulate in her body. They are clearly mother and daughter, but standing with Jian Rongxiu will only make people think of them as sisters. If this world still surpasses this face, then only North Jiangsu can be the enemy. Bibi Dong opened his cold eyes, and the Supreme Pope's prestige spread out invisibly. Your breath is very disordered. You haven't been so flustered for a long time. I said, in unnecessary circumstances, you can't come to me. Your current identity is not the saint of the Wuhan Temple, but the prince of the Heaven Do Empire Xue Qinghe. Bibi Dong held the Pope's scepter in a graceful posture, and the cotton on his chest held up the clothes high, staring coldly like a female emperor. The two beautiful goddesses looked at each other. Jian Rongxiu calmed down, and hummed, if there is nothing wrong, do you think I will come to you? What's up? Bibi Dong paused for the Pope's scepter. She has always had a bad relationship with her own daughter. In fact, her own attitude towards Qian Rongxiu is also very contradictory. On the one hand, the blood of Kyung Sunji's sinful devil's head was flowing in her body, and Bibi Dong hated it from the bottom of her heart. On the other hand, this is after all the meat that fell from her stomach. Whether she admits it or not, she is her own child and her only relative in this world. It is because of Bibi Dong's psychology that Qian Rongxiu has not been able to feel her mother's love since she was a child, and is more often protected by her grandfather Qian Dalu. Qian Rongxiu, who lacks maternal love, is also very strong and decisive, and has a strong ability to be independent. Otherwise, how could she disguise Xue Qinghe so outstandingly at such an age? Qian Rongxiu twisted a little, made up her mind, stepped forward, and raised her head and said, "I have something to ask you." "Ask." Bibi Dong was a little surprised. Her own daughter was arrogant, she would never say the word beg to herself, there was always only disputes and confrontations. Therefore, Bibi Dong's delicate face was slightly surprised. "What I can do, your grandfather can also do it, why did you come to me?" In Douluo continent at this time, there are 3 limits. Separately, Ocean Invincible Bo Sixi, Land Invincible Tang Chen, and another one, Qian Rongxiu's grandfather Sky Invincible Qian Daolu. Among the 3, Bo Sixi was the high priest of Sea God Island, Tang Chen was the ancestor of the Haoshan sect, one of the 3 heavenly sects, and Qian Daolu was the great worship of the Wuhan Hall and the envoy of the God of Angels. All of them have reached the ultimate level of this world, and they are level 99 limit Douluo. Grandpa has ignored external affairs for a long time. You don't know what he thinks, so why bother to ask? Qian Rongxiu was straightforward, and was not at all timid in front of Bibi Dong. People who dared to talk to Bibi Dong like this would never exceed the number of palms in the Heaven Do Empire. This matter is very important to me, and it may also have a profound impact on the entire Wuhan temple. If you are unwilling to intervene, we may lose a chance. Qian Rongxiu's lips moved slightly. Oh! Bibi Dong was aroused by Qian Rongxiu. Did Sui discover your identity, or did the people of the Clear Sky School come out of the mountain? Or, did you discover the truth about the abnormal movement of the soul beast? The abnormal movement of the soul beast. It seems you don't know. Bibi Dong's face was a little disappointed. Chapter 59. Bibi Dong said indifferently, more than a month ago, Ghost and Nair found the legendary Forest King Titan Great Ape on the periphery of the Star Do Great Forest. We are guessing whether anything has happened in the Star Do Great Forest. I, too, plan to go to the Star Do Great Forest to take a look. If we can hunt down that Titan Great Ape and obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, our strength will definitely increase a lot. Is this thing? It turned out to be true. Qian Rongxiu was a little moved. She had heard the news that the Titan Great Ape had appeared outside the Star Do Great Forest a long time ago, but the wind was quite small. She thought it was a folk rumor, so she didn't take it to heart. Of course it is true, the ghost has seen it with my own eyes, but we have been suppressing the news and don't want to cause a sensation. Roughly speaking, at least a super Douluo is needed to fight the Forest King, so I need to go there in person. There were no waves on Bibi Dong's face, as if he was telling an ordinary thing. Perhaps the only one from Nodding College who can touch the soft area in her heart? King of the Forest, Titan Great Ape. Qian Rongxiu muttered to herself, waving her hand, and said, the Star Do Forest is vast. Even if you find it yourself, it may not be possible to successfully hunt for a while without an accurate location. But my business is urgent. What has attracted you so much attention? Let's talk about it. Bibi Dong's Pope's scepter hit the stone slab, shaking out a powerful wave of spirit power, flying Qian Rongxiu's hair like strands of catkins. I want you to come forward and ask for someone from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Qian Rongxiu said the purpose of coming. Man. Bibi Dong frowned. Qian Rongxiu was in her youth, and girls at this age were most likely to be seduced by uncles, especially men from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Bibi Dong had a bad impression of the people of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. A large part of the reason is that the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family members once insulted their beloved man, insulted him as rubbish, squeezed him out and expelled him. In the original book, Bibi Dong carried out the soul-killing action, which destroyed the entire family of blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex. The real reason was that he wanted to give out evil for Yu Xiao Gang. The love is extreme, and it also reflects that if Bibi Dong loves someone deeply, it will be vigorous and earth-shaking. Qian Rongxiu replied, "To be precise, it's a boy." Lu Erlong made a fuss at Thunder Academy, to no avail. After thinking about it again, she felt that she had to do something at this time. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family is not reliable, so she hopes to receive sub-A from the Wuhan Hall for training. Boy. Bibi Dong stomped the scepter and hummed, "What? For a boy, you have to face the enemy in a showdown with the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect? You should know that now is not the best time. It's not like the one I know, the sensible and quick Qian Rongxiu." Bibi Dong coldly hummed down and said, "Ask for a recommendation ticket, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a reward, ask for everything QWQ. Chapter 42 Qian Rongxiu persuading Bibi Dong too. But he is worth it." The sacred light above the church cast down, Qian Rongxiu's exquisite crystal body was as pure as white jade. "Worth it? Haha." Bibi Dong smiled dismissively, and suddenly dismissed, "Funny, what do you think is worth? Is it a betrayal? Or are you ready to give everything for it? I don't allow you to do this. Go back to the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, and be your prince." Bibi Dong's Pope's scepter emits a dazzling light, and a powerful thrust pushes Qian Rongxiu out of the temple. Boom! 2 pairs of golden wings gleamed on Qian Rongxiu's back, and hundreds of golden threads surrounded her body. The looming white long legs stepped on the floor, suddenly cracking. "If you are unwilling to go, then I can only make an exception to go to the Blue Lightning Overlord Longzong in the name of the Elder Palace. If the identity is revealed, it will delay the Wuhan Palace's plan to annex the Heaven Do Palace. You accept it?" Qian Rongxiu looked straight at Bibi Dong with sharp eyes, without fear. "Are you threatening me?" An anger appeared in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes. She waved her green jade finger and hummed, "You can't break this case. If you fight against a Tian Sanzong for a man, it will affect the overall situation of the Wuhan Palace, and your grandpa will not be allowed. What's more, that is still a man who has turned your fascination over. He will only kill the man you want to save and accelerate his death." Bibi Dong said with cold eyes. "Oh man!" Essentially, she didn't want to see Qian Rongxiu embark on the same path as herself. Qian Rongxiu argued, "No, if Grandpa knew his talent, he would try his best to win him over. Also, I want to correct your name, he is a boy, the most beautiful boy in the world, I don't allow you to insult him." The Leng Ao cat that Qian Rongxiu wanted to get angry didn't seem to be joking. "Talent." Bibi Dong's proud body walked down from a high place and slowly moved on the steps. "The most talented person is already in the Wuhan Hall. You can think of a person with excellent talent. What kind of pride does he have?" Qian Rongxiu said lightly, 7 years old, 15th level soul master, knowledgeable, able to observe the world, appearance is the only thing I want in this life. This kind of talent, don't know how much weight is in the heart of the noble Pope. In the latter sentence, Qian Rongxiu was sarcastic. But being ignored by Bibi Dong directly, she cared more about the keywords Qian Rongxiu said. 7 years old, 15th grade, very knowledgeable. Rao, as the Queen of the Heaven Do Empire and even the Queen of Douluo continent's largest soul master organization, Bibi Dong, was surprised and felt incredible. Unless it is a bestowed spirit power level, which may reach the 20th level of innate soul power or even stronger, the highest level is no more than the 10th level of innate soul power. Ordinary children, even if they are 6-year-old awakened martial arts with innate full soul power, it is impossible for them to break through the 5th level within the first year. There are 2 most difficult stages in the life of a soul master. The first is that Wuhan has just awakened, has a very poor control over spirit power, and is very unfamiliar with Wuhan. It will gradually be better after the first year of running in period ends. Chapter 60. The second is to reach the realm of the upper limit of one's own talents. Unless there is a top-level immortal grass or soul bone effect, it will be difficult to move a step. As for Qian Rongxiu's beautiful appearance, Bibi Dong smiled disdainfully. Appearance is the most hypocritical thing in the world. She is at the peak of her appearance, and she doesn't think anyone's beauty will exceed her expectations. Therefore, in her eyes, beauty without strength and personality charm is the icing on the cake, and beauty with strength and personality charm is the icing on the cake. The corners of Bibi Dong's mouth were a bit bitter, and he didn't care about it. A 7-year-old child, if he was really at the 15th level, might as well dig into the martial soul palace. He might become a title in the future. But after all, a 7-year-old kid, what knowledge can he talk about? It's just naive remarks. With Qian Rongxiu's wisdom, she was fooled by a child. Bibi Dong looked at Qian Rongxiu with some doubts. When did his daughter become so mentally retarded? But when it comes to knowledge, Bibi Dong's eyes seemed to show the appearance of a man, and he muttered in his heart, I don't know, how is Xiaogang now? Although she was very disappointed with Yu Xiaogang in her heart, perhaps it was the hazy beauty of her first love that made her unforgettable, which was the only shortcoming in her life. She has the world's first talent, but she suffered a severe emotional impact, which made her perfect not so perfect. Perhaps this is fate. It is indeed a genius. If Wuhan has no drawbacks, it will be promoted to Super Douluo in the future, and even Extreme Douluo is not impossible. If they can be recruited, he and Nana will surely become the future of Wuhan Palace. Rely on. As for Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong had placed her outside the Wuhan Hall earlier. God bestows Wuhan, and sooner or later he will become a god. Although talent is excellent, but it is not enough for me to come out in person. I will arrange for the title Douluo of the Pope Palace to go to the land of the Blue Electric Overlord Long Zongmen to invite the child to join the Wuhan Hall. If he wants, I will be happy to accept him. Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Rongxiu lightly. As the Supreme Pope of the Martial Soul Palace, it is ridiculous that she condescended to beg someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect for a child. She definitely wouldn't do it. She thought she knew Qian Rongxiu very well, but she didn't expect to be superficial after all. It turns out that my daughter, who is usually arrogant and indifferent, likes the younger brother. No wonder, no wonder. Qian Rongxiu shook his head. It was Blue Electric Overlord Longzong sect master Yu Yuanzhen who personally snatched this child back to the sect. If you didn't go there, I'm afraid Yu Yuanzhen would not let him go. Bibi Dong said, how can you tell that he will join the Hall of Souls? If he refuses, then we will be unnamed and spread out, and the Hall of Souls will be ridiculed and robbed by people, and our image will deteriorate. I'm sure to persuade him to join the Wuhan Hall. Qian Rongxiu took out a portrait from the space ring shining with stars and carving this seraph. It's just that I got his portrait from the best painter in the empire, Sub A. Although this static image is always, it's hard to achieve his true appearance and temperament. But the portrait does have a touch of his charm, it shouldn't be difficult to recognize it. The golden soul power wrapped the picture scroll and sent it to the 7141 high level, and came to Bibi Dong's face. Bibi Dong flicked his finger lightly, the picture scroll spread out on its own, and the real road of Lushan appeared in front of him. The calm eyes gradually became solemn and changed as the scroll spread out. In the end, Bibi Dong's eyes seemed to be bewildered by illusion. The young man whose eyes were fixed on the picture scroll, refused to leave for a long time. It's amazing. What a beautiful child. There is such a handsome person in the world. I saw a little cuteness in the young man's celestial appearance on the scroll, and the starry and crescent-like eyes with chic and helplessness, and his body was half leaning, a little lazy. Bibi Dong asked in surprise, you just said that this child is even better than the one on this scroll. Okay. Qian Rongxiu pursed her lips and replied. Okay, I'll go. Bibi Dong responded noble and polite. Ask for a recommendation ticket for everything, Chapter 43 Shocking News, the handsome guy wakes up in the middle of the night and sees the weather vane. Midnight AM on May 25, 2020. The patter of rain outside the window seemed to wash away the high temperature during the day. The room is warm and comfortable. My fine eyelashes tremble slightly, and my handsome face is buried in Xiao Shueter's arms. Suddenly, there was a pain in my mind. System, handsome guy, you are the vain today, don't indulge in beauty and extricate yourself, are you sure you don't download the app to have a look? Then, I clicked on QQ to read and looked at the Douluo, Invincible from being forced to marry by the goddess in the wind vane column of the recommended homepage, and I smiled intoxicatingly. At this time, readers' recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, rewards, and praise bombed from the writers backstage. With a twitch of my brain, I punched Xiao Shueter's big cotton ball. Roll. Women will only affect the speed of my code words. The atmospheric and beautiful reader is my wife. I'm so handsome, you don't deserve it. Lick. Sucking. Haha, the vein for the first time. Alas. I was taken away for the first time, I was a little excited, but I was so happy. Come on and write a book. Ollie, give it.